pays off in what is it? What is the saying? What is the saying? I know. I'm sorry. I'm drawing a blank. The saying is hard work beats talent if talent doesn't work hard. I think that's what the saying is. Hard work pays off. Hard work beats talent any day. Okay. Okay. Hard work beats talent when talent fails to work hard. That's what it is. Yep. That's what it is. Thanks, Cash God. Hard work beats talent when talent don't work hard. Exactly. Every coach says that to you, and that's the reality. You can be the most talented athletic athlete. But if you squander your position, look at Antonio Brown. He squandered his position. He had good time in the NFL. He had great time in the NFL. He won a Super Bowl, but he squandered his position. He played himself out of his position. For her to conflate sex work with a professional athlete, you're not on the same level. That's why professional athletes fuck and chuck you whores, because they know that you are not on the same level. His sexual marketplace value, it would be presumably higher, after a long period of time. But let's keep it a buck. Rachel Bush can get a guy who's more lit in the NFL right now. She can fuck a guy who's more lit in the NFL. This dude is a simp because he cuffed her. Bro is a simp because he cuffed her. Jordan Poyer. Yeah, so everybody giving the quote now. Cash God said, when you see a guy like Tino who works crazy and can run at least a 4.4, you know he works hard. Some guys can run 4.4 to 4.5 from never training, but they're usually sticks. Exactly. Alpha Zo says, only Randy Moss could stop Randy Moss. Exactly. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, lots of dudes who were jumping out the gym on Ball is Life, playing overseas or in the G League now. Exactly. Who was that guy who played? Jacob York. Or Gabe York. Y'all remember Gabe York? He had the hoop mixtape. This nigga had handles. He was 6'1". He was jumping out the gym. He had like a 45, 50-inch vertical. Where is the nigga now? Alpha Zo says Terrell Owens, Chad Johnson, and many more. Facts.
And I also have to ask, your Instagram thought comment. Obviously, I'm on Instagram. I post bikini.
She's hurt.
Pics.
TikTok.
And TikTok thought, whatever it is. Am I Instagram TikTok thought to you? I mean, am I the person you're just, when you say that, am I the category? Or is
that's how you make your money, right? That's how you butter your
bread.
What
is a thought to you?
Hold on, let me come back. Let me come.
What is a thought to you? That hoe over there. And yes, ma'am, you are that hoe over there. Why don't these women just stand on it? Stand on it. Stand on it. Stop acting like you're not a fucking whore and stand on it.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
Stand on that shit. It's simple, but you don't take pride in it. You know it's disgraceful, so you won't stand on it. I'm not a TikTok. Yes, you are, ma'am. Yes, you are. Just like all these other women out here, you're a fucking TikTok. Point blank period. Point blank period. Let me give you guys an example. What makes her different? What makes her different? Give me 1 second. Gotta log in real quick. What makes her different? Oh, now they're asking me these questions. Two objects that are the same. All right, TikTok verification process we're getting through. What makes her different? Please, somebody enlighten me. What makes her different than her? The only difference is this woman's boobs are real. What? Oh, never mind. She said fake #fake body. So I guess her boobs are fake too. What makes you different from her? Younger boys, older boys. So she's fucking with it. Oh, the older men. What makes you different from her? Obviously, the only difference is these women look a lot better and they're a lot younger. What makes you different from these TikToks? Please, what makes you different? Let's not go to her IG. Let's not go to her IG because it really irked me that she tried to compare what she does She tried to compare what she does to professional athletes. Ma'am, you are mistaken. You have made the fatal mistake of thinking that you are as valuable as a professional athlete. You're out of your fucking mind. So we went to her TikTok earlier. This is ridiculous.
Come back and answer something here. When we talk about athletes and male athletes, I actually addressed this, and I addressed it this morning.
Far more.
What male athletes tend to fall into the same category as female.
Far more what? In male athletes, bruh. Coach, don't do this, bruh. Don't do this, bruh. Do not make this analogy. Male athletes are the pinnacle of physical. If there is a personification of masculinity in the physical form, that's what male athletes are. That's what basketball players are. That's what specifically football players are. They are the pinnacle of masculinity when it comes to physicality. Do not conflate that with sex work.
People who get attention. However,
I think they're
no. Professional athletes is a respectable profession. Being a football player, nobody's going to try you. You're going to be respected by all.
way upper
however,
echelon.
watch this.
Yeah.
Watch this. What percentage of men are successful female athletes versus
Successful female.
I'm sorry, successful male
I was gonna
athletes?
say,
Sorry.
today.
What percentage of, let me
Now
say
we're
this again.
another can of worms here.
Yeah. Let me say it again. What percentage
I'm
of
the best WNBA player out there.
correct? Yeah,
Facts.
correct.
I knew it.
Let me say it
I'm
again.
the worst NBA player.
What percentage of males are
Yes.
successful male athletes? Very small.
0.0001%.
Very small. Now, what percentage of young worlds jumped on TikTok?
60%. 60%. The hottest girls in our age group, and I'm just speaking for Gen Z. I've already told this. I've already said this. I've already told you guys this. Generation Z women have the digital footprint of an adult film actress. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I said it. Generation Z women have the digital footprint of an adult film actress. And guess what? Allie Ray is not even Generation Z. She's a fucking millennial, and she has the adult the digital footprint of an adult film actress. So, like, bruh, it's the hottest girls in our age range. It's a 50%. It's a 50% chance that either she's going to be a good girl and study, or she's going into sex work. Stop it.
And went on there and got 100,000.
What do you consider successful though? Because there's a lot of people that have millions of followers, and I know some of these girls, they don't make nothing.
Nothing.
Like
I
that's
know
not.
that too.
That's
and that's
why.
the trap. Well, that's
I don't even have that much followers. They would never think I make.
but
money
that
I make.
is the trap
What
that
the
I'm trying
fuck?
to make.
Bitch, you have 150,000 followers. I don't even have that many followers. You literally have more followers than a 5-star D1 phenom prospect.
You're aware. See, we showed
No.
a 20-second clip, and you're trying to jump all of this, and you're saying, "What about this and what about that?"
Well, you said
we live in-
Instagram thoughts. You said TikTok thoughts.
but that
so
doesn't mean
I like
you're
to know
making
what-
money. That doesn't mean you're making money. You could just be getting attention. And
Is that a
attention-
problem if a woman gets attention? Men's get attention from various things.
No, it's a problem when you're getting attention from spreading your legs and showing your cooter cat. That's where the problem lies, ma'am. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says lots of dudes who were jumping out of. Oh, yeah, we already read that one. LiAngelo Ball, too, went through a lot of trials and tribulations before the league. Exactly. And he just got released by the Charlotte Hornets. Right? Cash God says the point of the stream is to stand on what you do and say. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says funny thing is that a lot of OF that are hella vague when you ask them what they do, yet sex work is respectable work. Stop the cap. Van Lee says, don't forget you also can't be corny like Russell Wilson either, and you better can fuck. Exactly. Cash God says, everyone looks at football players as strong and built. Come on, bro. What is she saying? Exactly. Chancellor says, yeah, these girls turning 18 and are starting in OF. Facts.
Was that a problem?
very small percentage of men get attention in comparison.
She's like, oh, what the hell? Look at her face as she scoffs in amazement. And look, Hafeez, guess what Hafeez did? He shut the fuck up because he knows that he knows that he has no place in this argument. She said, oh, men barely get attention. Yeah. If your husband wasn't fucking you online, a bitch wouldn't know his fucking name. Steven? Who is Steven? You talking about the plumber guy? You talking about the guy who used to be in the Air Force? Nobody knows who the fuck your husband is. And you sitting here talking, oh, men don't get attention? Well, my husband, no. Your husband walks outside and bitches look at him like a lick. Bitches look at him like, oh shit, that nigga got money. Bitches look at him as a lick. They look at him as a sugar daddy. That's the only type of attention that he's getting. Nobody is looking at your husband besides you, ma'am, and saying, oh my God, he's so sexy. Nowadays, you got bitches who are, well, you got white bitches who saying they don't even like white men. The baddest, I was talking to, if you guys watched the Overdose podcast last night, I was talking to the woman, the white woman with red hair, literally told me before the podcast she doesn't date white men. Bitch, you're white. Your husband is probably, I mean, if we had to rate his attractiveness, that nigga is probably a 5. He could not pull a lick in this dating market. He wouldn't pull a damn thing in this dating market. That nigga would go to the club and strike the fuck out. He'll be buying drinks for bitches and they will do a 100-meter dash the opposite direction. Do not act as if like your husband is really getting attention. That nigga ain't getting attention without you, ma'am. So stop it.
These things, was that a problem?
Very small percentage of men get attention in comparison.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not even an argument. I mean, listen, you could probably agree.
No, I would agree.
This
as
is
a woman.
absolutely agree. The normal average woman can get way more attention than a male, normal average male, which puts the percentages at, if we just want to be general, 70% of the men are consuming and paying attention to a majority of women, as opposed to the opposite.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got some more comments. Alphazo says, I can't even date seriously because 98% of the day's digital footprint of a sex worker. Imagine dating a girl and all her sex tapes get exposed. Exactly. Millennium says, these OF girls take fast money for slow problems, and I don't care because they bring it on themselves. Jim, here we go. Jim's back in here. Guys under 6 feet don't deserve any cat. I mean, that's your opinion, but I would say that fat bitches don't deserve dick. And we all know that Jim is fat. Jim is a fat black woman. Alphazo says only 13% of the population are tall, right? Cash God says, yeah, that's true. But a lot of these white girls who say they only date black men are red flags. And I myself, as a black man, stay away from them. They're usually ghetto too. Yeah, I agree. But I'm just saying, they're like the super hot white girls. Even a lot of them are saying they only date black men. Alphazo says girls over 130 are not marriageable. Girls with more than 3 bodies should die single, childless, and broke. You see how dumb that sounds? Exactly. So he was responding to Jim. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says white girls who only date black men equal white girls who only date Pookie and Ray Ray. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. When it comes to women on social media, they are producers more than they are consumers. And if they do consume, they might be consuming a makeup channel. They might be consuming something else. They're not consuming the vast. They're not consuming porn. If she looks at her OnlyFans demographics, 99.9999 repeated percentage of her fan base are men. Majority of male athletes that have even succeeded, because even those guys have to jump through hoops and hurdles when he jumps in his DM. That woman probably would get more attention if she made. If the nigga that I showed, if Darnell Washington jumped in one of these OnlyFans bitches DMs, she's gonna put him through all these fucking tests for him to even get a link with her. It's bullshit. Let's see. Van Lee says the hottest girls in 2022 have some proximity to sex work. When you see that link tree, you have to hold your chest. Cash God said, I like the white women where I'm the first black man she's ever dealt with. Facts. Made a video and said, these basketball players are in my DMs, as opposed to her even getting married to that guy today. That's where the problem
Coach, let me hone in on this, because I want to tell you a story. But is your the reason that you're doing this is to do what? To basically inform men, hey guys, you're gonna have to get in line and wait your turn. Yeah, well, you're gonna have to grow up and become the man.
I mean, because that was an hour and a half speech that they took that 20 seconds from.
Well, that's how it works.
All right, so people want me to show her husband. I don't know if I've got a face picture of her husband, but I can show you all you need to know. For one, okay, so let's look at the shoes, bruh. is any modern woman going to fuck with this man based off of the shoes that he's wearing? For two, he's white, okay? And although we know, oh, well, white men are the most preferred, yeah, we can all say that, but are the hottest girls really going to the white men? That's not what I'm seeing. For two, this nigga's watch is loose as fuck on his wrist. That means he's not swole. He don't got no muscle, okay? Loose ass watch. For three, it looks like his stomach is coming out of the t-shirt, so we know he doesn't have a six-pack. For four, his waist, when you line his waist up to her waist, he's probably, if anything, I'll give him 5'10", 5'11", max. So he's not that tall either. So he's got a whole bunch of things working against him. Here is a picture of him. Below average in looks, white man. Your husband is not getting any attention, ma'am, especially from a hot chick. Your husband is not getting any attention from a bad bitch. Stop it. Okay? Stop it. Your husband is not getting any attention from a bad bitch. That nigga looked like the nigga who serviced my Mustang last week at the Ford dealership. That nigga looked like he looked like he tried to sell me a car one time. Like, bruh. And she's talking about, oh, well, she was so like confused. Oh, men don't get attention. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. If your husband started an Instagram today, he would struggle over the course of 10 years to get 500 followers. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. So Van Lee says, show me her husband, Tino. Yeah, we showed him. Jim says, white men have always been superior with strength. Do you not agree? Physical strength? No. Cash God said, I can't see what shoes those are. Jim says he's taller than you are, correct or not? I don't know. I don't know how tall she is, but it doesn't matter because, like I said, if you like, I'm pulling way more than he is just based off of the fact that I'm black, I got dreads, I got swag, and I'm swole. He's not pulling shit because it's not solely based off of the fact that he's white, but he's white. He's a little overweight. He's below average in the face and below average body. It doesn't matter about his height at that point. That's just like saying, oh, well, every 6 foot guy is going to pull more than you. Well, I know fucking 6 foot guys who are fucking virgins. And when I lost my virginity, I fucked 2 girls in the same day. So it's not the same. Cash God said, these bitches always think someone wants their man. Meanwhile, he's working at McDonald's out of shape and vapes all day. Exactly. Van Lee says, and she knows that too. Oh, yeah, she absolutely knows that. That's why she picked Beta Steven.
Well, exactly. Okay. So the broader argument is money, energy, attention, and time.
Gotcha.
Over time, men have to kind of work for their position in life. And this isn't a complaint. A lot of people think, oh, these red pill guys are complaining. It ain't going to be any different anytime soon, especially with social media. But the reality is you're going to have to put in that work. You're going to have to apply yourself to get to that position. Because at the time, and I also tell men, the generation of women that you're trying to date, they're not your women.
Correct.
Fact.
I say that.
They belong to the streets, nigga. They belong to OnlyFans. They're not your women.
She belongs to the streets.
Okay. She belongs to the streets, bruh. Like I said again, Generation Z women have the digital footprint of an adult film actress. Don't get it fucked up.
That's
what do you mean by that?
Jim says any woman would pick the white boy who's 6 feet and wearing a chain over. For one, white boys don't wear chains like that. This is how I can tell that Jim is a femcel, because you don't go outside. Since when have you seen white boys wearing chains like that? That's a black man thing. She's saying over a 5'8" munching. Yeah, not true at all. Like I said, you're not outside. You literally have no clue. Van Lee says she is the empress in her dynamic. Big following, breadwinner, 3 kids, hotter person of the two. Facts.
which means you're going after, you're a 21-year-old man. You're trying to impress a 21-year-old woman who has access to a whole bunch. I say, really focus on yourself. And then when you're 30, go get a 21-year-old. Because at that point, you have the what? Leverage.
Facts.
And options.
Let me give you one story, okay, of why I appreciate what you're saying with this, okay? I'm 18 years old. I'm a senior in high school. There's this girl at a different high school that I am.
Like I said, Jim, we're gonna drop the stream. Your chats will not be acknowledged until you show your face on this stream. But we know you're not going to do that because we know that you are an overweight femcel.
Obsessed with. Okay, I'm like, yo, bro, what's up with so?
DVB says, LOL, the most I saw white boys wear is a dog. What's good, cyberspace? It's your boy Reclaim Your Throne coming at you with another crazy video. But first, my goal is to get to 5,000 subscribers by the end of the month. So make sure you go ahead and like, comment, share, subscribe. And you already know, Reclaim Your Throne. So we outside. We're about to get to it. I want to break down another video of Hafeez. Dog. I mean, it's getting funny out here in these streets. It really is. Guys, let me know if the sound is okay. But it's getting funny out here in these streets. You know, Hafeez, although I believe that he means well, it's not giving what it's supposed to give. Okay. I feel like he pretty much built his following on the red vitamin, and now he is parting ways with it. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to break down his interview with Just Pearly Things. So let's get right into it. And I have my opinions, but we're just gonna give a raw breakdown of it. So let's get into it.
Guys, welcome to the Just Pearly Things.
All right.
Saying office to you. I was just trying to say the good stuff when the cameras go on.
Got it. Guys, before we start, don't forget to like the video, get to be a part of the Discord and behind the scenes vlogs. Third tier, you get to connect with me on social media, and fourth tier, you get a one-on-one call with me once a month. So I've helped people grow on social media, so you guys should sign up for that. Like I did with you a couple of years ago.
Yes, you did. So it's really interesting because I meet a lot of people and I have a lot of sessions, but I'm really excited about your journey and learning about it, because initially you asked me, did I watch your channel? I was like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't. I gotta give it 100, but I know of your channel, right? And then you made a reference that a couple of years ago you signed up for a session with me. We talked about some of the things going on with your YouTube channel, your goals and your dreams. So it's interesting. I think it's like, what, 2-3 years later?
Yeah, I think it's like 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years. Yeah, about 2020. Yeah, around that period of time. So I think it's really interesting to see where you've grown, what you believe, and how does that flesh out into the world today.
Yeah, because at the time you guys were one of the only like reasonably priced like consultations. So I was like, oh, I gotta sign up for that.
Back in those days.
So
hold up. Didn't Hafeez say he didn't care about money in the last video? And now he's charging for consults. Well, if it wasn't about money, why not just do consults for free? I mean, seriously, I'm not saying it, you have to say, oh, well, everything is about money. But let's keep it a bean. Dog, you got into this shit to get a bag. You got into this shit to become a millionaire. Don't act like this was just oh, it ain't about money, because I guarantee it's about money with your wife. Not trying to call him out specifically, but every man's wife, I'm telling you right now, it's about money. I'm going to tell you right now, it's about money. Okay. And like I said, over here, we are red vitamin. I mean, predominantly purple vitamin, honestly, because I believe in relationships. But certain things that this man says is completely off base. It's almost like he wants to abandon the man's plight all in all. Okay. And I think that once these guys start getting a bag, their perspective on reality and what is actually happening to the common man is thwarted.
To start, could you tell them a little bit about your channel?
Cool. Yeah. So my name is Hafeez. I started a YouTube channel with four of my good friends called the Roommates back in 2016. And then eventually the Roommates has grown and evolved in many different seasons of life. But basically what we said the Roommates was it was.
And shout out to everybody in the chat. We got people in the chat, you know, shout out to Wolf and Sheeps, Tesla, Quarantine Bubbles, House of Lamar. I'm gonna read some of y'all's chats throughout the course of this joint. So I see some people asking questions. If it's not really relevant though, I'm gonna skip over it.
Was a place where the everyday man can come to improve his life. So we interviewed some of the best and brightest individuals, such as Jordan Peterson, Gary Vee, Patrick Bet-David, Stefan Lavoisier, Jose Zuniga, Jonathan Haidt, you know, and so on. Came on the show, and the whole goal was to be able to have these great conversations for the purpose of building up men. As that continued, I would also do
a lot of jump cuts. So you see, it's been edited. A lot of jump cuts.
live streams, and I stopped doing live streams, and then eventually
That man was talking like a motherfucker, wasn't he?
eventually I would do occasional individual videos. So we did that for about 6-7 years, and now I'm transitioning to a lot more things I'm more excited about. And yeah, so that's the elevator pitch about me and what I do.
Like what you're more excited about?
Well, I'm more excited about the Standard, the organization that we created, and the Standard is an exclusive community of high-performing men committed to helping one another unlock their full potential physically, emotionally, spiritually, and financially, and through the concept of digital cities. So we're really excited about this new thing that me and my business partner are building. So my guy Joseph Hines, and just how it's going to change the world. Because I think level 1 is content, but I think level 2 is actual in-person transformation, and that's what we're excited about in this next season of life.
So my first question.
Go ahead.
Would you consider yourself red pill?
Never in a million.
Never. Why?
Never in a million years.
Why?
I think to me, first and foremost, I think I don't subscribe to any man-made ideology.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of these ideologies put you in a box. So I do subscribe to religion, and people can argue whether that's man-made or not. That's going to be a great conversation, great debate. You get a guy like Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson had a great debate about that. But in regards to man-made ideologies, I don't really subscribe to them as much. And I don't like to identify myself with something that somebody else has conjured up with their own personal opinion. And so I think in regards to the red pill, it's a very interesting space, a lot of interesting characters there. And I think the biggest challenge to me is the phrase that they use is that all we're doing is trying to share the truth about fill in the blank, right? And to me,
all right. So my issue is with that. I don't subscribe to any man-made ideology, is what he said. Guys, like I said, I'm all for religion, seriously, but to say that our modern day religions are not man-made is just it's a kind of a wild statement, and I would say inaccurate. Like I said in the last stream, when we talk about the Bible, when we talk about other books and whatnot, all of these were absolutely written by man. Okay, the only thing that you could and as far as the Bible goes, it was written by multiple different men and even anonymous writers. So the only thing, and even with Islam, okay, obviously it was more of a longer narration process where it was memorized for some time and then eventually written down. And apparently the Quran came from God to Muhammad, the prophet, and you know, it was memorized by him, and eventually ink was put to paper. But I mean, anybody could easily just like say, oh yeah, well, that's man-made. How do you really know that Muhammad talked to God? Or, oh, the 10 Commandments was man-made. How do you really know that you know, Moses actually, you know, didn't just make the shit up for, you know, for shits and giggles or whatnot? It's really hard to actually prove the existence of a celestial being. So you know, you can believe what you want, but I'm just saying there are valid arguments to say that religion was man-made 100% for sure. Let's see. Oh, he said there's feedback. There's feedback. Are we good now? Are we good now? Okay, let's keep going.
You're very arrogant as a human being to say I
might have to put my headphones on for this one because this shit is like not loud enough. My man Tesla said, I'd rather take Calculus 3 than believe in Muslim religion. Okay, so I mean, have you read the Quran for one? I think you have to read the Quran before you make that decision. But when it comes to Islam, there are valid arguments, especially when it comes to Muslims debating Christians. I ain't gonna lie, from all the research that I've done, I haven't really seen Muslims be able to beat Christians in a debate from what I've seen, from the research I've done. But I always think those debates are very interesting and whatnot, and everybody can have their own opinion. But I haven't seen it. So if you guys can point me to something, then let me know. But from what I've seen, the Muslim scholars, when they do end up debating Christians, I ain't gonna lie, a lot of times they be eating they be eating them for real. Pause. So let's keep going.
Myself am the orator of the truth. I know the truth. My studies are the accurate studies. My ideas are the accurate ideas. I am the only individual who knows these things. And so to me, that ideology seems very cult-like, in my opinion. If you believe in them, they give you praise words like, oh, yo, you're red-pilled, you're an alpha male, right? And if you disagree with them, they give you the curse words, right? You are blue-pilled, you are a beta male, right?
Are you talking about like the comment section?
I'm just talking about the idea of...
He's talking about the comment section. He's talking about the comment section, and maybe other YouTubers like myself. Obviously, I put in the comment or in the title that Hafeez is blue pill and whatnot. But I really do think that this is what I think. I think that Hafeez started his channel. Obviously, he said all the roommates, to improve men and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that might have been a little bit of it. But I think ultimately he started the channel, of course, because he wanted more for himself, but also to get the chick that he wanted. All right, let's keep it a buck. There were some phases of the Roommates podcast where you could interpret some of his reaction to having red pill rage. Okay, so for him to just completely say, oh, well, I'm not a part of it. I mean, I get it. That's what a lot of content creators are doing now in the manosphere. So you can say, oh, I'm manosphere, but I'm not red pill, or, I'm manosphere, but MGTO dub, or I'm manosphere and I'm black pill or whatnot. And I think all of it kind of comes to a common, thought process. But ultimately, I just kind of find it disingenuous that he built his platform, he built his following on these red vitamin guys who are, searching for male leadership, but also searching for advice on how to deal with women. And now you see him kind of just denouncing the whole thing in totality. And now it's almost like he's actively attacking the red vitamin and not putting a name on it, not specifically calling out any specific content creators, but in his recent interviews, he's directly attacking the red vitamin space. So let's see. Let's see. So somebody says, do you have a good debate basis for the Christian religion? I do, but it's gonna require you throwing a substantial, not a substantial, but a decent amount of the books that are in today's Bible to the wayside. Okay, because from my perspective, it's like, in order to really see, it goes back to how do I say? You have to follow it from the beginning. So you have to know who wrote each book and if they were actually men of God, okay? Because I mean, there are certain individuals in the Bible where they pretty much were described as righteous men, but they did unrighteous things, like King David. Obviously, we know the story of King David. We know the story of Lot, okay, who, if I'm not mistaken, ended up smashing his daughters after they got him drunk. So there's I'm pretty sure it's locked. Hold on. I just want to make sure I'm good on this. Yeah, so Lot was coerced into having intercourse with his daughters because they got him drunk. And like I said, he was described as a righteous man in the Bible, but I mean, what kind of righteous man has intercourse with his daughters. You see what I'm saying? So very interesting situation there. So like I said, you have to understand who wrote these books. If there is an anonymous author, then it's almost like I'm not going to say it's hard for me to take it seriously, but when you do have an anonymous author, it kind of dilutes the message and it makes you question it more and it opens up for more critique. R. Berry says Christianity isn't that different from Islam. Yep, you're absolutely right. The difference is that Muslims tend to actually follow the religion. Ooh, that was a deep burn. Yeah. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says R. Berry is that is true. And then I guess he says especially women. If he has red pill rage, then you have roid rage. Nah, I don't take any supplements. Like I told you guys, I'm all natural. Intermittent fasting is the name of the game. Quarantino Bubbles says you're a passport bro. No, well, I'm not actually a passport bro. I just, support the movement, but I do have a passport, but I don't like actively travel. I got too much business here in the States to get up and go at this moment. R. Berry says most Christians pick and choose which parts of the Bible to follow. True. House of Lamar says passport bros is the way. Yep. House of Lamar says blue book gentlemen. Yes. Quarantino Bubble says these men in other countries have smoke for men getting their passports and taking their women. I don't know. It's a toss up. I mean, the men here have smoke for you taking their women. So it's just like, what are you talking about? And plenty of people, obviously, America is a melting pot. So that's just like saying, oh, Americans have smoke for people coming overseas taking their women. And yeah, they might. Like you might see some white guys, oh, we don't want intermixing in the race and all this kind of stuff. You'll hear white guys say shit like that. Even black guys like Dr. Umar say the same shit. But I think ultimately, most of these guys are not going to bust a grape over you smashing a girl that they didn't know at all. Alphazo says red pill equals freedom. I think Hafeez going down the purple pill path is the reason roommates is splitting up. Chris seems more red pill while Hafeez wants one-itis. Yeah. And I mean, in this podcast, Hafeez actually said, oh, well, I'm moving away from the content. I'm moving away from creating content. So what does that mean? That means he's creating a movement. He's creating a movement where it's a paid membership movement. I guess it's like some what's that thing? Like a mastermind of guys who pay him $10,000 to spend time with him, and now they all just self-improve and network and all this stuff. And I'm not saying that you can't find value out of that. I'm just saying he's talking about, oh, it's not the money for me. I guarantee the club or group that he's promoting, I bet there's a high barrier to entry. Quarantino Bubbles says, David beating Goliath is my favorite story. A big life lesson was learned from that one. Yeah, I love it. House of Lamar says King David was deemed righteous after the incident with Bathsheba once he received his judgment and repented. No, King David was deemed a righteous man before that. He was actually deemed a righteous man as a child. Alphazo says, I just hope Hafeez's wife don't switch up on him 10 to 20 years. Every woman has a different exit strategy, and some are able to hide their hypergamy more than others. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they didn't sign a prenup, so I mean, it's OV. Q Bubbles says a lot of people in the black Christian churches believe in some wild stuff. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And then we've got some spam, so we're going to block that. Let's keep going.
The philosophy, right? Okay. So the people who subscribe to their worldview are red pill individuals, right? Their minds have been opened up to the truth, right? The people who disagree with their ideas are considered blue pill, right? You have rejected the truth, i.e. the matrix, right? The guy in the matrix, he said, I want to go back in the machine. Even though I know it, I want to go back in the machine. So to me, that seems very cult-like in regards to the ideology. And so there's a lot of different reasons why I don't subscribe to it, but those are the...
He said it seems cult-like. Ain't nobody... Nobody is forcing people to watch this content. It's not a cult-like thing. Obviously, people enjoy the content creators and support the content creators. But I mean, you could say your favorite musician is a cult. Okay, you could even say the Roommates podcast was a cult. Like anybody who has followers is a cult. Like you can't just say that. Oh, it's a cult. Like, bro, for one. a cult is more centralized. Okay, so you can't have a cult and then you have all these different fucking talking heads to the cult. You see what I'm saying? Like there has to be one message within that cult, and there's not one message within the Red Vitamin when it comes to different content creators. From my understanding, Tesla says, "Did you pray to God before exams in college?" I mean, maybe a little prayer. House of Lamar says, I know that, but David was redeemed. You can fall short and be forgiven. Domino's Pizza. Okay.
Few things. I just cannot hold myself to an ideology that a certain individual or individuals are communicating without understanding the fullness of those ideas.
Okay, so shout out to Alphazo. He says 990. He sends a 999 super trap. He says the Bible and Quran are very red vitamin. All of the red vitamin philosophies can be traced back to those books. Hypergamy, be careful of promiscuous women. Men first, focused on success. Don't marry or wife 304s.
Oh, say that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. As a matter of fact, Hafeez is actually triggered by the term or I mean, I guess you could call it an acronym, but it's not really an acronym, but he's triggered by the word 304, right? So we'll see that later on in this podcast.
Yeah, because they would say it's a praxeology, not an ideology.
Yeah, it's very easy to use words like that, but then you break down what does that mean?
Yeah. So my question to you:
I don't have any problem with people saying, "Oh, the red vitamin is an ideology." I really don't. Like, as long as you understand the basic tenets, that's really all you need to know, man. No free validation. Like Alphazo said, understanding hypergamy, understanding being careful of promiscuous women, not marrying 304s, staying focused on success. I don't have a problem with people saying it's an ideology and them trying to change that. Oh, well, it's not an ideology. It's a praxicology. Guys, stand on your shit. You stand on your shit. All this, being wavering and all this kind of stuff, it doesn't help the movement. So you can describe it however you want. I would just say it's a way of life. It's a way of life and a way of understanding. Tesla says, I always pray before an exam. Do you think I should? I am Christian. Yeah, if you feel like that'll help you, then go ahead and do it. Alphazo says Proverbs and Ecclesiastes will red vitamin by themselves. House of Lamar says Domino's is all right. I like Papa John's a little better. Yeah, definitely Papa John's. Pizza Hut is good too. Okay, people talking about pizza. Okay. He said Little Caesars and Red Baron the best. Oh, you wilded.
He was like, what specifically do you disagree with?
Great question. So when people say things like, okay, we're not an ideology, we're praxeology, right? You have to ask yourself, are you teaching any ideas? Like, is there any principles that your belief system is teaching? Because every human being's belief system teaches an ideas, right? And so for me, when I see that.
All right, so let's break it down. Ideology, the definition, a system of ideas and ideals, especially one which forms the basis of economic or political theory and policy. Or the science of ideas, the study of their origin and nature. So I like that. I like that second definition better. When explaining what the red vitamin is, it's just a science of ideas, and this science can be based off of trial and error, the scientific method, obviously observing. Experimenting and then coming up with some sort of theory. And all of this is in general theory that is based in reality. So that's what I would describe it as. All this, it's ideology, praxicology. Look, it's a theory. It's theory about human nature, specifically female nature, rooted in reality.
There are certain ideas and premises that are being taught. Therefore, you cannot simply say we are not an ideology. There's no ideals that represent the things that we believe. And so an example of what are some of the things I disagree with, I think I primarily disagree with a lot of times the descriptions of marriage and just how they analyze and describe marriage in today's world. I think I disagree with the analysis of male-female nature. I think if you were to read a book like The Evolution of Desire by Dr. David Buss, he's a world-leading expert on human evolutionary psychology in regards to mating, and he's fantastic. Buss.
Hold on, let's go back. Let's listen to
male-female nature. I think if you were to read a book like The Evolution of Desire by Dr. David.
Okay, The Evolution of Desire. I just want to make sure we're breaking this shit down. We'll just do some spark notes on this shit real quick. Let's see. Spark notes. and we'll let them keep talking, but I just wanted to pull it up to see if any of these theories that David Buss goes into line up with the red vitamin.
Buss. He's a world-leading expert on human evolutionary psychology in regards to mating, and he's fantastic. Buss School of Psychology is amazing, and you actually read a person who's like a world-renowned expert on this topic, and you hear about all the nuance. And I love Dr. Buss because Dr. Buss understands the nuance and the cross-cultural studies and so much data. And you were to read some of the more red pill, doctrinal books, you'll be like, wow, like it's literally like reading Dr. Seuss and reading something like Hamlet. It's like night and day difference. And so to me,
okay, so he's calling out red vitamin authors as well. So just he said the red vitamin authors are Dr. Seuss. So he's calling out Rolo, he's calling out Coach Greg, he's calling out other content creators who have books. He's saying that shit is Dr. Seuss, and then Dr. Buss is Hamlet. So I mean, those are shots. And my issue is like I said, and he says that, oh well, I'm not gonna call out a content creator if I'm not in front of them, sitting in the room with them. But I say, like, bro, you need to put a name on it because you're speaking in generalities as well. Let's see. Alphazo says, depending on how much I like a girl determines the type of pizza I order. Pizza Hut and Papa John's go to the baddies. Mid, get Domino's. 304s and 30s, get Little Caesars. No cap. Red pill overdose reaction. Shout out to Don J. Says, facts. It's exactly what you just said. Smash that like button. Yes, sir. Quarantino Bubbles says, Zoe, we give the eaters a quick Little Caesars. Okay. Alphazo says, red pill overdose reaction in the chat. Yes, sir. Cash God says, Zoe, did you major in psychology? Okay, let's keep going.
I think I acknowledge that a lot of their ideas are truthful, like any ideology, right? Or whatever the heck word they're using nowadays to convince people that's not ideology. Yes, those things are, there's truthfulness in it.
See the jump cuts, peep the jump cuts. You know that nigga was talking a storm up.
But there's a whole lot of lies and a whole lot of information that is not statistically accurate. And that's why
the lies and information that's not statistically accurate. Okay. So let's break this down. And this is a summary of the evolution of desire. So the evolution of desire, let me just bring this to you. And this is by an individual named Farah. And this is just a summary so we can get a general idea of what this is. The Evolution of Desire by David Buss discusses the different mating strategies implemented by men and women based on evolutionary psychology. Sounds like the red vitamin to me. Sounds like Rollo Tomasi's book. What's that shit called again? I forgot that nigga's book. I'm bad. But anyways, regardless of what men and women are wired to desire, there are still many ambiguities concerning the right strategy to choose. Such a strategy is informed by geographical location, age, social standing, and availability of options. Okay, so geographical location, that's very important. Where does that geographical location point come from? The rational male, that's what it is. Okay. Where does that geographical location idea come from? That comes from the black pill. That comes from the black vitamin. They call it geomaxing. And that's what the quote unquote green pill passport bros, travel bros are doing now. They're geomaxing. So yes, so let's say, okay, women in the States, they want a man that's over 6 foot. Well, if you go to the Philippines, you're going to be hard pressed to find a nigga over 6 foot. So you're going to eat there if you're, under 6 foot. Or, let's say Mexico, guys in Mexico are shorter. So you go to Mexico and you're going to eat there. So that is attraction based off of geographical location. Whereas if those women came to the United States, their attraction to you would be totally different because maybe you were a taller guy in their country, but then they come to the United States and they see in these motherfucking giants and they're like, oh shit, well, I could get him, so why would I be with him? And I'm not saying that's going to happen for every guy who's in a situation like that. But what I am saying is, that's geomaxing, and this is pretty much a concept that was explored in Dr. David Buss' book. And I'm not trying to simplify his book, but I'm just trying to give a general summary of what this is. So it sounds like to me that David Buss is red vitamin. For sure. Let Let's go. Some men are very reluctant to get married. Some prefer casual sex. And today, there are online dating apps like Tinder that facilitate this short-term strategy. What the fuck? This is where I got to stop this nigga, bro. If you, as a man, get on Tinder right now, you're not going to be having casual sex, bro. For the average guy, now, I'm not saying you can't clean up on Tinder. I'm not saying you can't do great on Tinder. What I'm telling you is if your average ass behind get on Tinder, you're not going to get a match. So, to act like men are the arbiters of casual sex on dating apps is so off base. It's so off base, and it's just inaccurate as fuck. Even if Hafeez with his $1 million right now got on Tinder and even posted pictures from his Instagram, that nigga is getting 1-2 matches a day. Max. Max, okay? And this is not to slight him or say that he's unattractive, but what I am saying is, bro, the dating apps are fucking, it's a wasteland, bro, and you are not going to get no action on the dating apps like that, okay? I'm just keeping it a buck. Unless you want seeking arrangements and it's a financial arrangement, like, bro, that's just the reality of the situation. So, to say, Tinder facilitates short-term strategy. No, the fuck it doesn't. It facilitates men to enter a paywall and then get false hope and then swipe all day on Tinder Gold for a bitch that they could really fuck with, and they're going to get flaked on. They're not going to get matched. They're not going to have any type of interaction. Shout out to the Red Lens. He says, I think Reclaim Your Throne would slay in the Philippines.
Oh, say less.
Yeah, I mean, shit, if I'm doing this shit, what I'm doing in Atlanta, what y'all think? It'll be over in the damn Philippines. Tesla said, Zoe, do you believe the Christian? Okay, that's specific to him. Hispanic women have the most racist, I had to spell it wrong, families toward brothers. I wouldn't deny that. I really wouldn't deny that. Red Pill Overdose says, yo, Reclaim Your Throne. What are your thoughts on passport bros and geomaxing? I'm for it. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, yeah, well, you can't comment on this topic unless you have a PhD. Okay, that's bullshit. So you can't comment on a topic unless you have a PhD. Yesterday, I read the George Floyd autopsy, and I'm not a doctor, but I can read the autopsy and see what the fuck they're saying. Alphazo says, I don't like religion. Religion is man-made, but yes, I am a believer, and based on studies, there are many parts of Christianity that can be fact-based and traced historically. Yes. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing said, women on the OD podcast say men clean up in the club. It's cap. Yeah, it's cap. Rob P says, sends a $1.99 super trap. He says, someone stop these female geomaxers on demon time. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, respectfully, no man can pull a woman like Sarah Binkley. I don't know who the fuck that is. Alphazo says, I'm all for passport gang. I'm a foreigner who came to the States young. I don't believe in shaming men who want to travel, gain life experience, and if they happen to find feminine women overseas. Exactly. White men been traveling since the beginning of time and taking over countries, and then once black men do it, it's a problem. It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do it. Fuck them. All right. Quarantino Bubble says, wait, I thought you had a girl. You still in the streets? No, I'm not saying I'm in the streets, but I'm saying like when I was in Atlanta, or I'm still in Atlanta, but when I was like single in Atlanta, I was eating. Alphazo says, don't travel for women, become Red Vitamin and travel to gain insight and experience. Yep. And for the currency exchange. He says only a select few men can clean up in the club, right? Quarantino Bubble says, yeah, but black men are fairly new in the world. Past 300 years, bro. What do you mean fairly new in the world? Like traveling? Because you could make the argument the first travel bros were the ones who came through the transatlantic slave trade. Those were the first travel bros. Okay. So yes, women degrade men for their hesitancy to commit, and these concerns make sense given the large asymmetries in the cost of sex. Women not only have to choose men with sufficient resources, but men who are willing to commit those resources specifically to them. But we know they're not doing that. They're fucking around. So why is he acting like, it's just about the resources? No, it's about looks, bruh. It's about looks. And that's why I fuck with the black pill, because their main tenet is when it comes to dating, looks is the most important thing. I 100% agree with that. Since sex is one of the most valuable reproductive resources a woman can offer, they have evolved psychological mechanisms that makes them resist giving it away indiscriminately, which they're literally giving it away. I'm not going to say they're giving away indiscriminately nowadays, but they're giving it away indiscriminately to the Chads and Tyrones, okay? Requiring love, sincerity, and kindness is a way of securing commitment of resources, but I guarantee if you ask some of these modern women if they've ever been in love, they'll say no. They'll say no. They will literally say no because all they're doing is fucking around. They're not looking for security and commitment. As a matter of fact, I did a show one time where the guy said, do you prefer relationships or one night stands? And he asked all black women and they all said one night stands. So he's trying to act like, oh, well, this, that, and there. And I get it. Like biologically, yes, they're looking for security and commitment and all this stuff and resources. I get it biologically, but is that really how they're moving nowadays? No, not likely. So he says that is proportionate with the value of resources that women give to men. In the process of exchange of resources between men and women, there are some deal breakers. These are simply the inverse of what each sex desires. For women, these inverse qualities include a lack of resources, drive, ambition, status, intelligence, dependability, or emotional stability, or being small, weak, or feminine in appearance, or being unhealthy, asymmetrical, mean, cruel, or lacking love, specifically for the woman who is engaged in mate selection. Guys, I'm telling you right now, bruh, these women don't give a fuck about you being nice or you not being cruel. As a matter of fact, you'll probably eat more if you're mean, cruel. And I'm not telling you to do this. I'm just saying, like, that's what they're responding to nowadays. They want a toxic guy. They want a fuck boy. How many fucking podcasts have I done? How many shows have I done breaking down that women want fuck boys nowadays? Most women are unwilling to settle for men who are less educated, less intelligent, and less professionally successful than they are, which is, I mean, that's some bullshit too. That's some bullshit too. Less educated. But why, if women are unwilling to settle for men who are less educated, why do they say so much? Oh, well, you know, these men are intimidated by a strong, independent woman. Okay, how does it make sense? And less professionally successful than they are. Men are less exacting on precisely these dimensions, choosing to prioritize, for better or for worse, other evolved criteria such as youth and appearance. So here again, they're trying to frame the narrative that men care more about looks than women, and I just wholeheartedly disagree. Of course, men care about looks, but women care way more about looks than men do, in my personal opinion. The good news is that educated women and men who choose each other tend to have happier, more stable, and more affluent marriages. And to back that shit up, you know, you see all these in shape, skinny guys with fat ass women. You see this shit all the damn time. You see it all the time. Men are not doomed to have affairs because of insatiable lust for sexual variety. Women are not doomed to dismiss men who lack status and prestige. We are not slaves to sex roles dictated by evolution. Knowledge of our multifaceted desires and the costs and benefits of different strategies gives us the possibility of choosing from a wide-ranging mating menu. Both sexes want cooperative, trustworthy, and loyal mates. Because fertilization occurs internally within women, ancestral men confronted the problem of uncertainty over their fatherhood. As a consequence, men have evolved particular mate preferences for sexual loyalty, a psychology of jealousy centered on sexual infidelity, and a proclivity to withdraw commitment when cuckolded, all of which differ in design from the mating psychology of women. So we'll read the rest of this. And just to give you a background on David Buss' ideas, no woman wants an unfaithful man because of his desires for novelty. No man wants an unfaithful woman because of her desire for emotional closeness. To assume that both genders are the same psychologically as traditional social science insists goes against what we know about evolved sexual psychology. So he's literally saying everything about the red vitamin. Like I haven't seen a point that was quote unquote blue vitamin. Like everything that he's saying is red vitamin. And just because he doesn't call himself red vitamin, Hafeez is just like, oh, you know, well, this guy's not red vitamin, but it's like, bro, everything that he's saying is lining up with the shit. Men and women also differ in the proclivities for sexual or casual sex without emotional involvement in their desire for sexual variety and in the nature of their sexual fantasies. Internet dating sites reveal modern expressions of our evolved sexual psychology. Tinder is deluged with more men than women who want casual sex. Bro, the fact that they're assuming that the men want casual sex is fucking crazy. The men who get swiped right on want casual sex, but the other men, no. Okay? No. The men who get swiped right on want casual sex, but the men who don't get matches at all, I guarantee they just want one girl. They just want one relationship. AshleyMadison.com appeals mostly to married men, and that's a majority of men. Married men who seek sexual variety. SeekingArrangements.com caters to men with status and resources and women with youth and beauty who want to parlay their respective assets. Men trying to control resources and women chasing men who control resources is not a passing historical trend. It is a very much the reality of the modern world. So that was a summary of David Buss' book. He literally just, labeled off hypergamy and red vitamin tenants and women date up. That's literally what it said. Okay, so let's read this. Alpha Zoe says Black men have existed for more than 300 years. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Is he talking about traveling? Quarantino Bubbles says we will have to start preserving our lives. I don't know if you've seen the study where we are expected to go extinct. Yeah, that's some bullshit. Alpha Zoe says Caucasians can't even last in the sun past a certain amount of time. But that's a convo for another time. Women are going to also put them in their clouds first. So men, put yourself first. Tasla says, wait, is this Alpha Zoe? Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, your pastor is lying to you. Black men have been on this earth since the beginning of time. Yeah, he must have been a Mormon, because there have always been men who lived on the equator, and they typically were only black men because Caucasians couldn't stand that type of heat. Alpha Zoe says women will always put their needs and their kids first. So put our personal happiness and success first. Example, Tom Brady. Yep. House of Lamar says, yes, bro, just go to Walmart. I see whales with chads every day. R. Barry says, I don't know if women care about looks as much as men. I think they care about more status and rep. If women didn't care as much as about looks as much as men, then they wouldn't have a height requirement. And height is a part of your looks. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says they definitely care about looks more than men. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
I've always recommended people to read books like The Evolution of Desire.
Why do you think that if women didn't care about looks, then every woman would be a nice boy? No, they're with the fuck boy who's hot. That's what it is.
David Buss, and then read whatever red pill literature that you want and juxtapose those two ideas, and you'd be extremely astonished at the differences.
Well, it's just
there was literally no difference from this summary that I read of David Buss' book. As a matter of fact, I might even get a PDF of his book just to see what the let's see if we can get a PDF just to see what is in the table of the index. Let's see. I'm downloading it now. Let's go.
Just because everything you're saying is very broad.
Yeah.
So you even said their teachings on marriage, because from my understanding of red pill is that they're not anti-marriage or pro-marriage. They're anti-marriage as it is today and the way the laws are today. And do you disagree with that?
So I'm gonna give you an example,
Okay.
and I'm excited because I'm really excited about the way you're processing this.
Yeah.
So let's go into marriage. So here's a fundamental challenge. Okay. So red pill is very broad.
Okay.
Very broad, right?
Really? I don't think so, actually.
You don't think so?
No.
So do you think a person like Alpha Male Strategies teaches the same exact ideas as Coach Greg Adams?
I know.
So Alpha Male Strategies. So he's saying, okay, does Coach Greg Adams and Alpha Male Strategies teach the same thing? So there are some overlap, but I think the approach is different. Coach Greg Adams is more NGTO dub, where he's saying free agent lifestyle, live the way that you want to live and whatnot, and don't commit, no cohabitation, all this kind of stuff. AMS is pretty much on the same wave, except he's saying, he's going to deal with women, he's going to date women, and he's going to fuck these hoes to sleep. So it's a different strategy, but they still have the same ideology. It's still the same ideas. Now, the way that they implement those strategies are two different things. but that doesn't mean that the red vitamin is two different things. That's just their application of that practice that's different. So we do have the Evolution of Desire downloaded, and I'm just going to look at the table of contents right quick. So let's see. Origins of Mating Behavior is the first chapter. What Women Want is the second chapter. Men Want Something Else. 4 is Casual Sex. 5 is Attracting a Partner. 6 is Staying Together. 7 is Sexual Conflict. 8 is Breaking Up. 9, Changes Over Time. 10, Harmony Between the Sexes. 11, Women's Hidden Sexual Strategies. 12, Mysteries of Human Mating. So those are the chapters in the book. I'm gonna tell you right now, I guarantee if we read it, I'll read the book on my own time, but I guarantee if we read this damn book, it's gonna line up with the red vitamin. And there's some things that will probably disagree with, but I'm telling you right now.
Know more about alpha male strategies than Coach Greg Adams.
Okay.
I haven't watched a lot of Coach Greg.
Okay.
AMS, he's like, the fuck these hoes to sleep.
Yeah, but he's evolved. That's old school AMS.
I don't know. if a guy tells me he watches AMS, I'm like, I gotta run.
Yeah, but even to that point, right? So you're like, I gotta run.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of there's individuals like Steffes Cole. I'm not sure if Steffes Cole still calls himself Red Pill, but you have the Steffes Cole guys.
Right.
A lot different than Coach Red Pill.
Okay.
A lot different.
Okay.
So what I'm articulating is that within the red pill umbrella, there's a diversity of individuals.
Yeah.
There's far right, there's guys who are a little bit more balanced. So what usually happens when we're having this conversation, which we require so much nuance, and I'm glad we're able to dive into it, is that when you're describing the red pill, what people want to do is one of two things. You either want to steel man them or you want to straw man them. The argument that you're probably feeling like, and some people may feel like, is I straw man them, right? You pick the worst ideas of the red pill, the worst content creators, and then you define the red pill as that. But
damn. So is he saying that Coach Greg and Alpha Male Strategies are the worst content creators? See, he said he wasn't name dropping, but he just name dropped and then associated with them with being the worst content creators. I'm trying to figure out which content creators he has a problem with. From my understanding of his talking points and what he's saying, I would say he has a problem with AMS, especially when they did an interview together. I think he has a problem with Fresh and Fit. Obviously, he's not going to say that online, but I think he has a problem with Fresh and Fit. Obviously, we saw he has a problem with Coach Greg Adams. I don't really know anybody else that he interacted with, but he mentioned Steffes Cole. Maybe he has a problem with Steffes Cole. I don't know. But he said, I don't know if Steffes Cole still identifies with the red vitamin, but da-da-da-da. So, I mean, he's taking shots there. I think he's taking shots. Cash God said black men are dating out. Yeah. House of Lamar says the dating market is women that are 4s/10s chasing the 7, 8, 9, and 10 out of 10 men. And those 10 out of 10 men are fucking all the women. Cash God said you need to cite your source using the APA style, or what you're saying does not matter. What are you talking about? I literally just read a summary of an article. What are you saying? Cash God said Elshika Thompson is an absolute idiot then, because everything I see says we are going to be more popular than ever in the future.
Then on the flip side is a steel man, where you find some of their best, brightest ideas, ignore all the negativity, nonsense ideas, and define that as a red pill.
No, I mean, to me, it's like there's a base set of ideas, and people have different ideas of what to do with it.
Who defines the base set of ideas?
I would say that I think that's mostly who defines the base. I would say Rollo Tomasi. I think he seems to.
No, so this is the problem. You can't put one single man on who established the ideas. The ideas are rooted in biological fact. That's how you frame that. That's how you answer that question. No one man frames the ideas of what this red vitamin ideology is. The ideas are based and rooted in biological fact. That's the answer that was supposed to be given. Okay, Cash God, you were talking to somebody else. Okay, gotcha.
Be like leading that like today, but before it seems like it was Patrice O'Neal possibly.
So you think Patrice O'Neal was?
Man, hell nah. I can't give it to Patrice neither. I mean, I like Patrice as a comedian, and he says some funny shit, but I don't agree with half the shit that he was saying for real. And Patrice O'Neal definitely was going through red pill rage, even into his death. So, and he's not like, you know, he's not the most masculine man. You feel what I'm saying? Like he was over. You know, guy rested dead and whatnot, but he was overweight. You know, he was funny, but he was overweight, bro. So he wasn't like really at the top of his game. When it comes to masculinity, I think that you have to be in shape. You have to at least be in shape.
No, I think a lot of like, it seems like a lot of ideas derived from him, but it seems like it goes around Rollo Tomasi. That's what it seems like.
So the interesting part of the conversation, going back,
and he don't like Rollo, so that's another guy that he's beefing with.
Back to the red pill conversation,
because
I know you want to talk about this, is that there is no single source, there's no doctrinal source. There's a lot of individuals who've written their books and shared their ideas as red pill, and depending on what school of thought you're in, a lot of individuals will say, well, that's not red pill for me.
Well, I mean, we could say the same thing for the Bible. Oh, well, there's no individual source. Multiple different authors for one message, but then you got different types of translations of the Bible: NIV, King James Version, Catholic Bible. You've got the Apocrypha that are pretty much redacted books of the Bible that the Roman Catholics felt were not applicable, so you have a lot of these things that cannot be pinned down to just one creator.
He's not red pill for me. Maybe in your world, he's red pill for you. And some people red pill for them might be Coach Greg Adams. People red pill for them might be Fresh and Fit. People red pill for them might be AMS. People red pill for them might be Coach Red Pill. People red pill for them might.
But they all seem to say the same ideas.
Well, yes,
it's like, so I'm just like, if we're gonna say they're different, like what is different?
Okay, so in regards to each individual, I can't get into the nuances of each individual. So there are some individuals who are, when it comes to marriage, are explicitly marriage. I think the whole institution of marriage in the Western world is done.
Damn, it's hella jump cuts.
It's over. It doesn't work. It's a failed system. X, Y.
I agree.
X, Y, and Z. Cool. So that's why red pill aligns to you, because those emotional sentiments.
And you know what? This is the thing. Like, I'm gonna use me for an example. Okay, if I proposed to my girl today and we got married and whatnot, of course, like, I think that I could make it last. I think every man thinks that they can make it last. I'm not saying that she would leave me. I'm not saying that I would leave her, but I definitely think it's doable to sustain a marriage and whatnot. The issue comes when these women get those outside sources, giving input on their marriage. They start wanting to go to girls' nights out. And they use some of the feminist talking points to shame the men and make it seem like the man's being insecure for not wanting his woman to do unwifely things. And I think that's the main issue. And that's going to be the speed bumps that you run into with modern women. So specifically for Hafeez's situation, okay, we've seen Hafeez girl. She's a very attractive girl. I'm going to tell you what. Do you think Hafeez is, just letting his girl go to girls' nights out or, dress all scantily clad and sexy in a club? But I'm telling you right now, most modern women are going to argue for that. Most modern women are going to argue for that. Okay, so let's get into it.
Rock with you. So then it's
not emotional. It's because of the way it is legally.
100%. So those legal sentiments rock with you, and we can get into how those things fleshed out. But then on the flip side, which you have other individuals who say, well, in actuality, I do believe that in the sanctity and the beauty of marriage, and if you're going to do marriage outside of the state, I'm all for it, right? So some people is like, even with or without the state, institution is broken, women are broken, society is broken, doesn't even matter. Then some people are like, well, outside of the state, I support it, I agree with it.
It seems like their prescriptions are different, but their description is the same. Typically. So like they'll say these are the flaws in women, these are the flaws in marriage, but like they have different prescriptions. So some people will still go through with it with a prenup, and other people will say screw it all together.
And so prescribing a behavior is telling people what to do and telling people.
The only thing that I would say about Pearl, the verbal cues, saying okay, I got it. I mean, I get it. She wants to appear like she's actively listening. I'm sure she's actively listening for sure. But I don't think you have to say it after every sentence that he says, like, okay, gotcha. Like, I mean, you can use nonverbal cues, maybe nodding your head or, okay, squinching your brow or something, looking intently like you're understanding what he's saying. But I just think that kind of, I would just say it doesn't help for the podcast quality, but all in all, it was a good show. All right. Noel D says Hafeez makes good points sometimes, but lately he's been taking a lot of L's. Yeah. House of Lamar says, I don't agree with that. A lot of fat motherfuckers are masculine. House of Lamar says, I see what you mean, bro, but I don't think we need washboard abs to be or even look masculine. Yeah, I didn't say that you have to get washboard abs, but you got to be in shape, man. You got to be in shape. And from what I see, a lot of the fat niggas be trying to overcompensate. And I mean, they be getting into screaming matches with they bitches and shit. Like, I don't think that's masculine. Tesla said, did Hafeez go to college? Yeah, I think he did. I think he played college football. R. Barry says, still disagree in terms of just getting one night stands. Status goes a lot further than purely looks. Nah, I don't agree with that. Tesla's, I mean, okay, so I partly agree with that. Yes, status can get you one night stands for sure. You know what? Actually, you know what? You're right. But I would say, like, when it comes to just like pulling in general, because a lot of girls like kind of get not upset, but they'll like use your status against you. But as far as looks go, like, it's just a natural attraction. So like, you know, you could say whatever, like you could be an asshole guy, have status, and a girl's still gonna fuck you because of the status. Yeah, for sure. But if you're attractive to her and you do it for her and you're like that asshole guy, she's going to fuck you and want to fuck you. Whereas like the guy with status, she might fuck you to get somewhere in life or to get a bag or whatever the fuck it is. Tesla says men should encourage girls' night out as long as she's loyal. No. He said, I agree, but hate it or love it. The underdog's on top. House of Lamar said, hell nah, bro. Said screaming matches. LMAO. Yeah, I see it a lot. AlphaZo says status will get you the girl. Masculinity and being a man is how you keep her. Yeah.
What to do also creates a form of an ideology. So if I say I have 10 rules that I believe men should follow, and then say I have no ideology, that doesn't make any sense. So to me, an ideology isn't a bad thing. I have an ideology. You have an ideology. Every human has an ideology. So my biggest argument is not that the ideology is bad, but don't lie and say that you don't have an ideology when we all have an ideology. So in regards to the original question about the red pill, I believe a lot of what they say is half truths. And like I said, for example, if you really analyze human and male nature and female nature, there's a lot of really dark and disturbing things about female nature when you can get to the rawness of it, right?
Yeah.
And if you were an individual and you were simply communicating those raw, dark truths about what was true, it could be very simple to realize that, wow, man, these are really, really bad things.
I'll give you an example. Felons have 30% more children than non-felons.
I love it.
Yeah.
So I don't. So you just threw out a number.
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
Okay, so he's denying the fact that felons have 30% more children than non-felons. So let's look it up. So he's coming out a lot of the statistics. Let's see. Okay, this one isn't what I want to look. All right, let me find this stat before we go into it.
You have nothing to back it up. So another example is, I'm sorry, we got to stop there. What happens in this community? What happens with the people who have this school of thought? They'll throw out numbers. Where did that stat come from?
Where did it come from?
Where did it come from?
Off the top of my head, I don't know, but it's easy to Google.
I know.
Like if you Google it, it's like at the top of Google.
It's easy to Google, right? But the reality of the matter is, when people are sharing their statistics and numbers, a lot of times they don't know. They can't even tell you the primary source. So
right, because it's like off the top of your head, you're not going to know.
Okay, so this comes from the University of Michigan, and the University of Michigan does a lot of studies. They actually did a study that debunked that women were better drivers than men, and they also debunked that. Yeah, so basically that study, and then there was another one that I read last week, but I forgot exactly what it was. Nearly half of U.S. kids live in homes with criminal justice involvement. Okay, so it says 4 in 10 children in the United States grow up in households in which a parent or co-residing adult faced at least one criminal charge, were convicted of a felony, or spent time in prison, a University of Michigan study shows. Let's just get through it all. This dwarfs estimates from the Bureau of Justice Statistics that less than 1 in 40 children have a parent in prison in a given year. Okay, says Michael Mueller-Smith, assistant professor of economics and faculty associate of the Population Studies Center at the UM Institute of Social Research. Prior efforts to quantify the extent of crime and justice spillovers within households have been hampered by severe data limitations. He says federal data collection fails to capture non-incarcerated events, track intergenerational spillovers within families that depart from the nuclear family model or follow children over time. Data limitations have left us in the dark or just how many kids grow up in a household with justice involvement, Mueller-Smith said. That we find estimates with close to half of U.S. children have intergenerational exposure to criminal and justice is a wake-up call to the failures of our public policy to date. Even if the justice system were completely overhauled today, we will be living with the damage done to current and former generations for decades to come. Using data from the U.S. Census Bureau, Treasury Department, and Criminal Justice Administrative Record System, Mueller-Smith and colleagues were able to overcome data limitations that have constrained this area of research for decades. In addition to finding dramatically higher rates of intergenerational exposure overall, the researchers found that child exposure is heterogeneous in the U.S. population. More than 60% of Black and Native American children and kids from households with below median income have intergenerational exposure to the justice system, twice the rate of white children. So you hear that. If more than 60% of Black and Native American children have have a parent who has, come in the face of the criminal justice system, then, I mean, that's just Black kids. And we're twice the rate as white kids. But even then, there's still a high percentage of white kids whose parents have faced the law. Okay. Circumstances during early childhood play an important role for a range of lifetime outcomes. It is quite alarming that the modal experience for minority children in the U.S. is one of indirect exposure to the criminal justice system. So, I mean, from what I would say from this data, and this isn't separate differentiating between the men and the women who come in face, but we know that men are more likely to commit crimes or at least be caught for their crimes and convicted. So we could probably skim that number down to 40%. And this is just in the Black and brown community. But I would go as far as to say, yeah, 45% of those men, are involved. But if it's more than 60% of Black and Native American children from households that have exposure to the criminal justice system, then that's a fucking lot. And that's saying that a lot of these thug niggas are having kids. And we all know that to be true. Circumstances during early childhood play an important role. So I read that. Early life exposure is highly correlated with a range of negative child development outcomes, including cognitive difficulty, being behind in school, teen fertility, teen crime, and death by age 18. Even after controlling for a range of factors, including household income, place of birth, age, sex, and race, the researchers say. The expansive prevalence, demographic heterogeneity, and estimated relationship with child outcomes provide strong evidence that the justice system is a major factor in the intergenerational propagation of economic inequality and racial disparities in the U.S. Okay, so the research was performed by economists from the University of Michigan, University of Missouri, and the U.S. Census Bureau. So that's where the number comes from, Hafeez.
100%. Why should I believe you? Why should I believe you?
Yeah, okay, but if I'm saying if I got you the stat, I could look it up now.
I know you could look. Yeah. You can take your time. You can pause the episode. You can look it up. But my point is that a lot of times in this community, they'll throw statistics and data at you. You're not privy to statistics and data. Yeah. Some of it is true. Some of it is false. Right. That can go into some of the truths and false as well. And so because you're not able to simply look things up, you're in a conversation where you're like, okay, I'm gonna give this person the benefit of the doubt. But if the data is simply skewed by sheer numbers, it can totally dispel whether this person's communicating the truth or not.
Yeah, but it's easy to just like Google it.
I know, but what I'm saying is, listen carefully. If you and I are having a podcast conversation and you have 15 data points that justify your worldview, but you don't know the source, you know the primary, secondary source. We could stop this episode, and every time you pull up numbers, we could look at it. You can look them up. You can pull them up. You can show it to me. But that's going to take too long. So usually in conversations like this, you're not able to do so. So therefore, what you're forced,
bruh, it doesn't matter how long it takes. If she's right, she's right. What is he arguing? If she's right about the statistics, then she's right. There's no changing that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If she got the statistic right, she read it, she read the study, she just can't remember exactly where it comes from. University of Michigan, U.S. Census Bureau, and the University of Missouri as well. Then, bro, she knows the stat. It's not something that you have to look up every fucking stat that somebody says. And as a viewer, you can do that because you're watching it on the internet and you can replay it, you can run it back, and you can check out and you can fact check every damn stat. That's why Fresh and Fit have the fact checker Word doc or whatever, so that you can fact check what they're saying. So even my pastor used to say, yo, don't trust me. Go read it for yourself in the Bible. Go to the Bible and read it yourself. So, I get it. Yeah, don't take what they're saying at face value. But at the same time, if they're saying the truth, then it's the truth. And you can't change that just by saying, oh, why should I believe you?
Do in these conversations is whenever someone gives you a statistic,
Mm-hmm.
the individual is called to believe it. And I've seen that happen myself because I'm a data person as well. You've consumed my content, so you know some of it. I'm a data person myself. So when I share data, there's times where I'm like, oh, well, that number was wrong. But because we're in the middle of a conversation, people simply believe me.
Yeah.
And so to me,
which is fine, then you just update it.
I know,
Yeah.
but in the midst of the conversation, when we're having these conversations and when we're sharing all these data, a lot of people will spew data and numbers that they don't even, it could be truly false.
I understand sometimes misinformation happens.
100%. And it's not perfect. I'm not saying you're trying to deceive me, but what I'm saying is that there has to be a level of accountability when we're saying this is the truth. So for one of the things that I've been improving on in regards to my speech is that if I share a number, if I really don't know the primary source or I'm not willing to pull it up immediately, right, I'll say, well, you know what, I think this is the number, or I'm not sure this is the number.
Jesus Christ. Now you can't, it's like you can't. I mean, I get it. He wants the sources to be cited, but at the same time, when you're having a flow of conversation, you can't cite every damn source.
But what happens is when you say 110%, this is true. The divorce rate in America is 50%. It's true. And then you share these explicit narrative. And then when you simply analyze them and break them down, you realize that's not the case.
Yeah, but then you switch it. But I don't think it's wrong to just say a number.
It's nothing wrong.
And then I look it up and it's right. Like I've looked that up before.
But that's not what I think you're getting lost. You're getting lost in the specific point. I'm talking about the meta point. The meta point is that when people are communicating statistics, the audience is totally dependent upon the orator. And if that person says, I am the bearer of the truth, a lot of times in the midst of a conversation, a lot of people communicate numbers that may or may not be true. So my biggest thing is that when a lot of these individuals are communicating numbers, I'm the kind of person where I'm like, hey, let's stop, let's analyze them, and let's see whether they're true or not.
Is there a common talking point that isn't true that you're thinking of?
I think one of the biggest conversations that is not discussed is how marriage has changed from the 90s till today.
Okay, go on.
If you look up the divorce rates, divorce rates have been decreasing from the 1990s until today. There's a lot of different studies and a lot of different analyzation.
Go on.
A lot of different. So are you listening or are you trying to talk?
I'm listening.
I'm curious.
I'm listening.
Because you kind of seem like you're waiting for me to stop talking so you can say something.
No, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. So in regards to the divorce numbers, a lot of the divorce numbers that are communicated today, they're not also, those are a lot of previous numbers. And when you're factoring.
Yeah, see, I don't like how he tried to little boy Pearl like that. Like, I mean, she's obviously listening. She just wanted to interject. The thing is, Hafeez don't let nobody interject in the conversations. That nigga want to talk 95% of the conversation. It's like, bro, that nigga just be talking to talk sometimes.
To the trends that are leading to the lowering of divorce rates, as well as all the different cross-cultural analysis of divorces. There's a lot that can be learned about divorces. So in regards to the Western world and a lot of the divorces having issues, they're 100% right. But we have to communicate, well, here's the reality. The divorce rate has been going down. And why has the divorce rate been going down? And the reason why the divorce rate is going down is because we've learned a lot of different things about marriage, about divorce, about why did the divorce rate skyrocket initially in the 1970s to begin with. And so there's a lot of, when you hear a number, statistics are great under the broad scope of a conversation. But when you're really trying to dive deeper into what's going on to the society, statistics tell you a story, right? So once you understand the story behind the number, then you can understand why the number is practical. So in my question is, so one of the biggest things that we've worked on is that if we're going to give a number, we want to also tell the story behind the number and how is that beneficial to improving the lives of people today. And so to me, that's one of my different points of view is that if you're simply holding on to any worldview and the worldview is communicating certain things that may or not be true or may not be painting the whole picture, is this for the purpose of benefiting society or is it for the purpose of perpetuating a narrative?
Wouldn't you say that the divorce rate's going down because people aren't getting married as much?
So think about it like this. Let's talk about.
Okay, so basically, the divorce rate is projected to be 44.2% by the end of 2022. we all know that divorce has skyrocketed, especially in the UK, with a 95% increase. In the US, I think it was between a 30 and 40% increase during the pandemonium. And this divorce statistic is based off of the marriage rates. So out of a population of 1,000 people, 6.1 people are getting married, and then 2.7 people are getting divorced. Okay. So he's right. The divorce rate has dropped. Okay. And that is a good thing. That is a good thing. But, there are some stats that say it's 50%. This is a projected stat. That 44.2 stat is a projected stat. And that comes from, let's see, let me just break it down. So that comes from MemphisDivorce.com, which is Miles Mason. I think it's a study from Miles Mason Family Law Group. Basically some divorce lawyers, I guess. But let's see. Chilling about 90% of Western married by age 15. I say, yeah. So I mean, there's multiple stats that's a projection, but as of now, the divorce rate's at 50%. Okay. Now that could change. Their projection could be wrong by the end of 2022, but what I'm seeing is the divorce rate is still 50%. Yeah, so the United States has the 6th highest divorce rate in the world. So let's see. Let's look at the divorce rates by country, which will be interesting. For all the passport bros, if you're actually looking for long-lasting relationships, this is the divorce rate by country, and this is so the United States is around 2.5 to 3%. Or not 2.5 to 3%, but 2.5 to 3 out of 1,000, out of a population of 1,000. So it looks like they don't have the data for most of Africa. Let's see. So as you guys can see, Brazil, it's not that bad in Brazil. It's like 1.5 from what I'm seeing. Peru, it's even lower than that. And then you get to Chile. It's even lower than that. They don't have the data for Argentina, Bolivia. Because I know a lot of people are Colombia. Let's see. I can't even see the color anymore. So Colombia is even lower than that. Okay. So this is what it's looking like. The divorce rate is super high in Australia, Russia, as you can see. High divorce rate. They got South Africa. The data from South Africa. Okay, it's relatively low. But I mean, this is a world map from hot to cold on the divorce rate. And then they throw this damn ad into it. So very interesting shit right there. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's 50% divorce rate, 40 to 50. I would say they're going to argue about the semantics of that, but I still think it's a high risk.
About divorce rate is by percentage. So let's do some numbers, because you seem like a very analytical girl. Let's talk about some numbers. So if the system of marriage is broken, right, and 1,000 people get married.
Oh, I see. The rate would still be. I see.
Okay.
I see.
So let's do it for the people, right? Remember, the red pill argument is the system is broken. So that means anyone who engages in this institution, whether or not you do it, it's broken. It's not going to work. It's going.
Nah, that's not true. Just because the system is broken is a very broad, sweeping statement. It doesn't mean that everybody who participates in that system is going to get a bad deal. Like people would say, oh, the American criminal justice system is broken, so everybody who goes through the system is going to have a bad outcome. But there are actually some prisons, contrary to popular belief, who are practicing rehabilitation methods. It's just if the prisoners want to involve themselves in those activities and actually want to rehab themselves or not. Okay, there are some guys who are getting college degrees in prison. So, you could say, yes, the system is broken. We have an 85% recidivism rate, but what about those 15%? That doesn't mean that everybody has a negative And obviously that's not good, 85% recidivism rate. But I think that just goes to show that, you know, once a criminal, you're likely to continue a life of criminality. I don't think that necessarily means that the system is broken. Could they rehabilitate more of these individuals? Yes, possibly. But I don't think that there would be a significant change. Maybe it would move by 1 or 2 standard deviations, but it wouldn't be something that's just going to be a significant change in the data. If you put in even more rehabilitation programs.
Going to lead to a 50% divorce rate. So if 1,000 people get married, therefore it should be 50% divorce rate. But then if 900 people get divorced, and 10 years later, instead of the 1,000 10 years ago, now 900 people get married, and that divorce rate is 40, not 50 where it was before. The question that must be asked is, these 100 people, why did that number change? If the system was broken, then therefore
and the number didn't change. That's that number that he's spewing out, like he said, Pearl was spewing a number. The number he's spewing out is a projection. It's not the actual number. As it stands today, the divorce rate is 50%. Until we get the data for 2022 at the end of the year, then the divorce rate is 50%. That 42% number is a projection, and I guarantee it's not going that projection. I would say that projection is probably going to be inaccurate, especially when holiday season comes. You see a lot of people getting divorced during the holiday season. So I think that number is going to end up proving inaccurate at the end of the year. Let's read some more. Alphazo said Pearl is way more aware than he is. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, QDG, were you at the Pollen House drinking Bud Ice? No. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, well, that's because African people don't get married. None of them can afford to do so other than the billionaires. Well, it doesn't matter if they can't afford to get married. The divorce rate is based off of a percentage. So it doesn't matter who. I don't give a fuck if 10 Africans got married in the whole damn year. If only 10% of them divorced, then the divorce rate is 10%. So we have to move in these percentages. We have to move in the way that the data are being presented, rather. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, all these men keep screaming passport bros. But once you get over to those countries, you don't even know the language or have anywhere to go to meet anyway. I mean, that's why there's a network of brothers who are traveling. You have to join these Facebook groups. You have to join these. And honestly, it's not that hard to learn another language. You can learn another language in a year. Alphazo says, and you could take classes over there, which would be probably more beneficial than taking classes in US. Alphazo says, build a network of friends to travel with and definitely learn the language. Yep. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, yeah, but I was just making the point. It's much harder than everyone makes it seem. You don't just fly over, grab a bitch and fly back and everything's Gucci. Well, you don't bring the bitch back. That's one of the ideas. You're not supposed to bring the bitch back. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not that hard to learn another language. You could literally learn a language on YouTube. There's Rosetta Stone. There's a whole bunch of different options. It's just like studying for a class. R. Barry says, as someone who grew up in a foreign country, I can tell you that wifing up a foreigner ain't as straightforward as the passport bros say it is. R. Barry says, you're more likely to find a gold digger than a girl from a respectable family. Well, what are you likely to find in the States, bro? Who's more of the gold diggers, the women in the States or the women overseas? Come on now. Alphazo says there are plenty of gold diggers in America. Exactly. Way more. So gold diggers are everywhere. Might as well find that one find one that is feminine, loving, and will do you right with less baggage and lower body count if that's what you want. Exactly. Yeah, I totally agree. House of Lamar says that's not what the movement is about. Stop belly aching. Quarantino Bubble says, you're talking about analyzing data, dude, but can you even translate from percentage to decimal? Bro, are you a hater or a supporter? I just did that. Alpha Zoe says English is actually harder and difficult to learn than other languages. Yep, you're absolutely right.
1,000, 900, 800, 1,200, 1,100, it should be the same thing. But if the number went down, but then the divorce rate decreased by percentage.
Mhm.
Why did it go down?
Mhm.
Who was not getting married?
Mhm.
And how would it contribute to the increase of divorce rates in the past?
Mhm.
And that's why I said the numbers will tell you a story.
Mhm.
And if you don't know the full story,
Mhm.
you don't know how the number is relevant to the lives of everyday people.
Mhm.
And that's what I'm passionate about.
Mhm.
Like I want to keep on saying it.
Mhm.
A lot of the red pill arguments are true.
Mhm.
A lot of them are true, mixed
Mhm.
with a whole lot of lies.
Mhm.
And we have to be honest. There is an ideological bent, and there is a for-profit bent for the ideologies.
Mhm.
But if we're simply gonna stop.
He's talking about the for-profit. He's talking about making money off the red vitamin. It's like, bro, this is literally what you are doing. This is what you've been doing. This is what you're doing with your little, not your little, but I'm not trying to minimize it, but your mastermind group, bro. I guarantee those guys cannot get in your presence unless they pay like $5,000 or $10,000. You're making them pay, Hafeez. Matter of fact, let me go to his page and see what this damn. Let's see how much it costs to really get on a consultation with Hafeez. Because if this nigga talking all this money shit like he don't give a fuck about money, but if the paywall to get in this damn elite men's group is high as fuck, then shit. I'm gonna be. So he put out a video, just said some men only want to see the world burn. Let me see the Soscast podcast here. So what? Let me see what that is, because I don't. Okay, so that was the Coach Greg Adams podcast. Romance content for all men. Get the manhood course. So this nigga is selling a fucking course. The manhood course is $47. So you guys don't think that I'm bullshitting, bruh. I mean, dude. And I don't have a problem with guys selling courses either. I don't. But you're talking about, oh, well, I don't care about money. Then make the course free. Simple as that. Make the course free. AlphaZo says English. Oh, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says these guys screen passport and stuff, but they know they aren't ever going to leave the country. AlphaZo says English doesn't make sense. And if redundant, when you break it's redundant if you break it down. Quarantino Bubble says I'm a supporter, but you need to know how to translate binary numbers to hexadecimal numbers to analyze data. Dude, I know how to translate fractions into decimals. I know how to translate these percentages into decimals, bro. It's not hard. I literally graduated with a business degree. R. Barry says y'all forget that people don't always marry for a bag. Lots of times it's about preserving culture and name. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, yeah, but to even get a job after college, you need a 3.5 GPA. I don't necessarily agree with that, but AlphaZo says too many repetitive words and not enough distinction between masculine and feminine. Yep, but I don't expect most of you to know that exactly. Like in Spanish, which is my minor, there's a clear distinction between masculine and feminine. And then there's a clear distinction between the tenses when you're talking about preterite, past participle. There's multiple different grammatical multiple different grammatical categories to speak about a certain time, and then there's different conjugations for who you're actually talking to. Obviously there's conjugations in the American language, but it's not broken down as eloquently in these other language like Spanish. Said I thought you were dropping the course last night. Yeah, I had a roadblock. My promo video isn't ready yet. R. Barry said not everyone who lives in a foreign country is broke. I came as an international student and paid full tuition. Yeah, nobody said they were. AlphaZo said you don't need a 3.5 after college to get a job. GPA only matters in college. Once you graduate, you're the same as a 2.0 student. Facts. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says all degrees from the South don't work up north. What? That is not true at all, bro. That is not true at all. A degree from the University of Georgia, bro, I could get a job anywhere. Like even on my LinkedIn, I still have job offers. AlphaZo says getting a job is about how well you present yourself, your networking skills, your on the job skills, and in internships. Yep. So Hafeez is selling Masculinity 10 Steps to Healthy Manhood course. Every man wants to be successful. Not every man is willing to put in the work and sacrifice. By signing up for the 10 Steps to Healthy Manhood along with the Masculinity course, you will become a part of an elite 1% of men who take tangible steps to achieve their dreams. So that's a big oversell, I think. I mean, oh, if I take this course, then I'm going to become a 1% min. I mean, I think that's a pretty big leap. Okay. 1% in what way? In your physical appearance or your financials? I mean, really, like, how can you justify that if I take this course, I'm going to become a 1% man? That seems like false advertisement to me. This course will walk you through and provide you the foundational principles and tools to become the man you've always wanted to be and attract the woman who will be a blessing to your life. Okay. So, and like I said, I'm not mad at him for selling a course. I'm just saying, like, he said, oh, well, it's not about money. And it's like, dog, you got a fucking $50 course that you were selling for $99. And then you have 3 tiers of Patreon. Okay. Let's see. All the level up courses. So he got level up courses on Patreon, roommates manhood course. So we just clicked on that one. So he got the course in his link twice. This is a referral link to BetterHelp. We receive compensation for referrals immediately. So, okay, referral links, affiliate marketing, but he doesn't care about the money. Interesting. Get skills here at Skillshare.com/roommates. Is it free? Is it free? Okay, so it looks like he's using Udemy, which is a course sharing. Oh no, this is Skillshare. I'm tripping. One-on-one sessions. Let's see how much they cost. And I want to see like the men's group. So a one-on-one 30-minute session, my nigga. Like I said, I'm not mad. And this is coming from a Squarespace link. A one-on-one 30-minute session with the nigga Hafeez is $300, bro. But he don't care about money. Why isn't it $3, bro? Why isn't it $3? Wolf and Sheep's Clothing said, have you ever had any internships? Yeah. He said, wait, so at UGA, did you only do the least amount of work in the class to be eligible to play ball? No, hell no, nigga. I graduated with good standing. Alphazo says, I've done plenty of internships. It helped me skip the line and get jobs over people that didn't. Facts. So to get your internship, what was the requirement? Did you have to have a certain GPA or be the best in the field at your school? No, bro. All you do is apply for the internship. Like, bro, it's not that hard to get an internship. Tino, are you smashing on your OF? No, I'm not. It's content just like this. I'm not doing any sexual content on my OnlyFans. The Red Lens said, nah, man, it's my course that will get you into the top 0.5%. Screw that top 1% crap, JK. Key says, and are you a top 1% creator? No, I'm not. Alphazo says, athletes are expected to perform phenomenally in their studies. No grades equals no play, and not everyone will make it pro, so you better pay attention as an athlete to excel in your field of study. Absolutely. Key says, Alpha, I played a college sport. Like, I literally got academic scholarship, so I didn't get a athletic scholarship. I had to walk on. Now, I was preferred walk on, but I was a walk on nonetheless. So I didn't have football was not paying for my tuition. I had to maintain a certain GPA for my tuition to get paid, i.e. the Hope Scholarship. So Key said, Alpha, I played a college sport, and if an athlete was failing, he would be passing by game day without him doing anything. I don't know what y'all talking about, but shit, if you fail, you fail. Like, you're not playing. The Red Lens said 300. What the fuck could he possibly tell you for $300? And it's for 30 minutes. I would understand if it was an hour, but $300 for 30 minutes. My nigga is charging $10 a minute. And if that's what he thinks his time is worth, then hey, I respect it. But don't say that you don't care about money when every link in your damn description box is guarded by a paywall. Fuck out of here. He said, didn't you say you were doing foreplay on your own? Man, when the hell did I say that goofy ass shit? Alphazo said, have good grades, reach out to your advisors, professors, and jobs in your career field in the area where you go to school. Use the internet to accept roles that are posted online. Facts. Alphazo says, not all athletes get that benefit. Key, don't live your life by the flip of a coin. Exactly. Nah, they have ways to make the athlete pass by game days. Times have changed. You could say that, but I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're not passing, you're not gonna play at any D1 school. Yeah, you can say that shit. House of Lamar says Mr. Lucario selling similar courses for $4K. Why would you pay a nigga $4,000 who's literally having his bitch fucked by another nigga? That's crazy.
Stop there and not do a deep dive analyzing the study. If we don't sit down and analyze every single statistic number and juxtapose it with the leading experts in the world who are also studying these things, we don't have a full, complete message to share to men and women for the benefit of society. Because to me, if we're genuinely saying that the red pill message is the truth, if it is indeed the truth or attempt to convey the truth should only make society better. It should only make men better. It should only make women better. It should only create a better world for us. And so to me, when I see an ideology, when I see a praxicology, whatever the heck they're calling it nowadays, when I see a worldview and I'm looking at it, I'm analyzing it, and I'm understanding it, and I'm seeing all people who are leaders in it, and I'm seeing the inconsistencies in what they say and what they do, I'm saying that there's a deeper conversation with the numbers, and there's a deeper conversation with this type of information that is not being discussed. I'm glad we're doing it right now.
To me, it's like if it goes from 50% to 40%, who cares?
Mm-mm.
That's right.
Don't do that.
Let me
Don't do that, though.
let me
Go ahead.
because to me, people aren't getting together. They looked at the getting married rate is lower than it's ever been. So it's like to me, it's just like men are getting a bad deal today, and there's
So she is right. The marriage rates are low. Therefore, so what I would explain it like this: the marriage rates are low, so therefore, the people who are actually getting married and then getting divorced, out of that percentage, the people who are getting married with even more intent. Okay, that's why, or at least that 8% where it's projected to fall are getting married with more intent. That's why that divorce rate has fallen. So basically what's happened is I think people are being weeded out of marriage just by virtue of the information that's going on online. And then so the people who actually do get married, it's for a better intent, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but that's how I would interpret that data.
and they're signing a contract where women are paid to leave and take the kids. And to me, that's just, and especially in the UK, like I live in London, like girls, like your child support's literally dependent on how much you have the kids. So you're literally paying.
Yeah, and remember, after the pandemonium in the United Kingdom, divorce rates went up 95%.
Paid to take the kids away.
Okay.
So to me, it's just like a bad deal. And even if you sign a contract and it's a 40% versus 50%, that's still not great.
You first and foremost, let's not be deceptive, right?
Okay.
You cannot.
I'm not being deceptive.
If you understand statistics, you cannot say a 10% decrease in the likelihood of something happening isn't a big deal. If there was a drug or if there was a disease, and we say, the disease has a 50%. Let me finish. You told me not to cut you off. I'm not gonna cut you off. I understand what you're trying to do right now. I was under the impression of this would be a certain kind of conversation, but I'm getting what you're doing right now. So if you want to make the conversation the way you want to make it.
Now he's applying intent to what Pearl is saying. I mean, he tries to preface it, but we're having fun. You'll see.
This conversation is no problem. So like I was saying,
the way I want to make the conversation.
Like I was saying, if there was a disease and a disease had a 50% fatality.
And we're probably going to do a part 2 tomorrow, guys, because I don't think I can get through all of this today, but we'll do a part 2 tomorrow. I'll get through an hour and 12 minutes.
Rates. And all of a sudden, 10 years later, even if the
an hour, 12 minutes, and 18 seconds was where we'll stop next.
The amount of people with the disease went down by 2%, 3%, 4%, whatever numbers you want to give. But then all of a sudden that disease has a 40% fatality rate. The fatality rate went down 10%. Well, we ask ourselves, how did that happen? No one says, 50%, 40%, no big deal. So everything's the same thing. No.
So I agree with him. When you see, a 10-point drop or 8-point drop in the projections of a data point is significant. I absolutely agree with that. But like I said, you have to look deeper. You have to interpret it. And it's pretty much the explanation that I gave earlier. Now, there are less people getting married, for sure. So the people who do get married, they are getting married with the intent to literally see that shit all the way through. So that's why you could, you could see a drop in the divorce rate. Also, that 42% number that he keeps citing is a projection. So it's not true until the end of 2022, and we're not there yet. We're in the last last quarter, but but you can't really say that number is set in stone until we see the data on the back end. So the Red Lynn says, back in the day, I called a girl and it was $2.99 for the first minute and 99 cents each additional minute. Now that was worth it. So that's a back and forth conversation. Chancellor says, Hafeez be talking all fast and with his hands, he must think it makes him look smart. Yeah. Tesla says, is there such thing as attending office hours too much? No, I don't think so. Arbery says, Hafeez time is not worth $300. Alphazo says they have something called academic progress rate or something similar where they take the total GPA of every player on the team. You can only skate for so long because the school gets a bonus. Yeah. Alphazo says I was some professors' offices every day, or I was at some professors' offices every day. Some of them were tired of me, but they respected it and would bump up my grades and give me extensions on assignments, also help me on major projects. Yeah, same with me. Tesla says, Zoe, did they tell you that they were tired of you, or did you tell in major courses? I feel myself needing help a lot and don't want to bother too much. Nah, you got to use them. They're getting paid for a reason. They're getting paid 6 figures for a reason. So you got to use your professors. Alpha though says girls selling pics for $2.99 now. Tesla says paying chicks to get on a phone call. Yeah. R. Barry says I could understand if he was traditional businessman or entrepreneur, but what he did was leverage a podcast to sell merch. Unless you want to be an influencer, I would not pay for his price. Okay, so that's back and forth. Tesla says, Tino, some professors got tired of you in office hours too much. I always attended, but I feel like I'm bothering, you know. Okay, so they didn't necessarily get tired of me because I'm an athlete. So it's like they were almost, I mean, I went to tutoring, I went to office hours. So they were almost like obligated to help me. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you're going to be like, wow, it's still high than we would like it to be, but it's a lot.
And they're obligated to help other students. I'm not saying that they gave me preferential treatment, but they never showed me that they were tired of me. I've always had great relationships with my professors, and I would bring them things. You know what I'm saying? If I knew they liked Starbucks, if I knew they liked coffee, I'd bring them a coffee. You know, some teachers' pet shit, but it worked out for me.
Better than the way it was before. So what can we learn from that? What can we improve on that? How can we make that better? And so to me, going back to the ideology, my biggest thing is I'm all about how can we make the world a better place? And simply saying that 50%, 40%, that there's no big difference. It's deceitful. I mean, deceitful. It is not communicating what's really going on. And so I think it's really cool. And it's I kind of now a lot of things are making more sense. But if we're gonna have a real conversation about men and women in today's society and marriage in today's society, we have to get into specific details.
And this is my problem. Hafeez, all this energy that you got, bro, you need to be directing that at the Chads. You need to be directing that at the top 20%, the top 1% that you're saying you're turning men into. Those are the guys who are fucking these bitches hard and leaving them wet. So like he's got all this energy I think that he's got all this energy for, you know, maybe guys in his comment section with red vitamin rage and whatnot. But let's keep it a buck, bro. The guys that are really out here doing the most damage, quote unquote damage, to the women, which the women are choosing them and whatnot. I don't even see it as the guys are doing damage to the women. I see it as the women are choosing the fuck up. That's really what's happening. Those are the guys that you need to be directing all this energy to, because the rich guys, the taller guys, the guys who are more generally attractive, who line up with, you know, the things that women say that they desire, those are the guys who are running through these hoes, bro. So he's got a lot of energy for red vitamin guys who, you know, may or may not be getting hoes. But in all actuality, it's like, bruh, your energy but you want to surround yourself with men who are in the top 1%. Well, those guys, they're fucking bitches, you know, hard and leaving them wet. So I'm trying to really see, you know, where his animosity is coming from. And you know, it's not making that much sense. Tesla says Tino's. Oh no, I read that one. Key says, Zoe, what subject made you go to office hours every day? Okay,
So
y'all
the point
talking
of the
about college in
conversation
this bitch.
and understand the
Mhm.
nuance to each issue.
Mhm.
So if you want to get into men getting a bad deal in marriage,
Mhm.
we can talk about
Mhm.
that specific issue. But I
Mhm.
think sometimes it's very easy to be able to stay in our echo chambers, in our silos, and share these ideas without having them fleshed out to somebody who can give us some pushback.
But I just think like you're missing the point. Like the point is that the laws don't favor men today. Like the point is it 50% or 40%? That's not the point. The point is that like right now it's a contract that women are paid to leave. And so if that's the way the laws are set up,
Facts.
I understand why men are walking away. Like I understand why they wouldn't push marriage.
So here's the deal.
Mhm.
So let's play your game. I love to play your game.
I'm not trying to like.
It's not. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm playing. I'm having fun.
Okay.
Don't wait till you're content
Okay.
creator.
See, this is how he's like, I guess, trying to soften the blows of what he's saying. It's almost like you say something, oh, respectfully, you're a dumb bitch. And I'm not saying he's going that hard, but it's just like, oh, we're just having fun. Oh, and he's like trying to come down on her hard because he's got a hard on for the red vitamin. Hafeez definitely has a hard on for the red vitamin, and he can't stand you niggas. that's what I've come to the conclusion. He can't stand you niggas. He can't stand you black pill niggas. He can't stand you red pill niggas. He can't stand you purple pill niggas. If you're not blue pill, he can't stand your monkey ass, man. He can't stand you. Wolf and Sheep says, I graduated with a degree and never used it once. It was a bio degree. Well, you should have became a doctor then, bro.
Guys, we're having fun. This is content. We have lights, we have people here. We're having a good time.
Yeah.
Don't take anything personal.
Yeah.
Some of the pepper soup might be too spicy. We're just having fun.
No, I
here,
know.
okay?
I know. Go
We're having
ahead.
fun.
Go ahead.
Cool. So let's play your game.
Okay.
Let's say the system is all the way effed up.
Yeah.
Men are getting screwed left and right. What do we do now?
I think you change the laws. Like honestly, I'd like to run for an office someday. I'd like to actually try to change the laws.
I love what you just said.
Yeah.
I love what you just said. My question to you, you're very smart. When we said we should change the laws,
Yeah.
how many people are getting into law? How many people are doing content to be able to change the law?
Well, there's a lot of men who are getting into law. And the thing is, bro, this is what Hafeez doesn't understand. He wants content creators to go from content creators to political figures. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You can't make this type of content and then be elected for public office. You can't. You can't. You can't even, I mean, you can't even curse online unless you're a woman and be elected for public office. Okay? See, the women, they have that ability to be able to make mistakes in their past. I mean, AOC was a bartender. You got Christy Mack, I believe, who is a senator in Rhode Island, and she was twerking on TikTok and whatnot with her big old fat ass. So, like, you can't, the things that these women are able to do and then run for political office, a man can't do. You can't discuss these ideas. You can't discuss red vitamin content. Dude, and I'm not saying that Jordan Peterson couldn't run for office. I don't know if he's American citizen or not. I think he's from Canada, actually, so he couldn't run for American office. But I'm not saying that he couldn't win an election or, be the mayor of some city and whatnot. But he's one of the more refined guys. There is very few guys who could actually run for political office and their past content would not be held against them. Now, the red vitamin is to enlighten men. So maybe the reality is like what's happening. He wants red vitamin content creators to get politically active, take action to change the situation and take action to change the situation and stop complaining online and go out there and take action and whatnot. This is what he wants people to do. But what he doesn't understand is that there are professionals who watch our content. There are lawyers who watch our content. There are people in the medical field who watch our content. There are, people in political office who watch the content, and they are being awakened because of their own experiences. And then that might inspire them to change laws and them to actively work. So like Tupac said, I may not change the world, but I'll inspire the next. And I'm not a huge fan of Tupac. I mean, I enjoy his music, but like as far as his personal escapades, I'm not really big on. But I can acknowledge when a nigga say some shit that went off. And he said, I may not change the world, but I'll spark the mind that changes the world. So what you have to understand is red vitamin content creators are sparking the minds of men who are in positions of power who can change the world. Now he's going to go in on, oh, well, who do you think is actively changing or trying to change the world or trying to change the laws and whatnot? So I have an answer for that as well.
I love what you just said. My question to you, you're
Uh-huh.
very smart. When we said we should change the laws,
Yeah.
how many people are getting into law? How many people are doing content to be able to change the laws, or versus how many people are doing content simply complaining about the laws?
Okay. So he wants her to name content creators who are talking about the law and changing of the laws. Let's listen.
In your personal opinion, all feelings, no facts. Shout out to Andrew Schultz.
What percent of people are actually trying to change the laws?
Versus people complaining about the laws. All feelings, no facts. No, there's no
All
analytics.
feelings.
There's
Yeah,
no logical
I
data
know.
for this.
I know.
Okay, so guys who are maybe in the position to change the law, he's literally overlooking the lead attorney, who's also in Atlanta, which I think Hafeez is still in Atlanta. He completely overlooked the lead attorney. Shout out to the lead attorney. But the lead attorney is talking about these legal situations every day. The lead attorney is talking about how you can be a better man, and he's also talking about what the law is. So first you have to understand the law in order to be able to change it. And the lead attorney is helping young men, older men even, and even women understand the law. So that's the first step. And I think the lead attorney is a great resource for people to go to and listen to. And also, Fresh and Fit also had some married attorneys who I met the guy. I forgot his name though. But Alpha Zoe knows him. But they have attorneys on their show speaking about the law. So don't act like, why the fuck is he acting like men in the red vitamin space are not trying to help other men? I mean, yeah, you could say, okay, some niggas are just 100% in it for the money, maybe. But at the end of the day, you can't convince me that, oh, it's just 100% about the money. That's why I don't like when he says, oh, well, it's not about the money at all for me. We know that's bullshit because every link in your description box has a paywall over it. So it's just like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? I would respect it more if you say, yeah, man, I'm trying to make a buck off these niggas. Yeah, I grew my platform on red vitamin niggas, but fuck them niggas now. They pay my bills, but fuck them niggas. Okay. Alpha Zoe said, control your emotions and don't let nobody trick you out your throne. It ain't worth it. But we all live and learn. Yep. Reclaim your throne, guys. Quarantino Bubble says, college debt relief is coming. Y'all ready to pay for these people's art degrees? On God. This is back and forth. He says, Alpha, what are you doing in your profile pic? I can't see it well. Okay. Alpha Zoe says, use your business degree to start and run a business for work for a big work for a big company. Learn all the secrets of how they operate, then start your own corporate thugging. Facts. Key says it's college office hours actually every day too much. I don't think so.
I don't know. I've met a lot of men's rights activists. They actually have have you ever talked to that community at all?
Yeah, of course. I've seen the Red Pill documentary.
No,
familiar with...
not even that. Like they have whole groups. I don't know. Like that's my.
You couldn't take. You're a smart woman. You have no educated guess in the world.
I don't
The lead attorney.
think you're gonna like my answer.
It's
And
not-
that's-
it's not-
no,
it's
I know.
feelings, no
I
facts.
said,
I
I
got
feel
feelings.
like there really aren't that many content creators in the red pill space. Like
Facts. The red vitamin space online is fringe. It's like on the offskirts of YouTube. Like red vitamin content on YouTube is like 0.00001%. But because Hafeez, had red vitamin rage and he was looking into all the red vitamin content creators at one time and they were in his YouTube feed and they were looping in his feed. Now I think he has situational bias where he thinks there's just a plethora of red vitamin content creators out there when in all actuality, I mean, the major red vitamin content creators, you could count them on your hands and feet.
I think it's a generally small space on YouTube. So if I had to guess, there's probably more lawyers trying to change the laws.
Okay. So
or like lawyers that like defend men and that sort of thing.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. There's more lawyers.
Yep.
Yeah.
My biggest thing is, let's say the laws are broken. I'm about solutions.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, if you truly believe, if you're like, man, the system is broken, then the system got broken because somebody broke it. So you're saying that before the system was working. Is that safe to say? Was the system working before?
Before.
So just because you say the system is broken doesn't mean that it was always fixed. Okay. Like people are saying, oh, the system is broken now, but you could you have a better argument saying the system was broken in the 60s or in the 50s than saying the system is broken now. So it's that saying the system is broken is all about perspective, really, because yes, the system did not work in favor of women back in the day. Even in the UK, I think there was this thing where if the woman left her man, she wouldn't be able to keep the child. And I think that law got changed in the 50s, maybe the 60s, something like that. But even in the US, the system, quote unquote, favored men. Okay. And I mean, it's arguable because, like I said, throughout all of civilization, women have lived the most comfortable, easier lives if you want to compare the genders. But overall, the system had flaws initially. So that doesn't mean that it used to be fixed, now it's broken. It means that, you know, it heavily favored men, now it heavily favors women. How can we come to a middle ground?
Yeah, but I'd say before no fault divorce, it was more fair.
Okay.
It was more fair.
So
yeah.
so the system, so in
And birth control. I think birth control.
So
is like
so
the root of all evil.
was it working? Was the system working?
Yes, more. It was more fair before, I would say.
Okay, so she said it was working before.
I said it was more fair.
Was it working? If it's broken now, it must have been working before.
Yeah, it would.
See, I think that's a fallacy. That's just not a good representation of this argument. Oh, if it's broken now, then it used to be fixed. Like, nah, that ain't it.
Or was it always broken?
It would seem like that. Yes.
I'm asking you the right question. Was it broken? If you're telling me right now it's broken, those are your words. You said it's
a lot of jump cuts.
The system is broken right now. So therefore, if the toy was broken today, does that mean the toy was not broken yesterday?
Well, because what I'm thinking is there's like multiple points that I would pinpoint that started to like cause the decline of relationships in the West. So it's like you could say no fault divorce, but like then I would also argue that birth control contributed. I would argue like that the beginning of feminism. I don't believe in like first wave, second wave, third wave. Like I think there's multiple things, but I would say before it was more fair. Does that make sense?
Okay, so we'll stay in your lane.
Yeah.
I love what you brought up because no fault divorce in 1970s changed everything.
Yeah.
I keep on forgetting the name of the birth control. Is it Envoy in 1950s? Forgot the name of the first birth control in 1950s. It changed the whole entire game, right? But you primarily said the system today is broken to not benefit men.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And so my argument is that if you had a community of guys who are investing all their money, all their energy, we're getting into law. We're supporting these people. We're putting these people on our platform. And we're putting these champions who are going to go into Congress and going to go into the local places.
That's a good idea. You should do that.
No, let's stop. Let's stop right here.
Yeah.
You said it was a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Why aren't those people doing it? Because you're the one who told me they believe the system is broken. That's what you told me. So therefore, if they believe it's broken,
like I explained earlier, they're sparking the minds of people who can actually change the system. Hafeez, you can't not everybody's gonna be a fucking Renaissance man. Like, you can't just expect every Red Vitamin content creator to get involved in politics, bro. Some people are not able. Some of these Red Vitamin content creators have felonies. Some of these Red Vitamin content creators can't even, don't even qualify to hold office. So if a guy is spreading a message and that message is contrary to the dominant society, the likelihood of him being elected into some type of political office is very low. He would have to hide his ideology, hide his ideas, and pretty much play politics and lie to the people, which you specifically say that you're against because you think that Red Vitamin content creators are lying to the people.
Why are they not doing everything in their power to fix the system?
Well, I think from their point of view, it's like it's more powerful for men to walk away because like women need an incentive for the laws.
I agree. The hoes will not learn unless their options dry up.
To change.
Okay. So
if men walk away from relationships, I mean, I could think of like 10 girls off the top of my head that are mad because they won't get a ring.
Okay. So here is the reality.
Yeah.
Do you really believe? Do you I'm talking about solutions here.
Yeah.
So you're saying the better solution is for men to walk away from relationships. That's a better solution.
Walk away from modern westernized women. I don't see anything wrong with that solution because you're still having a family. Like, I'm trying to figure out who specifically he's advocating for. Like, this nigga must have a sister who's having a hard time dealing with fuckboys or something. Because, like, I'm trying to figure out who he's advocating for because it's like, dog, you can literally find better women in different locations And when it comes to the MGTO dub shit, just because you're quote unquote going your own way doesn't mean that you're not gonna fuck with no bitches for the rest of your life. Going your own way literally means going your own way, whatever you deem as the best option for your life. So if that means going monk mode, then you're going to go monk mode. If that means being in a relationship, then you're going to be in a relationship. If that means, casual sex, then you're going to do casual sex. What fits your lifestyle? So I think it all comes down to individual personal choice. But as far as quote unquote walking away from relationships, most men don't want to walk away from relationships. They don't want to walk away from women. They want women who are going to be a complement to their life and not a burden. And what you'll find here is that in the red vitamin space, a lot of guys have realized that, oh shit, we're just not regulated to these Western women. We can go find women who are actually going to be a compliment. AlphaZo says, I learned plenty in business classes and also met future Wall Street execs, business owners, and a network of friends that I could work with or hire. Facts. Key says, so even when everything looks bad and down, I should still push forward when nobody believes in me. I guess you're talking about quitting school. Bro, just keep going. Just finish. It's not even that hard, honestly.
Losing for society.
No, that's not my point of view. I said I think that's a lot of their point of view.
But you know red pill more than I do. You're the one that teaching me earlier.
I'm saying that's their point of view.
Who's there?
Who's there? I would say that's like the MGTOW group.
Okay, the MGTOW.
Yeah, the MGTOW.
So do you believe that's a good solution?
Cyrus Cherry puts $10 on the super trap. He says, Black Conservative Perspective made a video about red vitamin guys. They shouldn't be lumped in with conservatives. A lot base their worth on money. What happens when that leaves? Is Sneeko still high value? I mean, the whole high value man is different from red vitamin. Like, you can be a high value man and not be red vitamin. Like I said, from my understanding, the red vitamin is a lifestyle, and I'm not afraid to say it's an ideology. It's a series of ideas and theories that are backed in biological truths, biological realities. So let's see. Let me just read that again. Yeah, I don't think that red vitamin guys should be lumped in with conservatives for sure. But I don't think that red vitamin bases their worth on money. I don't think so. Maybe the top content creators that you see, but I don't think overall that's what it's about, for sure. Key says, what the hell? My dog's tripping. Hold up. Key says, my degree is hard, bro. I'm an engineer student. I won't switch majors because there's nothing else I'd want to study. I get that. AlphaZo says, all you need is your faith, dedication, and think about those that supported you on your road to where you are right now. To be honest, all you need is C's to pass. Not that hard.
Do I believe that's a good solution? It could be. I don't know. I'm not claiming I have all the answers.
Of course you don't have all the answers. We're just talking.
So I have a couple solutions. So I have a couple ideas. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The first idea I have, I'm going to start a wife school.
I love it.
Yeah. So we're going to turn 304s into wives.
Let's stop.
That's my first idea.
Can we stop right there? Or
okay.
Do you want to go through all the ideas? No.
You asked me. I'll tell you.
I want to talk about that one. Don't forget that one. I want to talk to you about that.
Yeah. I got you. My second idea is I'd like to run for an office someday, because I feel like in order the laws to change for men, women have to do it. So, if this was Pearl's World, I'd get rid of birth control. I'd ban it, but that'll never happen.
A lot of men won't like that. A lot of the men, that's my guy right here. He said, hell no. He said, don't get rid of that, baby.
Okay, yeah. Getting rid of birth control is wild. That's different. That's different. I don't know why Pearl would want to get rid of birth control. I mean, you have condoms, so it's not like, that's not a contraceptive as well. I guess you could make an argument for getting rid of birth control because of what it does to female emotions and their body and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, I would like to see why she would want to get rid of birth control. Very interesting.
World, I'd ban birth control. I think that's the root of all evil. And I'd actually go for
okay, I get it. So birth control is the root of all evil. So birth control enabled women to have indiscriminate sex. Okay, I get that. But at the same time, it's like, bruh, you could wear a condom.
Further, I'd go further.
Go ahead.
But I'm kind of extreme.
Say it.
I don't think women should vote.
Huh?
So she said she doesn't think women should vote. Okay. I mean, wow. So like I said, like this is something that Pearl said. If Pearl runs for office in the future and somebody clips that and says, "Oh, I don't think women should vote," it's over. It's literally over. That's what I'm telling you. If you make red vitamin content, you cannot run for political office. They're literally going to clip that right there and say, "Oh, it's over. She doesn't want women to vote. She's a misogynist. It's over. It's over." Okay. As far as women voting, yeah, they vote with emotions. Yeah, they vote overall blue. I wouldn't say just take away the right to vote, but I think that we should be more educated on the individuals who we're voting for. But that's la la land. That'll never happen. Even you can educate somebody the most. Like I could tell you all the negative shit about your favorite political candidate. Like I mean, even so much information has come out about Hillary Clinton, and you got bitches still supporting Hillary Clinton. So it's not gonna happen.
Lord Jesus, keep on going.
Yeah,
No women, you can't vote. No birth control. Keep it going.
I know, because it's always freedom without responsibility. And
I
so,
love
like,
it.
the
Women
reason
should not
no,
vote.
but,
Pearly
but
said it herself.
I'll tell you why, though. I'll tell you why.
I'm not big on that though. I don't support that.
Because it's freedom without responsibility.
I love
And before women, like like I believe in consequences for your decision. So the men know if they vote someone batshit crazy into power, you guys get drafted. We don't. Women decide elections. We're 55% of the population. I think if we want to vote, equally draft us. Y'all want equality. And personally, I don't want to get drafted, so I'll be in the kitchen.
Yeah, so I mean, I do agree with that. Yeah, I don't agree that they shouldn't be able to vote, but I do agree that they need to be getting drafted if they're going to have the right to vote. I mean, I think that people who don't own property shouldn't vote either. So it's not even just based off of gender. I think if you don't have a stake in this country, then you shouldn't vote, point blank. That's how I feel.
She said, "Women, no voting." Let's go. I want more solutions. Keep it going, Pearly.
Yeah. This is my world. That'll never happen though.
Keep it going. I love this.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chancellor says women shouldn't vote, especially if they don't have a husband. Wow. Alphazo says medical field, law, politics, technology. R. Berry says Pearl's ideology has me suspicious. No woman today is this self-debasing. I think she's talked to a good amount of women, and she's kind of like turned off by what they're saying, especially when she speaks to sisters. And you would think that the sisters in the UK were different from the sisters here, but I mean, they might even be worse. From what I'm seeing, like at least I'm used to dealing with that ratchet shit with a bitch here. Like now it's like, oh, Shorty talking like she's Shorty speaking the King's English, but what's coming out her mouth is straight nut shit. Okay, that one is not relevant. Then Quarantino said, then only people who could vote would be rich people. That's a bad take. Nah, you don't have to be rich to own property. Quarantino Bubba says even higher middle class people cannot get a mortgage in today's world. I don't know about all that now. It's not that you can't get a mortgage, it's that they don't want to get a mortgage because of high interest rates. But I definitely think that you have to have some type of stake in the country. Maybe not the fact that you own property, but it's got to be something, bro. It's got to be something because it's like it's too many fucking nutty ass people voting. I'm gonna just tell you that right now. And then we got illegal immigrants voting too. It's all bad. R. Berry says, yeah, your take on only property holders being able to vote is too extreme. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think it's that hard to own property. Like you could get a cheap ass piece of land for less than $10,000 and now you're able to vote. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So
you want to start with wife school?
Let's start with wife school. Man, we've gotten so deep in the conversation. I'm really excited. I hope we have a lot of time today because I really want to dive into everything that you want to go to.
Yeah.
I'm being honest with you, bro. Here is my only criticism of female content creators such as yourself.
Okay.
And y'all know we're very critical of female content creators as well. So let's listen up.
If I'm being 100% honest with you, I don't want to ever say anything behind your back.
Quarantino Bubble says we still have women who own property who are nuts and they're voting. It wouldn't help. Like I said, I don't think it should be based off of gender. I think it should be based off of your stake into this company. So matter of fact, I'll say, how about this? In order to vote, you have to have a valid ID Doesn't have to be a driver's license, but it has to be a valid ID. I would say no felonies. Okay. No felony record. I would say, are up to date on, even though I'm not big on Uncle Sam, but are up to date on your tax returns. You got to have some type of stake. I don't like the idea that people who don't pay taxes are voting. That idea is that kind of irks me. So, and we know it's a whole bunch of welfare queens who are not paying taxes, but who are benefiting from the tax system, and they're voting.
Which I won't say to your face. I feel like you guys are pandering. I feel like you guys are pandering to a certain community of men who freaking like it's Pornhub, OnlyFans, red pill female content creators are all that gets them going. Gets them excited, right?
No, bro. I mean, I get his frustration with red vitamin female content creators, because I have a frustration with red vitamin female content creators, and it's not so much about them being a woman. I think it's about their growth. It kind of gets on my damn nerves that that they grow so fucking fast, and there are men in this space who have been doing it way longer. So that's a critique of, and it's not just Pearl, it's just female content creators in general, which she understands that being a woman gives her an advantage. As a matter of fact, we discussed it when I interviewed Pearl back when she had like 10, 15,000 subscribers or something like that. So I think that, their growth is, I'm not going to say it's an issue, but it's something that is extremely unfair, because the women, even though, she's been taken off of TikTok and whatnot, on YouTube, you have more leeway to speak your mind. The thing that the redeeming quality about Pearl is that she puts people on. She collabs with other guys. She put on, I'm not going to say she put on King Riches, because he was doing his thing before, but she definitely threw him on her channel, let him use her studio, helped him grow. Okay. And I respect that. If she was hoarding, if she was hogging the pie like Ali Drummond does, she doesn't collab with other red vitamin content creators that have less clout than her. She doesn't like bring up guys in the space, where Pearl, she'll actually bring guys up in the space. I think that other African nigga that she had on her shit, I'm not gonna say she brought him up, but she definitely gives him a space on her platform. So I think Pearl sharing the space is a redeeming quality that makes me want to invite her into the red vitamin space with open arms, because she actually brings on men and other male content creators on her podcast. So that, I think that really differentiates herself. Let's see. Alphazo says Pearl is actually more aware than you think. Quarantino Bubbles says we still have women who own property who are nuts and they're voting. Okay, I addressed that. He said, then why is Bezos voting? He barely pays shit, but he filed his taxes. I'm not saying you have to pay an exorbitant amount of taxes. I'm saying just have a recent tax return. Jeff Bezos uses the tax code to avoid paying taxes. He uses tax loopholes, and I'm pretty sure he has some really good CPAs to avoid taxes, like making charitable donations to certain foundations. Maybe these are foundations that he might have a financial stake in, who knows, but making donations, owning property, you get to depreciate 27.5% of the value of your property after your taxes. So even being a business owner, you get to write off a lot of those business expenses. So I don't have a problem with Jeff Bezos barely paying taxes per se, in the sense of, him abiding by the law. My thing is file a tax return, at least have a up-to-date current tax return filed. I'm not saying you have to necessarily quote unquote pay those taxes. Alphazo says Bezos pays who he wants in office. Yeah, that's also true. Alphazo says women get attention solely for existence. Anything they do, people will support. There is a female content creator who talks about guns, and she exploded in a few years. In every thumbnail, her ass is poking out. Yeah. I totally agree. AlphaZo says female gamers get hundreds and thousands in super chat just for showing their face and sometimes playing in a bra. Yeah, and they be sucking too. They suck. Cyrus Cherry says there are plenty of reformed felons and many lunatics that vote. They haven't been caught. Yeah. And, you know, I think that if you do have a felony and I think there's like a 7-year period where you can get that expunged if you stay out of legal trouble. If I'm not mistaken, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there is some way to get that shit wiped off. I'm not completely sure, but I know you can get a misdemeanor expunged after 7 years, but I'm not sure about the felony. But yeah, if you're reformed, then I don't have an issue with it either. R. Berry says, think parts of the red vitamin goes too far. When I hear guys like AMS say that they'll be playing the field their entire life, I just shake my head. I mean, what's wrong with him playing the field for his entire life? Like, some people don't want kids. Some people don't want a family. So what's the issue with him playing the field? I'm just curious.
So I
really on the same OnlyFans?
No, I didn't say no.
Yeah, see, he's saying that men consume female red vitamin content creators like they consume the Hub and OF, and I totally disagree. There's so many guys who won't subscribe to Pearl just because she's a female, and there's so many guys who will subscribe to Pearl just because she's a female. So, and there's plenty of guys who think Pearl is a chameleon. And, you know, we break down different chameleons on this page and on this channel as well. So I wouldn't liken them to adult entertainers. What Pearl does is a respectable profession. It's a respectable endeavor.
Okay, I'm slightly below it. Oh, wow. Thank God.
You can't compete with them. I'm sorry.
Oh,
You can't compete with them.
Okay. So wait. So the OnlyFans,
the Pornhub is number
that's
one.
a 10. Like I'm like 1 to like
yes,
and then where do the OnlyFans?
Depending on what she's doing on OnlyFans, it can go from anywhere from 9.5 to 8.
Okay, so let's do 8. So then where do we fall?
I would say the men love your content so much it'd probably be about 7.
A 7?
Yeah,
okay.
About a 7.
Okay.
No. I mean, yes, men love female content creators for sure, but it's not like Pearl is like dressing to get attention. As a matter of fact, I think she does the opposite. I mean, she has a sweater on right now. I think it's like a sweater dress. I mean, it's not showing cleavage. It's not like it's like super short. She's crossing her legs. I mean, dude, like you can't liken OF and the Hub to a female podcaster unless she's talking about like these what's that call her daddy, unless she's talking that type of shit, or Angela Yee's lip service. Let's see. House of Lamar says, I think that Femme Sapien girl is a chameleon. Yeah, no, for sure.
So you said pandering, so you think I don't actually believe any of this?
No.
Because that's when I hear pandering, I look that up because people say that a lot.
Yeah.
And it basically means you just say things because you don't believe it and you just want that.
So if I want to clarify, I said if I said, because memory's a bad recollection at that time. If I said you are pandering, I was wrong.
Okay.
I feel like at times content creators, I didn't say you.
Okay.
Content creators like those pander.
Well, there's only a couple in the red pill space that are women. I would say.
So it's not about red pill though.
Yeah. No. Okay.
So to me, let me give you an example. Okay. I genuinely believe that there is a lot of nuance to your ideas. I genuinely do not believe you share all your nuance online. I genuinely believe you're an extremely smart content creator. I genuinely believe you understand what gets clicks, views, X, Y, and Z. I genuinely believe that you're an individual who's very calculating what you say and what you do. So therefore,
I was coached by you.
Listen, that's why it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart.
It breaks your heart.
It really does. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Why?
Because first we had a session. You weren't coached by me.
I know.
We had a session.
Yeah. So she paid the $300 for 30 minutes. R. Barry says, I think you should be selective with who you get in a relationship with, but swearing off relationships entirely is too much. I want to die with family and loved ones around me, not sugar babies. I totally get that. But I'm pretty sure AMS is in multiple relationships. And to say that those women don't necessarily care about him, You know, I don't know his situation, but I'm sure that they love the hell out of him, you know, and if something were to happen to him, they would be around. I think he's trying to make a reference to the way that Kevin Samuels died, but from my understanding, Kevin Samuels, I mean, him and that girl, I'm not gonna say they were gonna like take it all the way, but I mean, they mutually fucked with each other, and there was an attraction there, and he spent his last hours with a bad bitch, you know. I'm not really mad at that. And at the end of the day, you never know how you're gonna die. So you're saying, oh, I want to die with family around me. You're kind of painting this picture as if you're gonna be like on your deathbed with like a terminal illness or something, not even just an illness, but just like dying of old age, and then you're going to have your family around you praying for you to go to heaven and holding your hand while you're dying. And my nigga, you could die in a car accident driving alone, and your family's not going to be around. So as long as the people that you care about and that care about you show up to your funeral, then, you know, and you have your affairs in order, that's all you can really ask for. But I definitely support having children. I definitely support family. And I'm not against marriage in, you know, well, I'm against signing them documents for sure, but I'm not against, you know, taking one woman and starting a family with her. You know, I'm not against that. Like I told you guys, I'm purple vitamin. Cyrus Cherry said, I think a sugar baby relationship is fine. A lot of men work just to support their family. When they lose their job, sometimes the women leave with the kids. Yeah, most times they leave with the kids. Yeah, I mean, shit. It is what it is, man.
Can't put my stamp on that.
Hafeez, I'm kidding.
I can't put my stamp on that. We having fun. We just having fun, all right? So
see, we having fun.
My belief is
I find it very patronizing.
That deep down inside, I feel like you're a woman. How in the world do you believe everything a man believes? You should have nuanced positions. That's the beauty of the masculine and feminine. There's similarities and there's differences. So when I hear a logical woman, I definitely expect to hear her to communicate things that the logical male and female understands. But I also expect, because she's a feminine individual, and you believe men and women are different. So therefore, if men and women are different and both of them are communicating their ideas, there's going to be differences and nuances to their ideas. And so therefore, whenever I see, not saying you, remember I told you this, I don't watch a lot of content, so I don't know it. But whenever I see those pro male, female content creators, and I see like they always have the same male talking points, and there's no uniquely feminine talking points that men won't agree with, but she stands in that because she is a woman and her ideas are different. Sometimes I wonder, is this person fully communicating how they feel, or are they at times pandering because they understand that by communicating this way to this audience, I'm able to do better. Not saying you're doing so. I don't want you to get mad at me, bro. I don't know your intention. I don't know you. I'm just communicating. So when you brought up do you want to respond to that? I was leading to the wife school point.
Oh, to the wife school.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that I think it's more having like a father presence in our lives, most of us.
What about your
mom? What do you mean? What about my mom?
Do you have a motherly presence as well?
Yeah, I do. Shout out Jen.
You calling your mom by your first name? What are you doing, girl?
Yeah, shout out Jen.
Respect. That's a white girl stuff. Boy, call mama Jen. Girl, what the heck?
No. I mean, it's like I don't know. It's funny.
I mean, imagine if she said, "Oh, that's that nigga shit." Like, you know, I get the joke. I get the joke. I think it was, I'm not going to say it wasn't funny, but imagine if she said, oh, well, I don't know. What's some shit? I don't fucking know. Anyways, if he would have said something and she was like, oh, well, that's some black shit. Like, I don't like how black people so easily weaponize race when they wouldn't want that shit done back to them. I don't like that. I find that distasteful.
Because I would say naturally, if I take a personality test, it says I'm very left. It says I'm very liberal. So a lot of people think I'm more like left when they first meet me. But like my dad was just always there to like dispel everything. He doesn't believe in the voting thing though. He thinks I took that too far.
Shut up, Pop. And I'm not picking on you. Let me.
And for the record, I don't believe in that either. I don't believe that women shouldn't be able to vote. I believe that they make bad decisions when they do vote, but I don't believe they should be stripped of that right.
You made the wife school. I truly believe women like you. This is why I wanted to talk to you. I wanted to say this to you personally. I don't want to do doctor. I want to say it to you personally because I think it's great content. Women like you have the power to change everything. You made a point in this. You said you believe women can make a change. I truly believe.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way that it's going to change with women. I mean, men could change the laws all they want, but look at men. Look at what men did when Roe v. Wade was overturned. Even though there were women on the Supreme Court as well, Roe v. Wade was overturned. What did the women do? Oh, well, men can't, decide what a woman does with her body. So any decision that a man makes, the woman is going to go against it purely because he's a man.
You are so correct. Women such as yourself, wield so much power to make a true, lasting change in this society. Women such as yourself have so much power and ability to make a true, lasting change in this world.
Yeah, I agree.
And so, to me, my biggest thing is that
another jump cut.
Want women such as yourself living out your full potential and your full skill sets to be able to truly transform the world. And so, to me, when you made the wife school reference, I was like, man, I'm glad you went there.
Yeah.
Because the first reason it was, are you married?
No. So that's why I need wife school. That's why I'm putting it together.
No. Let me look.
Okay, so let's address that. He asked her, is she married? Which is a great question. Okay. Shout out to Hafeez for this question. So, yes, it is definitely a conflict of interest for a woman giving relationship advice, which Pearl says she doesn't really give relationship advice. She kind of is an observer and gives her opinion. So I'll give her that. But the thing that's going to make it difficult for Pearl to get married. Okay. For one, from my understanding, I'm not going to say she's not interested in white men, but from my understanding, she's more interested in black men. I mean, just look at the people that she brings on her channel. So that's going to be a difficulty in and of itself because we all know the data when it comes to interracial relationships. And I'm not against interracial relationships. As a matter of fact, I am in an interracial relationship right now. Okay, so that might be difficult. I'm just saying like what might be working against her to get quote unquote married. For two, she's not willing to share a high value man. I had a discussion with Pearl on my podcast and she said that she wasn't willing to share a high value man, which, I get it. It's her prerogative. But for her to be able to get a guy who makes more money than her is going to be very difficult, especially since she got 500K subscribers. Okay. I mean, let's just go to the Social Blade. The Social Blade is not 100% accurate. I do want to make that clear. Social Blade is not 100% accurate, but let's see. Pearl has, oh God, Jesus Christ. So Pearl has 517K subscribers. According to Social, and she has one of the highest grades on Social Blade, an A-, which is pretty fucking good. Her subscriber count has gone up 140K in the past 30 days, which is absolutely outstanding. Her estimated monthly earnings is between $17,000 to $276,000 a month. Her estimated annual earnings are $207,000 to $3.3 million a year. Those are staggering statistics. I've been in this YouTube game since 2008, I would say. My nigga, none of my channels have surpassed 10K. And I mean, from my own perspective, I'm a really good content creator. I'm well-rounded. I'm funny. I speak about multiple different topics. I got my fitness on point. Got my skincare on point. So yeah, this is another issue that it's not a specific issue with Pearl. Don't get me wrong. It's an issue with the YouTube algorithm and the way that they allow certain content creators to blow up and the way that they stifle other content creators. That's my main issue with that. AlphaZo says she's also tall and very basic for a snow bunny guy who date IR wants somewhat features that stand out. yeah, so that's another thing that I was gonna say. She is a taller woman. She has like a antebellum look to me. She has more of like that antebellum look. She wears those type of dresses. She kind of dresses like, you know, a 50s housewife, which is fine. But I think that is going to be ultimately, it's going to make it difficult, you know, to find. I don't know what she's looking for specifically, but I'm just saying, as far as like marriage goes, dating IR is going to be a hindrance. The height is going to be a hindrance because now, who she's going to have to deal with a guy who's her height or a little bit taller. Then there's another thing where she's making that type of money. So she's going to have to look for guys who make that type of money. And I'm not trying to specifically necessarily judge Pearl's looks, but they're looking for, like, I'm not going to say the Instagram model looking type, but they're looking for, I'm going to say they're looking for like 8s, 9s, and 10s for sure. Alphazo says she's not ugly, but very vanilla, and she's unwilling to share a man. Yeah, I think that's going to be her main hindrance. R. Barry says, I'm 27, got married 4 months ago. Didn't mean to offend you. The culture I'm from is very family oriented. Well, I hope you got a prenup, bro. I hope you signed a prenup, R. Barry. Don't be like Hafeez. Sign that damn prenup, bro.
Yeah.
If you really want to help women, I can tell you exactly what to do that will be able to help women. Here's the reality. When it comes to male content, this is not important. They actually think this is a sign of weakness, but this is not important. They don't give a dang if you're married or not.
So he said being married is a sign of weakness. I don't think any man thinks being married to a woman is a sign of weakness. I think if you do it wrong, it's a sign of weakness, like the way that you did it, not getting a permit or a prenup is definitely a sign of weakness. Because it shows that you went with the trust narrative. Oh, you don't trust me? You don't trust me, Hafeez? You don't trust me? Like, I think that's a sign of weakness. I don't know anybody who says marriage is a sign of weakness, especially if you got, the family, the kids, the white picket fence. Nobody's shaming guys for being married. I'm trying to figure out where he's getting that from.
Men don't care. All men care is, can you have sex? Can you get laid? If you are a man and you can show and prove to people that you can have sex.
Well, I mean, if you're married, we know there's a lot of sexless marriages out there, but if you're married, that kind of shows that not only can you get a woman, you can retain a woman, and you're probably having sex, especially if you had kids.
Other women, other men will respect you. I'm not making the rules. That is what happens in male content. So male content creators don't have to be married for other men to respect them.
Well, that is true. The male content creators don't have to be married for other men to respect them. The bare minimum is being able to get bitches. Okay. We see Lucario is a male content creator. He is married, but we don't respect his marriage because it's an open marriage. You see Donovan Sharp, he has his girl, and they're not married. I don't know, but I don't think they are. He says that they're not married, but people respect their union. Okay, obviously there are guys online who make jokes about them and whatnot and talk crap, but overall people respect their union. I'm trying to figure out who else is in a relationship in the Red Vitamin, like who's in a monogamous relationship. It'll come to mind. Oh, Rolo Tomasi, he's married. The critics disrespect him. Okay, the critics are the ones who are going to disrespect him. It's not necessarily the Red Vitamin community. As a matter of fact, I think his following respects the fact that he's married and respects the fact that he was able to keep his marriage going for so long. So I don't think it's much about, oh, we don't respect that you're married. No, it's how you do it. And people are definitely looking side-eyed at you, Hafeez, because you know all this information and you didn't get a prenup when you got married. And it's like, bro, if you lose half of your shit, even though he said he doesn't care about money, let's not even say he lose half of it. Let's just say she takes it all. Let's say she's able to take it all because he didn't sign a prenup, and she's able to tout emotional abuse and he's too controlling and he moves his hands too much when he talks and it's threatening. Let's just say she comes up with those basic excuses. And I'm not wishing anything on the marriage per se, but I'm just saying, let's just say that she comes up with those excuses. We're going to be looking at you sideways, bruh, because you're going to be coming back to your following and say, hey, hit my GoFundMe because this bitch took everything. Not calling your wife a bitch, but I'm just saying in general, this bitch took everything. Okay. So it's like, bruh, I think that was a misstep. I think that was a miscalculation. Even in the podcast on Valuetainment, he said, well, I'm only getting married once. So why are you only getting married once? Because you understand the statistics that if you get divorced, there's a 72% chance that you're going to fail in your second marriage. That's why he's only getting married once. And he wants to deny the data he can deny the data all that he can, but it doesn't change the fact that is the reality and it's true. That's good. All right, let's see. Cyrus Cherry says, I think diversity is actually holding you back. You got this pop channel, the news channel, and the Communita channel. All three of your channels could be done by 3 different people. I don't really know. I would need some more context to what you mean by holding me back. Are you saying I should drop one of my channels? I'm trying to figure out what you mean, Cyrus, but I do respect your opinion. So just let me know what you mean. Clarify.
If they show some receipts, they show girls on yachts, they show girls on parties, they show whatever it may be, other guys will respect them and listen to them because that is the litmus test for success in men. Not my rules is what's going on in today's world. Women is different. Women respect this. Women listen to this. When you're able to be like, yo.
If you think women listen to married women who are telling women to get married, you got to be out your fucking mind.
You women, you can either be like this, like me, or be like the streets.
Yeah.
When you're able to do stuff like that.
You're not familiar with my content. I don't really give advice. But okay,
I know, but
go ahead.
You said wife school.
Yeah, but it's not taught by me.
Huh?
It's not taught by me.
Who's going to build a wife school?
Yeah, I'll put, see if you let me give the elevator.
Go ahead,
before you critique the idea.
Please.
So that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, you know what we should do? We should bring in like wives from around the world that actually are married and are actually in those positions. And you could like go through different classes for like how to dress like a wife, how to cook like a wife, how to clean like a wife, like all the things that like wives have. And that's what I was thinking. I was like, well, I can't teach it. I'm not a wife. And I was like, but I'm like really good at bringing people together. And I wouldn't ask someone to do something that I'm not willing to do.
I love it.
Yeah.
So here's what I was going to, because you're actually saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Literally what you described is one of my ideas.
Yeah.
You called it wife school. I called it Wife Academy.
Okay.
And it'll be an amazing show. I actually gave it to somebody. This is a free game. I gave this.
Shout out to Fallout 91. He says, you can't stay, but I figured I'd show my love for you and like. Thanks, bro.
Somebody, but you said it already. I'm gonna go ahead and give it to the people. Wife Academy would be a podcast where a woman who's married brings in other women who's married and talks to them about what does it mean to be a wife. Because the school is cool. But the school, how many people can be in the school? 100, 200, 300, 1,000 is limited. But
well, it would be filmed, so it's like
I love it.
Yeah,
so let's say it's gonna be filmed.
Unless those women have nothing but good things to say about their husbands, then I don't know if that's going to be a good idea. Like if they're over here airing out their grievances with their husbands, I don't think that's a good recipe.
So in this Wife Academy, the fundamental challenge is if you were going to start the Wife Academy, the people want to know, did it work for you? That's the challenge with the women, because you are the face.
Yeah,
you are the face.
That's the whole that's like the whole idea is like I'd be going through wife school and I'd be giving feedback each round. So I'd be like, all right, I'll try this week, I'll try that, So it's like
I love it.
So
because it reminds me of Anna Bay, School of Affluence.
Yeah,
familiar with her?
No, I don't know what that is.
So it's Anna Bay, School of Affluence. She was she created a very popular YouTube channel for women, teaching women how to be affluent, how to marry men in high society, this, that, and the third.
Yeah.
So her information was, like you said,
okay, so he mentioned a content creator. I guarantee this woman is like giving sugar baby gold digger advice when he's talking about, oh, she teaches women how to get married in high society. This is gold digger advice.
Teach women how to be affluent, how to marry men in high society. She was she created a very popular YouTube channel for women.
Hold on, who did he say again?
This week I'll try that. So it's like
I love it.
So
because it reminds me of Anna Bay, School.
Anna Bay, I guess. Anna Bay, YouTube. Anna Bay. I'm trying to find out who that is. Okay, so white girl. 10 posing tricks. So let's look. So this is a white woman. She has 1.4 million subscribers. Let's look at her social blade. Okay, so let me see. I don't think that was the right one. Okay, Anna Bay with an E. All right. So let's go to her social blade. So Pearl actually has better analytics than Anna Bay. Pearl actually has way better analytics than Anna Bay, even though she has more subscribers. 7 flagrant things elegant ladies never do driving. 10 things that cheapen your look. So she's talking about lip fillers. 10 things elegant ladies never do in the summer. I don't know if she's married or not, but I guess since Hafeez mentioned her, I guess that means that she probably is. So she also put how men try to manipulate you, and she used the Tinder swindler. I wonder if she'll make a video about how women try and manipulate men. Rich secrets. So it looks like a lot of vanity, which Hafeez was saying he doesn't care about money, but literally every video that she's putting out is about vanity. 10 ways to look expensive on a budget in fall. 7 signs he's a low value man. So she's basically doing, a whole bunch of different things. Not necessarily like, oh, how to get a rich man, 10 cliches cheap men love saying. Okay, let's check this one out. Hold on. I'm gonna have to switch where I don't have ads. Let's see what she's saying. I think I've actually seen one of her videos and broke it down, but Hafeez is basically co-signing her. Let's see what she says.
Ladies, if you hear this from your man.
Oh, she literally has lip fillers, but she was saying lip fillers cheapen your looks, but she has lip fillers. The way you could tell she has lip fillers is that this side of her lip is smaller than this side.
Run. Because the chances are high that this cheapskate or / freeloader is just here for his own benefit. My dear elegant ladies, welcome back to another video. Ladies, things that you can tell strong masculine men. I love men who look after their women and treat their woman like a goddess.
I've seen this video before.
There is nothing more attractive than when a man steps into his masculinity and really looks after his woman like a true gentleman. Ah, that's what I love.
My ex-girlfriend only used me for my money.
Well, then you know how it feels for us women when men only use us for sex without committing to us and without...
Well, who's giving up the sex? If you give your pussy away without commitment, whose fault is that? So that's not the man's fault. Cyrus Cherry says, okay. Fallout says, oh, okay, I read that one. Cyrus Cherry says, I'm saying YouTube can't figure you out. You read Vitamin, but not exactly politically. I've seen other channels like Black Gen Z Mindset blow up. I think the higher ups don't want you known at all. I mean, but if I 100% commit to Black Gen Z, then I won't. I think diversity actually helps me, because if something does happen to Black Gen Z, which, I mean, if you saw my analytics, you'd be like, Jesus Christ, like they literally have throttled your channel. It is what it is. And, I was making Red Vitamin content before I even started Black Gen Z. And the thing about Black Gen Z is that's more of a passion project for me. People say, oh, well, nobody's talking about the issues in the Black community and giving solutions and whatnot. So I'm highlighting what's going on in the community. And I love doing those videos, and I'm very interested in criminology. But I mean, every video on Black Gen Z is demonetized, and that's my highest subscriber count channel. So I'm pretty sure they would rather me make Red Vitamin content than the content on Black Gen Z. I guarantee.
Without ever taking full responsibility by providing for us like a true gentleman would do. Well, this is how we women feel used.
If I pay for today's date, will you pay the next?
What? Oh, if
So this is who Hafeez is co-signing. This is who Hafeez is co-signing. She's literally a fucking gold digger. What happened to 50-50? And me personally, this is coming from a guy who pays for damn near all the fucking dates. What happened to 50-50? What happened? Like, this is who Hafeez is co-signing, dog. This is wild. Bro, what's wrong with I take you on this date, I pay for it, you pay for the next? I don't see anything wrong with that.
if I have to pay for a date, there won't be a next.
I don't like materialistic women.
Well, I don't like cheap men. You see, women are gatherers from an
Okay. So stop there. Just because just because a man doesn't like a materialistic woman doesn't mean he's cheap. Frugality is not the same as being cheap. Okay? Frugality is an intellectual economic decision. It doesn't mean that he's cheap. It means that he wants to know exactly where every dollar goes. And he's more about saving than spending. Guys, this is the type of woman who will have you broke. And this woman is not married, bro. There's no fucking way.
evolutionary psychology take. Men are hunters, women are gatherers. This has been part of our genetic programming for millions of years. Now, men are being celebrated for being hunters, but women are continuously shamed by our society for having this instinct of wanting to own things. They call us materialistic.
Bro, what? Own things? No, y'all own things that don't matter. You own things that depreciate with value. Buying a Louis V bag is not it's not a smart investment. So, oh, well, women are shamed for wanting to own things. Dude, why the fuck did Hafeez name drop her and she's not even married? This is who Hafeez is learning his game from. This is crazy.
School of Affluence.
Yeah.
Familiar with her?
No, I don't know what that is.
So it's Anna Bay School of Affluence. She was she created a very popular YouTube channel for women, teaching women how to be affluent, how to marry men in high society, this, that, and the third.
Yeah.
So
How to marry men in high society, bro. I'm looking at so she do got a ring. Okay, I was finna say, I was like, bruh, is she even fucking married? Let me see who her husband is. Let's see if we can find her husband. Anna Bay's husband. So her husband name is Joseph Halit. All right, so let's see. Joseph Halit is a husband of modern elegance blogger Anna Bay. While she's mostly private when it comes to their relationship, there have been glimpses here and there of Joseph on Anna's social media. So just who is he? We have 5 facts below. So who is he? Joseph Halit was born, raised in Geneva, Switzerland. Let's see. The latter in the above information perfectly into our next fact, segues. He works at Audi Bank in Geneva and is the head of private banking. While he is very successful, he's not a millionaire despite his and his wife's luxurious lifestyle. So he's not a fucking millionaire. So who do you think has the power dynamics in this relationship? Come on, guys. In a rare Instagram post, Anna Bay, age 36, and I'll show you guys this post. Okay, that's not it. Here we go. So it looks like she actually might have taken this down. When was this article written? So this was June 14th. And when did they get married? I'm trying to see on her profile. It looks like she actually took that video or that picture down. Let's look at the ring. So yeah, I actually. So when did this video drop again? June 14th, and then she's not wearing her ring in May. Very suspicious. I'm looking through social media right now, guys. I don't see one picture of her man. Okay, I see. There we go. Did she tag him? Damn, she didn't tag him. So she says a rare glimpse of my husband and I've shared in an old YouTube video why I don't ever share him on my social media. Life is easier this way. Plus, he prefers having his anonymity. We'll see if from time to time I can show some pictures like this where you don't see up close. I'm gonna tell you right now, yo, this is hilarious. Dude, Hafeez is like, bro. Let me tell you something about Hafeez, bro, that he's not getting. The reason why her husband doesn't want to show his face is because he doesn't want to get called out by the bitches that he fucking. Let's keep it a buck. It's not about anonymity and da-da-da-da-da and all this bullshit. No, bro. It's about he doesn't want to get caught up with his hoes. So he has to take very ambiguous pictures with his wife so that he don't get caught up with his European bitches. Like, I can't believe she fell for this play. On Sunday, I will release a sit-down video on my YouTube channel about our lockdown wedding. I will share some pictures and answers many of your questions that you submitted in my stories. Don't miss out, ladies who are in a relationship. Do you know your partner on social media, or do you show your partner on social media? So, and then I'm seeing another picture where she used to smoke cigarettes. So she was definitely out here in these streets. And you know, she's okay looking. All right. I mean, she's okay looking. It is what it is. But she shows a very luxurious lifestyle on Instagram for sure. Let's see. With one of my dearest friends wearing baby blue. So it looks like she is, you know, she has successful guy friends, which is a red flag. Yeah, so just looking at her page, I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. I don't know about this one, Jack. I don't know about this one. They met being set up by a friend on a double date, okay? And they're literally kissing with mask on. So she has I don't want to get too deep in her situation. She breaks down how they met, their astrological signs, lockdown or shit. So she literally just met this nigga during the pandemonium. She don't even know this man like that and already got married. That's crazy. That's crazy. Anyways, Hafeez going and citing this woman who is pretty much teaching women how to be a gold digger.
Information was, like you said, very biographical. As Gary Vee says, document, don't create. I'm not there. I'm documenting the journey. And then eventually she gets married, gets all types of credibility. So you're 100% right. If you're going to go that route, where it's like, hey, guys, I'm not there yet. I need to learn. I need to grow. I need to improve. Here are these expert women. But the point that I was bringing up was that the true power in it, when you go bananas, is when you're like, yo, I went through wife school and I got married.
Yeah.
Because you're the face of it. You're the one bringing everybody together. You are the face. No matter what, you can bring some amazing women onto wife school, wife academy, whatever you call it. But you're going to be the face. But when you're able to come in that room and be like, yo, ladies, welcome to Wife School episode 1. I'm your host, Just Pearly. And ladies.
No, I said I'm not. I'm going through it.
No, I'm talking about in the future.
Yeah.
You can't, how many times you going through wife school? If you,
no. What, season 1.
I'm talking season 7 right now.
I didn't know you're talking about season 7. I was talking about we got to do 1 before 7.
Okay, I'm giving season 7 right now.
Okay,
I'm viewing season 7. This is how season 7 is going to begin. Hey, how you doing today, ladies? It's Just Pearly Things, and this is season 7 of Wife School. As you guys know, it worked for me. You know, and then you know what I mean. You start flexing, and I'm telling you, women like women who are where they want to be. And so to me, one of my biggest things, and like I said, it just I love what you said. I want to see more of that. I want to see that there's enough. We know modern women are delusional. We know the issues in the divorce court. We know these. We don't need more of it. We need you helping women.
I disagree with you because like the one thing I think it's common in our space of YouTube to know this, but it's not common in like the general. Like I'm on volleyball teams. I'm on basketball teams. Like I deal with a lot of different types of girls from all walks of life. I don't think most girls have any idea, and that's actually part of the stuff on my channel is like I tell women. So I'll show them Jordan Peterson about the pay gap, or I'll show them like, so it's kind of like you kind of see them go through their journey like firsthand.
But my thing is that, and this is my criticism of doing it for 7 years, and maybe you're just sorry.
7 years.
So this is my criticism of me doing this for 7 years, and also me I'm helping men since 2012 when I got my first YouTube video. I'm obsessed with solutions and the best solutions.
Right.
If we truly believe doing YouTube videos, showing people what's wrong in today's world is going to change the minds of the masses, you and I both know that is not the case. You and I both know that's not the case. That is not the long-term solution to society. If you were to ask me what
It's a diagnosis to the problem. So you first have to identify the problem before you can address the problem.
What would change the world more? You know, Pearly Things doing a wife academy, a wife school where she's going through things that a wife needs to be successful, that she goes through herself, and then all of a sudden she finds an amazing husband, and now she's having an amazing family, and using that as an example, versus just going up to random girls asking her, do you believe in female privilege? What is most effective?
I honestly can't believe he just used Anna Bay as an example. That's wild.
And so to me, that's a part where I realized my expectations is not fair to put it on you, because it's your life, it's your purpose, whatever you feel like God called you to do. But to me, after doing this for so many years, I'm like, yo, the win is the receipts, is the results. That's the win in today's society. The win in today's society is what? All the 40-year-old plus feminists, single, miserable, lonely.
Yeah.
And they're upset, and then their friends happily married, doing well. That's the win. Showing like, yo, you guys thought that 40.
Bro, Anna Bay is talking all this shit about dating a millionaire, and she did not get a millionaire. So what the fuck is he talking about? Let's see. Very flexible in making sure they both still have time to spend together. So he's a banker. He's not a millionaire, but he has a respectable job. So shout out to him. But I'm gonna keep it a buck. I think that he's probably exercising his options for sure. I mean, because prostitution is so easily accessible in Europe. Like, dude, you're telling me this man who literally works for Audi Bank in Geneva is not fucking prostitutes with his what do they call it? The expense that they give, recreation expenses. Dude, come on. R. Barry says she sounds Eastern European. They're notorious gold diggers. Yeah.
40 and Richard Katz is cool. Look at you now. That's the win, is the receipt. So to me, I just don't think we need more women just simply doing what the guys are doing. We already have the guys doing that. Why don't the women, such as yourself, who have the intelligence, who have the ability to encourage, equip, build up other women, why don't you guys do more of that? And
why is he trying to tell a woman what to do with her body and her voice?
guarantee you.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Where's the Wife Academy at?
It's we want to launch it in like February, March.
Listen. If you are for real.
Yeah, I'm like dead serious.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
If you are for real and you are truly doing this, I want to see it in February. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna get you information. I'm gonna put it on my calendar. I'm gonna put February, the launch of Wife School. And because what's happened is people have told me they were gonna do stuff, but they saw the views, they saw the money and the other stuff, because it's not gonna be money in that initially, and that's gonna take you a lot of time, energy, and effort.
Oh, I disagree. I am entertaining. You can't not. I will make that show so entertaining. I will make it so entertaining, and it's gonna be good because I am so good at networking. I can get really good. It's gonna be good.
If you really believe that there's gonna be more views in Wife School, in
the way I'll do it,
tell me how you're gonna do it. Teach me.
It's gonna be funny.
Teach me.
Yeah. So basically, what I want to do is I want to bring. It's gonna be me. It's gonna be my friend Jess.
Yes.
But I'm also gonna bring in like the craziest 304s ever.
You see, you
gotta make it funny.
No,
because this is what I feel like you lose, because you need to make it entertaining to reach the most people, and that's, you might not like that, but it's like, the more people you reach, the better your impact is. You don't know if those girls could be saved. You have no idea.
Here's the reality. You're 100% right. If you want to sell the most juice, maximum Kool-Aid, minimum medicine, and there's a balance. There's a balance. But you're 100% true. The less medicine and the more Kool-Aid, the more people will buy it. But then on the flip side, you get to the point where you're like, I want to reach the masses. I want to sell my drink to the masses. And you realize that the best way to sell your drink to the masses is do what? Give them straight Kool-Aid. Not saying you're giving them straight Kool-Aid, but
you're losing me in this analogy. I need you to dumb it down slightly.
So there's this phrase about putting the medicine in the Kool-Aid. The Kool-Aid is a drink that African Americans consume in two major flavors.
I know what Kool-Aid.
Oh, you know Kool-Aid.
I know what Kool-Aid is.
So there's purple.
Bro, to just act like black people are the only niggas who drink Kool-Aid is fucking outrageous, bro. And they say I hate myself.
Like, what was the medicine?
Okay.
What was
cool.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll break it down. Okay. There's purple Kool-Aid. You familiar with purple Kool-Aid? You guys might call it grape Kool-Aid.
Yeah. I mean, I know. I never drank it, but I know what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's something black people call it purple Kool-Aid. Everyone else calls it grape.
Yeah.
There's another drink called Robitussin. It looks very, very similar. It's good for your coughs, it's good for colds, it's good for flus. What ends up happening is that when you want your children to drink the Robitussin, have you ever drank Robitussin before?
No.
You never drank Robitussin?
I don't know what that is.
Have you guys drank Robitussin?
This is why
my people know. My people know.
That's why this analogy is lost. I was like, I don't even know what he's talking about.
Robitussin is cough syrup.
Oh, okay, cough syrup.
Have you ever drank cough syrup before when you had a sore throat or had coughs?
Yeah.
Okay, you drank.
I didn't know the name of it. It might have been. Yeah.
So when you drink cough syrup, did it taste good or did it taste bad?
It tasted bad.
Exactly. Cough syrup tastes bad.
So you put the cough syrup in the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, so they can drink it,
Yeah.
and so they can get the medicinal flavors,
Yeah.
but then they'll be able to digest it.
Yeah.
Here's a problem. It waters it down, right? Here's a problem. That eventually you realize that if you really, really, really want them to drink the juice, you have to remove the cough syrup. So it's this idea of you're right. You're 100% right. The more entertaining things are, the more views it gets. And I know this. You said this is why you lose. No, I knew this. You didn't meet me because of you didn't meet me back in 2010 just because we were just simply just giving straight facts. A lot of people met me in 2020 because of my live stream. When I was doing the live stream with the pepper soup and all that stuff, I understand how it worked. Kevin Samuels talked a lot to me about those things that he was doing as well. So I 100% know it works. But what I've also learned is that it comes a time and a place where you realize that the people, all they want is the sugar. You fed them sugar. All they wanted is sugar. They want no medicinal value. And if you're truly trying to give them medicine, sometimes you got to give them the most. You got to find that balance, and that balance is not pure entertainment. So if you are truly,
which is why I'm doing the school.
But when you say
it's got to be both.
When you said you're trying to bring 30 whatever that red pill word is 304 whatever the heck it is. If you're trying to bring like are you like that? That's entertainment. You're not even being serious.
Yeah.
If you really want,
what's wrong with being entertaining?
It's not.
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with being entertaining.
Yeah.
But if you are trying to help women become better, and you're telling me you can get 10 hoes from down off Crenshaw to be on the show, who is the show for? Men or for women?
You can't save hoes. You can't help them.
Stop playing this game. The only reason you're bringing those.
You keep accusing me of playing games.
It's a word. Pearly, where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from?
Well, I'm from Chicago suburbs.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You don't know none of the lingo. You know what's going on? You've been in the UK for too long. It's just words, girl.
No.
Yeah. Shout out to Alphazo. He says Hafeez tripping. Yeah, this nigga bugging.
I know.
You having a good time? You okay?
Yeah, I'm
having a good time.
Yeah, I'm having a good time.
You need a break?
No, I'm okay.
We're having fun.
Listen how patronizing that is. Oh, you need a break? You need a break? Are your feelings hurt? Like, dude, why is he bullying Pearl in this conversation? I mean, that was so patronizing. Shout out to Quarantino Bubbles. He says, keep it a buck. Most black people don't need to be voting. Woo! That's a deep take, and I don't necessarily disagree with you. There are a lot of individuals in general who don't need to be voting, but in the community, we definitely have a plethora of niggas who don't need to be voting. Alphazo says she's using modern women to show guys like you that they're not all innocent and sugar and spice. Facts.
Game's just a word.
Yeah, I understand.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Guys, we're having fun.
Yeah.
So like I was saying, if you want to maximize helping women.
This is how he did. Oh, he attacks her and then, oh, guys, we're just having fun. Like, dude, chill the fuck out, man. Like, come on, dog.
And you're telling me you're going to do a show with the worst possible women, the most disrespectful.
Rude. Me. I'm going on the show. No.
I didn't say just you.
And my friend.
Shout out to R. Berry. He says, I just checked out her channel. She seems too focused unduly on appearance and image. People would look like they are something instead of actually being something. Facts.
Friend Jess.
Jess. 10 hoes. What is going on?
Yeah.
What is
you gotta make it entertaining.
No.
You gotta make it entertaining.
Listen, I wouldn't mind. Let me clarify. If you had 1 hoe, 2 hoes,
or should I limit it? I can make it 3 hoes.
Does that make it better? If you having a few of them, but don't tell me the show is.
Well, I mean, the more the merrier, and it's like, bro, there's only one teacher. So, say it's Pearl, Jess, and then 10 hoes. There's going to be like 1 or 2 teachers who are going to be teaching the wife school. So the married women are teaching the wife school. You have, let's just say you got a teacher and a teacher's assistant. It's not uncommon to have like 2 teachers teaching like 10 to 20 people. As a matter of fact, in most public schools, I think the ratio, the ratio or the relationship between teachers and students is, I believe it's like 1 to every 30 students. Sometimes like in smaller schools, it's like 1 to every 25, but that's a smaller class load. But a teacher can handle many students. So I don't see what's the issue with having more hoes if it's supposed to really be a school.
And you have them all hoes.
I just
Stop it.
I said two.
Nah, now she said two.
No. I
Run it
said me and Jess. That's two that aren't.
And all the 304s.
Yeah. We're gonna bring
Run that back.
304 to wife school. They needed the most.
No,
They needed the most.
Listen, here's
That's
the reality.
true.
Yeah.
When it comes to teaching, and I was a teacher,
Yeah.
you're going to be a teacher in white school.
No. I'm a student.
She's a student. What happened in season 3?
Oh yeah, maybe.
Okay,
Maybe.
when
We'll
she can be a teacher eventually in white
Yeah,
school.
yeah.
Here's the reality: what's going to happen? You're going to realize the best student.
And I do want to address something else that he said about Pearl. We don't, just because Pearl's not married doesn't mean that we don't respect her. I think overall, I mean, most of these guys in the Red Vitamin, we respect the hell out of Pearl because what she's doing isn't easy. Her growth was exponential for sure. And she'll even admit that her growth was easier than, Red Vitamin, other male Red Vitamin content creators. But what she does is not easy. And, the amount of the amount that she's learned about the Red Vitamin is substantial, definitely.
You want your students to be successful. Why are you going? This isn't Coach Carter. You know what I mean? This doesn't lean on me.
They make the best movies.
Listen, you ain't the best teacher. You ain't the teacher that's going to teach those people. You ain't going to get
Quarantino says purple vitamin is the way to go for sure.
the job done.
Hey, maybe I will. Maybe
So my thing
they
is
shoot for the stars.
Sure.
I'm sorry I aim high, Hafeez.
She's shooting for the world star. She's shooting for the shade room.
Sorry, we aim high here.
Sure.
Sorry, we aim high
Sure.
here,
But
Hafeez.
see, I understand it. That's why I'm saying if you want pure entertainment content, yes, get the, as you call them, the 304s.
Yeah.
But if you truly want to be a place where it's like, man, there's women who are healthy, who are productive, who are growing, who are improving, and men are looking at that like, man, shout out Pearly thing. Look at all those amazing, classy women that are becoming wives. And then all the other women who want to be wives are like, yo, look at all these classy women who are getting better. I want to be a part of that as well. I'm seeing the results they're having as well. That's truly transformational versus just you just having another Love and Hip Hop, because that sounds like you're trying to make Love and Hip Hop, but marriage and hip hop.
What's Love and Hip? What's that?
Stop it. I'm done with you now. I'm done with you now. I'm done with you now. I'm done with you now.
I mean, she doesn't know who Love and Hip. She doesn't know what Love and Hip Hop is. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, white people ain't sitting up there watching Love and Hip Hop.
He made these references. I don't know.
I'm done with you now. And now I know what game we're playing. But so to me,
Lots of games here.
I love it.
A lot
I
of
love it.
games,
We're having
yeah,
fun. This is fun. See, that's my thing. Red pill content, call it for what it is. It's fun. When we're serious,
Do you
we're
think
serious.
Kevin Samuels made an impact? Do you think he was trying to make solutions?
And Kevin Samuels was definitely not red pill.
You wouldn't say?
No.
Really?
No.
So Kevin Samuels is purple vitamin. He's purple pill, but he grew off of a red pill audience for sure. So, and Kevin Samuels he disassociated himself from the red pill for sure on multiple occasions, but he also referenced it and referenced other red pill content creators. So it is what it is.
No. No. I guess they said he's the godfather of the manosphere. I guess
Kevin is not. See, and like
that's
I
what they used to call him.
I knew a lot.
Did they not call him the godfather of the manosphere?
Who? But that's different than red pill.
Oh, okay.
Manosphere and red pill is different.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like black pill is part of the manosphere whole, but it's not red pill.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It
Yeah,
breaks down.
Yeah, fair enough.
So a lot of, and the reason why I always go hard on the red pill stuff, I knew a lot of the people, the ones I respect personally. I knew them personally. I knew some of the
drop some names,
best content creators for men personally on my phone right now.
Yeah, but can I make the point with Kevin Samuels? I don't think he would have reached as many people or had as much of an impact if he did not make it entertaining. I don't think if he was like, let me talk to the reasonable women on my show, I'll have as much of an impact. And I honestly think that Kevin Samuels changed like more lives than anyone in the in the manosphere. I think like he had the greatest impact out of everyone. Maybe Andrew Tate, he was a little bit more.
Here's the reality.
Yeah.
You are such a smart woman, and this is the nuance of it.
Yeah.
You're 100% right. And Kevin has said it himself. If I did not provide the entertainment, the masses would not listen because the masses want the entertainment. But what Kevin Samuels would also talk about is how he was refining the message, as Andrew Tate is talking about, as they're refining.
Quarantino Bubble says Kevin only spoke to high value men. Red pill can be spoken to any man. I think Kevin didn't only speak to high value men before he started speaking to women, but he spoke for what high value men wanted. Yes. Ayo, what the fuck said red pill ain't the way? Okay.
I mean,
what is the way then, Ayo?
to be able to better help the masses. But then you see it becomes challenging, right? You then have a challenge because then you get a certain stigma on the message. We understand there's a little bit of locker room talk, a little bit of entertainment. But what happens is it becomes a little bit more difficult. So what I'm saying is that every generation needs to do it better, right? If we're saying, okay, he was able to maximize reaching the masses, but then the message got lost because of the entertainment, because of certain things. So my biggest thing is that, okay,
Do you think his message got lost, Kevin Samuels?
I think Kevin Samuels' message got lost to a lot of people, and I think Kevin Samuels was intentionally doing things to improve it. And that's why I respect Kevin so much, because Kevin grew. Same with Andrew Tate. They understood that, therefore, when you're talking to the masses of people versus...
He said, your name, when you attach yourself to a pill, you aren't a man. I mean, that's just like saying if you join a fraternity, you're not a man. Like, or if you join some type of team sport, you're not a man. Like I said, we already discussed this earlier, but it's an ideology, theory based off of biological realities. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Yeah, we stand on our name for sure, but also, like, if you have a certain mindset, I don't think it's wrong to associate with that. Like, that's just like saying, okay, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican. Well, I'm not gonna say, oh, well, I'm reclaim your throne, even though I'm not on any side of the aisle. I'm just saying, like, there's nothing wrong with identifying yourself with a certain ideology or political party.
1,000 people, 5,000 people,
unless you're a Democrat.
They understood these things, and they continue to improve.
Well, of course, you improve at your craft over time. Yes.
Yeah, but you asked me, did the message get lost? Did it get lost to everybody? Of course not. But what they understood, which is why they grew, because there is a better way of doing things. I've grown, right? And so to me, what I'm communicating to you is that if you're going to do content, you should look at the people before you and don't just simply try to get the most attention, because a lot of times people play this altruistic game. Like, I just want to help. No, you want views, you want attention, you want followers, you want dollars. You can't deny that. And to deny that is being...
You can't deny that too, Hafeez. You denied that you didn't care about money, but here you are talking about, oh, well, you want views, you want money, you want the followers.
Is being facetious. There is a benefit of being the most entertaining, popping.
Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, I don't believe that men who aren't a certain height could be a high value man. You will always be lacking in that area that women want. I mean, height had nothing to do with Kevin Samuels' high value men tenets, but I mean, if that's your opinion, that's fine. Q Bubble says, Kevin did not speak toward these men working at McDonald's. Meanwhile, they all took his content and ran with it to bash women. That's not true. Kevin spoke about Henry's high earners, not rich yet. So you're wrong. R. Barry said, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, being high value has nothing to do with height. Yep, you're right. Ayo says, high value man doesn't exist. You're wrong. You're wrong as hell now.
YouTube channel. There is a selfish benefit. None of us are perfect from it. But my biggest thing is that when you realize, you know what, I truly want to impact the most individuals. And if I'm going to do that, bringing the most ratchet girls on a show called Wife Academy. Do you know a show called Charm School on VH1?
Yeah,
or Bad Girls Club? That's what you're trying to do.
Charm School? When I was explaining this idea, somebody told me about Charm School.
Yeah, or Bad Girls Club. That's exactly what you're trying to do. Just, like, that to me is like...
Yeah, but I mean, they're Bad Girls Club, Charm School, they're specifically targeting, and you could say exploiting, but I wouldn't say exploiting. I would just say they're literally showing it for what it is. And that's specifically targeting a demographic, i.e. the Black and brown community. Guys, if you disagree, you can join the stream and we'll chop it up for a little bit. I'm gonna stop at the hour mark instead of the hour 12 mark, just because I gotta make a pre-recorded video for Reclaim and for Black Gen Z before I kind of hang things up here. Q Bubbles says, Henrys are high value, dude. Just because they aren't rich yet doesn't mean they aren't high value. Well, I'm just telling you what Kevin Samuels explained. So he did speak to the blue collar guys. Those are Henry's, high earner, not rich yet. So they didn't qualify for high value under his criteria. Q Bubble says, I don't go off of Kevin's terms of what high value men are. Well, that's the working terminology that we're going off of right now. I'm just saying many men took Kevin's words when he only spoke to a certain group of men. Ayo says, do you agree the term high value man was made up by someone that wasn't said back in the day? You either man or you not. High value man was not made up by Kevin Samuels. It was actually a term that was, that has been used since, I would say since the beginning of time. maybe not in that specific order or that translation, but you could substitute that for an elite man, or what's another synonym that we could use? A high earning man. I mean, it's pretty much the same criteria.
Yo, that's just pure VH1 reality show garbage. If you're truly trying to make a change, find.
So yeah, Ayo, jump on the stream, bro, if you disagree, and give your points. You know, it's an open stream. I just dropped the link.
Teachable women. There's a whole community of teachable women in today's world who want to learn, who want to grow, who want to be.
Okay, now I got to stop them there. There's a whole community of teachable women. Where? My nigga, where? And I'm not saying that there aren't, but it's a small minority of the women, the modern women that are out here today. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, so why don't you care what Kevin thinks a high value man was? What do you mean? Who cares? He isn't even here anymore. RIP. Oh, he said, why do you care? Because I'm just saying that's the working criteria that the manosphere goes off of. I'm not saying that I particularly care am out here classifying people as high value and not high value. I'm just saying that's the criteria that he went off of. RIP, don't get me wrong, but who cares what he thinks? I mean, I think he had some good ideas that were important. So I do care what he thinks, for sure. I mean, and if you guys want to see me debate Kevin Samuels on buying pussy, then go look in my channel, because I didn't agree with him with everything. I disagreed with him with on the buying pussy subject. So
Be better wives.
he said, I wish I could join, but I'll say I don't believe in any pills because red pill is about complaining about women. No, so I would consider. See, we're not going to go back and redefine it, but just rewind the stream. Red pill is not about complaining about women. It's about identifying biological realities and then finding solutions to actually get women, to actually court them and date them. I would say if you want to say something's about complaining about women, I would say MGTOW or black pill. But even black pill isn't even about complaining about women, and even MGTOW isn't even about necessarily complaining about women. It's about going your own way. Black pill is about the idea that looks is the number one thing that women look for in attraction. So you're going to have to do better than that. He said, a real man don't complain about women because women aren't a problem. Women aren't a problem. I don't agree with that. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, I seen your debate of Kevin, but you agree with his point of pay for play now. You was talking about it yesterday. Yeah, I actually do agree. Now, not for me, not for something I would do, but I think if you're like a fucking 25-year-old virgin, I think you definitely want to get that out of the way before you start actually getting in a serious relationship with a woman, because you're definitely going to be manipulated. He said modern women, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says modern women are the problem. Yeah, are a problem, not the problem. There's a difference between a problem and the problem. So yeah, I definitely agree with that last comment, Wolf.
But to me, it's like because if you make it the most entertaining show, then you get the people that actually want to learn.
No,
that's because it hits, because you hit the most people, so the one it resonates with. It's not just going to be like I told you, I'm going to be doing it.
Here's
too.
the reality:
Yeah.
you and I both understand audience capture. And let's keep it 100, because either you're oblivious to how YouTube works, or you're being utterly delusional in front of your people. Which I don't believe you're delusional. I believe you're very smart women. So I hope it's not that you're oblivious to this, how it works. There is audience capture.
Ayo, what the fuck says, okay, now we're onto something? You mean we're onto something? Okay. What makes a woman a problem, or in red vitamin terms, modern women? Ever heard of the modern men or the modern male? And then Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says modern women are masculine in a relationship. That makes it a problem. So y'all can go back and forth about that. And I can address your point about the modern male. Modern men haven't really changed that much. As a matter of fact, if you want to talk about the effeminization of modern men, then you're going to have to look right back at women, because they're the one who have pretty much walked the LGBT agenda straight into not only, the dominant society, but specifically the Black community. So when you talk about the modern male, you have to ask who raised them, and then you'll get your answer. And that is the modern women. So, you can make an argument that, oh, these deadbeat dads. And it's like, bro, a lot of the times when these women become single moms, they fuck the guy. And not every time. We're not talking about widows. We're not talking about guys who are abusive. Oh, well, actually, we are. We're talking about guys who were a bad bet to begin with, but they still slept with him because maybe they're feeling toward him, or maybe his genetic prowess or whatnot. Wolf and Sheep says, whatever you do, Tino, don't fall into the LGBT trap, nigga. I don't think you can fall into an LGBT trap. Either you're LGBT or not. That's something that internally you have a sexual desire for the same sex. So I don't think you can fall into the trap. Either you're LGBT or you're not. I mean, the only way you could really fall into the trap is if you go to prison and drop the soap.
Here, perfect example. If I am going to make Chick-fil-A, what kind of food do I want? I want chicken. My mindset going here is I want chicken. If Chick-fil-A starts serving seafood, I don't want seafood from
I don't know about that. If Chick-fil-A starts serving seafood, I'm all for it.
Chick-fil-A. So Chick-fil-A has captured an audience.
They call that bitch fish fillet. Ooh, that shit would go hard.
That wants these things. So for content creators,
with the Chick-fil-A sauce and some hot sauce, god damn, that shit would bust. Wolf and Sheep's Clothing says, you may have a desire for other men, Tino, but don't ever act upon. Man, I don't have no desire for other men. You got me fucked up. Yeah, that's a wild take.
If your primary form of content is, let's say, plain.
Ayo says, Fresh and Fit are the perfect example of red pillars who have no experience with women. I wouldn't say that, because they definitely have experience with women. I mean, I don't think that you could. How would you say that they don't have experience with women when they fucking girls like every week? I'm trying to figure out what the hell you're talking about.
Video games. You're like, you know what? I'm gonna do video game content to be able to reach the masses, and all of a sudden, I'm gonna then teach my rocket science on the side.
But it wouldn't just be hoes. That's what I'm telling you. I'm doing it too. I'm the main character on my channel.
No,
I'm the main character. Yes, I am.
You literally just said it's you, your friend, and a bunch of hoes. You're not being serious.
Yeah.
Let's stop playing this game. This is why
it's not a game.
This is why the red pill people, you guys are acting dumb. You know what you're doing. You know you're doing this for the Stop playing these games.
I have 100% said it is going to be an entertaining show.
You're bringing hoes who don't want to learn. Come on.
How do
you know they don't want to learn, Hafeez? Now you're generalizing women, which you say is not a good thing. Ayo says, okay, so if a man is fucking a lot of women, does he have game? It could be a multitude of things. He could have money, he could have status, but I wouldn't even consider myself a guy who has game, and I've had, plenty of experiences with women. I just, honestly, once I get around her, if I know that she's attracted to me, then I just let her talk 85% of the time, 15% of the time. I'd be like, yeah, okay, word. And then, usually she's ready to go home. So you don't really need game to fuck women, in my personal opinion. If you look, I'm not saying that I'm the best looking individual in the world, but I do pretty well. And I have like muscular features that attract women, and I don't necessarily need game to attract them. Like, I don't have to like approach women to get women, if you see what I'm saying. So honestly, I'm not a big guy on game. Like, I'm not big on game. I'm big on looks maxing. I'm big on make yourself the most attractive that you can, and the woman will come. And from my experience, that's what comes. Like, I'm not sitting here fucking gaming a bitch like, oh, do this and do that. And when I'm in a relationship, I wouldn't even call it game. I'm just, I'm in a healthy relationship right now. So it's not like I'm gaming my girl. It's just that, shit, she fuck with me, I fuck with her, and that's that. Wolf and Sheep's Clothing said, I thought you said in the past you had, oh no, you're wilding. You're wilding. You're wilding. I'll read it though, because it's amusing. He said, I thought you said in the past you had intercourse with male models or something. No, that's not what I said at all. I said, I know that if you are in the modeling genre, especially as a man, there's going to be LGBT executives, producers who are going to try you. I had friends who were tried. Okay. I was never tried, but I got out of the modeling business because they was on too much gay shit. And it was like Hollywood shit. You know what I'm saying? So once I started seeing the signs, I immediately removed myself. But no, I ain't. I ain't never did shit. I don't know where the fuck you got that from. He said, but your muscles can't talk for you or your money. It doesn't matter, bro, because physical attraction is the number one thing that draws women to you. So it doesn't matter. You don't have to talk when you have muscles. I'm going to keep it a buck. But I'm not saying that I don't talk, but I'm just saying that, like, I didn't really need game to have sex with the women that I've had sex with. R. Barry says, Hafeez is a hypocrite. He used the red vitamin audience to blow up and used the audience garnered to sell $500 suits. Absolutely. Ayo, what the fuck said, and game has nothing to do with women. Okay, well, then you could say, oh, the red vitamin has nothing to do with women too, because the red vitamin is about being awakened and knowing the truth about not just women, but politics, the way the world works, and all this other stuff. So you said the red vitamin is about complaining about women, but most people would say the red vitamin is about truth, and it's about pursuing the root causes of not only biological actions of the two sexes, but politics. You can be red vitamin politics. I mean, Candace Owens used to call herself a red pill conservative or something like that, or red pill black, something like that. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, I'll push back even though I agree. There's a bunch of gym bros with abs and toned arms who get zero play. I don't know where they are. He said, nah, red vitamin is all about women. Game isn't. Okay. I mean, I don't agree, but we can agree to disagree. Like I said, I don't know what gym bros you're talking about who don't get pussy, because I'm in the gym every day, and those guys are definitely getting laid. Either they have girlfriends or they're playing the field. Ayo says, exactly, because even though have muscles, their pussy is tighter than the bitch. I wouldn't disagree about some people, but I'm just trying to get an example. You've never seen TikToks where the gym guys say, I can lift all these weights and have abs, but I can't talk to women? No, I've never seen that, but you can send me a link.
How do you know they don't want to learn?
You said the biggest thing of all.
Yes,
Come on, stop it, please.
Yes.
You can trick the people in there. You're not
I'm
tricking me.
not tricking anybody.
If
Why
you-
do you keep like accusing me of things? And it's
We're
just like,
having
yeah,
fun.
okay.
Is this too much for you?
No,
I can calm down.
No, I'm
I
good.
thought we were having.
Dude, he's so patronizing. I think this is a dick move. I think this is a dick way to like have a debate, especially like when you watch my discussion with Pearl. I was asking her hard questions, and I wasn't disrespectful at all. So much so that she had seen my TikToks before, so back when I used to get on the For You page every fucking day. But she had knew about me. She was curious. She came on my channel. We talked, we chopped it up, and I was nothing but respectful to the gal. And I have nothing but respect for Pearl. And I think this was so patronizing. I think it was, very disrespectful the way that he came at her. And like I said, Hafeez was known previously for going through red vitamin rage. And I think it's kind of showing right here where he has this animosity for Paige for being red vitamin. And it might be because she has more subs than the Roommates podcast. That might be a stinger for real. Well, maybe she doesn't have more subs, but she's gaining on them. Let's see. And she's getting 150K. So she has a 518K subs. Hafeez and them have 529K. So she's going to pass him by the end of the month. So that might irk him. And I definitely understand. I completely understand when it comes to the red vitamin female content creators. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing said, I'm telling you, a lot of men use the gym as a stress reliever, as they should, but they are antisocial and won't approach women. The men who approach in the gym are the old heads for the most part. Old heads do approach, but not for sexual interests. A lot of times the old heads approach and give you compliments. Like, I've been approached by an old man, old woman, and they say, oh my God, like, you're going so hard. Like, I respect your grind. But I don't see old men coming out of pocket and trying to pick up women in the gym. I just don't see it. And I go to a mega gym in Atlanta. Alpha Zoe says, when Pearl coming back to the stream, I'm not sure. She probably too Hollywood for me now. Ayo says, look at celebs like Michael B. and Will Smith. Well, I agree that Michael B. Jordan made a huge mistake in Lori Harvey and Will Smith and Jada Pinkett for sure. But I mean, Will Smith isn't, I mean, he was never like the pinnacle of masculinity. I mean, obviously he's attractive guy, whatnot, but I mean, it wasn't like he was like super swole. I think he got swole for Bad Boys too, but you know, I don't think he was ever known as a gym boy, as a gym bro like The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. The guys who are in shape really aren't pressing women in the gym. A lot of them do not have any social qualities with women. Now that I totally disagree. The guys who are in the best shape are getting the most women in the gym for sure. I don't know if you go to the gym, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. I don't know your metrics, your height and your weight, or your body fat percentage, but I would have to disagree. R. Barry says, got to disagree with you. Reclaim looks matter, but they're not the end all be all. Women are not as visual as men unless their thoughts. I don't agree with that. Women are more visual as men. That's why they have a height requirement. Like y'all keep saying this, but every woman you ask has a height requirement. So that is looks, bro. Alpha Zo says, even there's TikToks where like, it's like, would you take the hot 5'8" guy or ugly 6'7" guy? And the women say 6'7". So it's definitely about looks, and height is a part of your looks. Alpha Zo said, and I'm not saying that that's what they actually do in practice, but what I am saying is, because I always say not ask who she's fucking, but understand who she's fucking. So she might say, oh, I want this, that, in the third, and a man, he got to make this much amount of money, but then they be fucking a nigga who's living on the couch. Alpha Zo says, that's why it's important to gather all the infinity stones: body game, talk game, social awareness, understanding women, stoicism, wealth, financial literacy, etc. Yeah, I agree with that. R. Barry says, looks might get you laid, but they're not going to keep a woman long term. Well, that's what we were talking about. Ayo says, muscles get you in the door, but what are you going to say in her crib to get her wet? I don't know. Just pull out your cock, right? No, I'm just kidding. Y'all know I'm joking. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, are you a Planet Fitness or Crunch or something? I'm at Crunch. I'm at Planet Fitness. I'm at there's another gym that is more exclusive that I'm not gonna mention because I don't want niggas showing up. And I'm also at the rec gyms in the major colleges. So I go to the rec gyms at University of Georgia. I go to the rec gyms at Georgia Tech. I go to the rec gyms at Georgia State University as well. I'm at a Crunch, and most guys will not walk up to a woman to save their life. Maybe because they don't want that bitch. I don't know. Alpha Zo says, I know guys who have basic bodies that are confident and have to talk that talk, or have talk that will take a jack guy with a nice body's girl. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, yeah, that's my point. Zo. Alpha Zo says, yes, there are. Body has to be on point. Women like nice bodies just like we men do. He also says, why you think girls be drooling over guys with six packs and muscles? Yeah, like, I mean, dude, it's like, it's, you know, I'm not trying to put myself out there like that as if I'm just like the most attractive dude. But I mean, if you look at my Instagram and like when bitches scroll through my Instagram, like I done had like very popular bottle girls DM me, like very popular Instagram models DM me. I've had very popular strippers in Atlanta DM me. And I'm not saying they're like the best quality women, but obviously like they're top in attractiveness at the least. And I'm not going to put them out there specifically, but I've had some like industry girls like DM me strictly based off of my looks. They don't know who the fuck I am. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, guys with dad bods can take a woman from a guy with abs if he has a better talk game. You know, I don't disagree. I think any woman can get taken, just like I can take a man, a man's girl who, like if I can take a guy with a dad bods girl just because she wants to feel on some abs. Like that's happened too. So anybody's girl can get stolen. I'm not saying that, but I mean, it works both ways. And I think that it works better if you're actually attractive, because it would be easier for me to take a guy with a dad bods girl than for some guy to take my girl, if you see what I'm saying. Alpha Zo says, but dad bods don't really turn them on. I don't any hot girl who will pick a dad bod over a guy with a nice body. Yeah. AO says every man doesn't want to hit the gym. You're telling women to go to the gym for women. Oh, you're telling men to go to the gym for women. Nobody said that, bro. But a man should definitely be in shape. So I mean, if you're not going to the gym and you're out of shape and you have body fat percentage, you have a BMI and your body fat percentage is over 35%, then you're fat, bro. You're overweight. You're obese. So that's not healthy. We're not telling you to go to the gym for women. We're telling you to go to the gym to be healthy. It's not about, oh, it's for women. But I'm just saying, once you get those gym results, then the women come easy. So many baddies end up with skinny men or even sometimes chubby men. I wouldn't say so many, but skinny men is better than chubby men. Okay, for sure. Because there was a whole skinny nigga bust down movement for sure. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says the physical standard for these women is not what they say. They end up with these men who are 140 pounds. I don't disagree, but see, when they get with a man who's 140 pounds, he's usually like fucking 6'3". So they're usually not getting with a guy who's like 130 pounds and short. So it's a trade-off. So either you're short and swole, and I'm not saying it's like an either or type of situation, but you can be short and swole and pick up, or you can be tall and lanky and pick up. There's different things that different women are attracted to for sure. But yeah, Ayo says exactly. I see fat motherfuckers with beautiful women, and any other guy will say he paid for her. Yeah, I mean, most likely that is the case. So Alphazo says you don't go to the gym for women. You go for your own health, stress relief, and some capacity to attract the hottest girls. Yeah. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, what type of guy would be able to take your girl, Tino? An NBA player? Nah, no guy. Alphazo says guys in the gym will compliment you a lot of times before girls do. Girls will just like your pick for sure. Wolf says, I will give you this. The in-shape guys I'm talking about who can't speak to women are usually white boys. Yeah, I'm thinking about black men. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know no swole black men who ain't getting pussy. Honestly, I'm really trying to think, and I don't know. I don't know one in-shape black man who's not getting pussy for real. Alphazo says the gym or staying. I already told you guys white men are the most blue pill out of any race. Alphazo says the gym or staying active is a requirement in my book. You will lose your girl if you don't stay in good shape for sure. He says that's after they hit the wall. They go for fleas, dad bods, I guess. When they are in their prime, they go for the chatting in Christian Grey for sure. Ayo says that motherfucker gonna lay that belly on her back. Oh God. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing said, you said any girl can be stolen. I was just asking what type of guy would have the best chance to take yours. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I do agree that any girl can be stolen, but it depends on the confines of that relationship. Like if I just like completely started neglecting my girl and, you know, maybe cheated on her or whatnot, then yeah, she could probably be taken by any guy that she felt was attractive to her. So any guy who looked, you know, relatively like me. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing said, yeah, I was speaking more toward the white boys in the gym. So we agree. I don't see black brothers in shape not getting play either. Yeah. So, I mean, that just goes to, I mean, and white boys, they're missing out because they have the highest chance of getting women. So they should be the ones who are approaching the most. But I don't know. I see white boys approaching too, though. Like, don't get me wrong. They're just not approaching sisters. They're approaching other white women. R. Barry says, don't get me wrong. Looking like Quasimodo will have you struggling, but you don't need to be a 10 BF to get women. Yeah, no shit. Like, I'm not even saying I'm a 10. Oh, he's saying 10 body fat. I'm not even saying I am 8% body fat, but I'm not even saying that I'm like a 10 on the 10 out of 10 scale. I'm just saying if you have a nice body, you don't really have to do much talking. And that's kind of how I like it. Because, you know, outside of, you know, streaming and making content, I'm really not the biggest talker. I'm a doer. I'm like the security guard, nigga.
Okay. You want entertainment, right? You want views. Okay. You're the one who said you want entertainment. Okay. Now I'm giving you entertainment. Now okay. You want entertainment, having a good time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
My point is that I
This nigga Hafeez is so patronizing.
understand that you have to provide entertainment. And when you make things stale like broccoli, nobody's going to want it. I understand that. But what I'm saying is that if you're telling me the biggest issue that's destroying society is the point that you brought up about the issues between marriage, and you believe your solution is an academy for women,
Well,
why won't you get the women who want to actually learn? Why won't you get the healthy, positive women that want to learn?
The way I think about it is I'm going to have more screen time anyway. And then you get like it's like you always want a contrast of personalities and you're trying to make it funny. And so it's like
is it funny or is it to be helped?
I think
What's the purpose of the school?
I think you can do both. And maybe you feel like it can only be one.
No,
maybe
stop playing this game.
Tesla says all love Tino, but I would say you're probably a 5 or a 6 pause, but you do well, I'm sure, because you're like one of the bodybuilder athletes. I'm not a bodybuilder, but I mean, that's fine. You could say that. I mean, it really doesn't matter to me. But yeah, being a 5 and a 6, it has its payoffs.
Can you let me? You keep cutting me off. This is my channel.
It's actually my channel.
But from my opinion, you can't be a 5 is average. So like, I guess you're just rating my face, which, you know, I wouldn't deny that. Like I have a very, very basic face, for sure. But I mean, if you rate the whole just physically, I don't think that I would be a 5 because of my body. Pause. But yeah, I don't think that I would. But I mean, this is your opinion or whatnot. But I don't think that I would be a 5 because a 5 to me is like average everything, average height, average weight, average body. And I'm definitely average height. You know, I couldn't really judge my face because I would say like my face is slightly above average. But as far as my body is above average. So I would probably lean more toward like a 7 than a 6 because a 5 is just like, you know, like to me, a 5 is a fat nigga. Quarantino Bubbles says, I think if Tino was maybe a shade lighter, he'd be a 7. Wow. So a colorist take. No, I'm just kidding. I don't care. Quarantino again says, no homo, your face is a 4 and you're a 9 body. Yeah, I mean, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that.
Today. It's my channel today.
It's not like.
So you're basically saying I'm a butterface. Okay, understood.
And it's like I think you can be entertaining and helpful at the same time. I just think you reach the most people through entertainment. And I feel like if you have an entertaining and you have one character that's actually trying to learn or 2 characters that are actually trying to learn, it's like they're trying.
But then it's like, to me, like a 4 face is like not clear skin, and I got clear skin, so I don't know. A 4 face is kind of crazy. Like a 4 face is like no chiseled jawline, which I have, like acne. I don't know.
Trying to overtake like the world of hoes.
We'll have to get some women in here, and obviously after watching my content, they're gonna rate me low. But but yeah, I mean, from my experience, the women that I've dealt with, they've rated me a 7 or 8. But you know, I'm not against criticism or whatnot. That's fine.
And it's like then you can see the progression, and I feel like you'll still have people that want to learn that'll sign up. But that's just my
think about it. What? So Michael,
I'm going to have more screen time than the other girls because it's my show.
So here's the question.
Yeah.
Season 3, you end up getting married. You're no longer on the show because you obviously can't be. No, sorry, you can't be in this school multiple seasons. Are you getting kept back?
No. I mean, what
happened season 2?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, then I would host. You're right.
Yeah. Think about it. You can't, if you are in Marriage Academy for 7 years in a row, they're like, yo, something's wrong with this chick right here. How's she in this 7 years in a row?
Yeah.
So after season 1,
then we coach. Yeah.
Now you're gonna be coaching.
Yeah.
Who's all gonna be in the audience?
Who's gonna be in the audience?
Who's gonna be the students now?
Well, it's kind of like a show. Like it would be, you would have a mix. It would be a mix.
50-50, 90-10.
I don't know, Hafeez. I'm just trying to get season 1 out.
Okay.
I really haven't thought about season 2.
He said he said they disrespecting you. I'll give you an 8 all around. Pause. LOL. He said you would be a 9 if you had bigger legs, though. What? What?
3, 4, and you keep having to like hammer me out the details.
Are you mean longer legs or just like bigger in circumference?
Honestly, you told me this. You had a plan. I thought you had a plan. I thought you had a when people
For season
1 year,
what?
3 year, 5 year.
Not really. Honestly, this whole content creation thing, I'm just kind of like.
Quarantino Bubbles said, I said 4 because of the hair when you have it braided, a 7. Wow, that's a big jump. That's a big jump. But yeah, right now, I haven't been getting a lineup because I don't know. I just haven't had that much time and all that shit. He said more muscular legs. Dude, I squat like 550 pounds. What do you mean more muscular legs? Alphazo says Hafeez has to understand that everyone doesn't want the same thing in the same time frame as him. Yeah, for sure. R. Barry says, I agree with Zoe. Where I'm from, we don't rate men on looks. That's for women. Yeah, I tend to agree, but at the same time, I would rate a man on his looks. I have no problem with rating a man or rating a woman. When you're secure in your sexuality, I think you can be objective about both genders. But I definitely understand, your point of view as well, Wolf. So I get that. Or R. Bear. Wolf says, yeah, but work more hypertrophy on the legs and less strength. Okay. I mean, I also run like 20 miles a week, but okay.
Like done the best I can. I don't really think I had, to be fair. Like,
I know.
Yeah, but it's like it works out pretty well. I'm almost at 500K. Subscribe.
Honestly, that to me, if I'm being real, I know a lot of you guys love those numbers. To me, those numbers don't mean anything.
Okay.
Because it's about genuinely what are you out to do? Because I think and this is where I'm not picking on you. A lot of people in the space, they genuinely, the scoreboard is views, it's subscribers, it is dollars. The scoreboard for me is seeing men's lives transform. It's seeing actual.
That's bullshit. Hafeez, you wouldn't do this shit for free. That's why you think your time is worth $300 for 30 minutes. I mean, Hafeez is trying to be like a black Gary V, which I respect it. But at the same time, it's like, bro, don't sit up here and talk about you don't care about the Gary V. If over anybody cares about the money and the numbers. And you see what Gary V did. He traded his wife in for a younger, hotter chick.
Healthier families in today's society, seeing the system and seeing all those unhealthy things no longer existing, and now there's better men, better women, better future. That's a scoreboard for me. And so at the end of the day, every single decision that we make should be for the purpose of creating healthier men and women in the future. And so if the scoreboard, go ahead. I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was kidding.
Go ahead.
If the scoreboard is simply views, likes, and subscribers, then I respect that. Keep it 100. Keep it.
Yeah, Key says, I don't blame you for not getting a lineup. Barber's talking about 40 to 50 a cut. Yeah, you're not lying. My barber went up to 40 a cut. And it's like, yeah, I have the money, but do I really want to be spending $120 on a nigga lining my hair up? Nah, I'm good on that. Key says, barbers deserve a good 20 and a $5, $10 tip if it's crisp. Nothing more, nothing less. I 100% agree. Alphazo says, guys, Tino is jacked, shredded with like 5% body fat, pro athlete, model build. Y'all got to chill. Yeah, I mean, of course, the guys are going to give me a low rating, which is fine. And then the girls are going to give me a low rating after seeing my content. But usually when it comes to like face value, like straight off rating looks, every girl that I've asked, and, you could argue that she wasn't being honest, but usually if I take a girl on a date, we'll rate each other. Like I'll say, okay, I'm going to rate you. And you rate me. We're going to be brutal. I usually get 7 or 8. Last time I got an 8. So, very, very interesting there though. But I love all the feedback, guys. I'm not like one of these guys who, oh my God, you think I'm ugly? Like I could really care less if a nigga thought I was a 4, honestly.
100. I'm not mad at it. If it's
why can't you do both? Why does it have to be one or the other?
You can't do both, but be honest.
You can't do anything if you don't make money.
But here's the deal. But be honest what you're doing.
What do you mean?
What do you? If you're being 100% real, primarily, can you be honest? Primarily, because there's no thing is like 50-50. There's no perfect what's that word? Asymmetrical split, right? If you're being honest, you're just building this as you fly. You don't know these things. You're new here. You don't really know what's going on.
Key says, make sure you say I'm gonna rate you, not the other word. It sounds like that's hilarious.
And so to me, I'm not holding you to the same standards I hold myself to. A lot of those other content creators, they're older men. They've been doing this for a long time. There's a lot of wisdom that I'm like, yo, I'm a 32-year-old man. I'm just figuring life out. I'm a young man. I don't have the wisdom as these older dudes. So I hold them to higher standards. We're just having fun. You're new here. You're just figuring stuff out. You're just copying, pasting some of what they say to you. You're trying this out. You're gonna learn. You're gonna be better.
Now, I tend to agree with that point. A lot of older men in the space, honestly, I don't know, because it's like, what older men are really giving bad advice? They've been through it all. And Hafeez is talking from a naive point of view. He's speaking from the point of view of not ever getting divorced before, but I guarantee if that little light-skinned baddie that he got under his arm divorced him, he's going to be thinking a whole different way. But the thing is, he's not going to present that to the camera because he's sold himself so hard on this image about making it work and family and all this other shit. He sold himself so hard on that he could never come back to the camera and say, guys, I was wrong. I got divorce rape. I didn't sign a prenup. I lost in marriage, even though I said no man loses in marriage. So, I mean, if you go into a marriage and you think that you're not risking anything, then there's no way I can take your advice. And that's literally what it comes down to. Key says, I feel like men who can rate other men and they are straight and secure enough to be honest, Yeah, I 100% agree. Okay, Quarantino is wilding. You're going to get timed out for that, bro. You getting timed out for that.
5 years from now, you're gonna be a totally different person. How old are you?
I'm 25.
You're super young. You're young. See, I never get mad at the young red pill guys and girls. I don't, because you guys are young. It's like a young feminist. Oh yeah, I don't want no babies. 25. Sure, I'll see you at 35 with your beautiful husband and your children. And so to me, my pushback is, I get that you're not where I get that you're not where you need to be right now, and it's okay because you're on your journey. But my biggest thing is that if we are being honest and we're saying that if this is the big, like, they're telling me the biggest issue in today's society is to break down the family. The biggest issue is a law. If these are the biggest issues, then I'm like, why is not 90, 80, 70% of the energy being put into these things? If this is truly the biggest issue, I truly believe the biggest issue is that we're not building strong, competent men. That's why I sacrifice everything that I own and everything that I've done to put all my energy into that. I'm, as Patrick Bet-David said, a true believer in what I'm communicating. And so to me, I just got to be honest. If you're simply doing this for fun, for views, for likes, you're just figuring things out, call it for what it is. But let's not play this game like we're these altruistic individuals who don't care about these other things. When we do, and it waters down the content.
I've never played a game where I pretend that I don't want to make money and get subscribed.
Wolf and Sheep's clothing said, will you buy some of my Wolf and Sheep clothing?
Like, I want that too, but I just think you can do both. I think you can advocate for men and make money at it. I don't see the problem.
And the reality,
and I think you can start to build solutions and make money. Like, I think everything, like, you can't build anything without money. You can't build that, like, nothing.
But if the
facts, talk that talk, Pearl.
Like, no one's doing a charity here.
If you're telling me my goal is to help men, and I need to make money, but the way I'm making money is hurting men,
But I'm not hurting men. You don't.
Who said you? I didn't say you, girl. Why are you taking this personally?
Who's hurting men? Look at Hafeez being patronizing again.
Hitting a sore spot. Is this what bothers you at night?
Am I hitting a sore spot? Is this what bothers you at night? What a dick. Like, why? I mean, there's no way that, like, he really has a hard on for red vitamin content creators. Like, what? I mean, come on. Are you serious? I mean, if they say we hate men, you guys watch the Overdose podcast. You guys watch the Red Pill Overdose podcast. Guys, when you see me talk and interact with those girls, am I ever this patronizing? Am I ever this, like, condescending and disrespectful? Like, are you kidding me, dog? Like, come on, bro. Like, look at the way that he's treating this woman. Like I say, guys, y'all seen me on the Overdose podcast. You've never seen me speak to a woman like this. And he says that the red vitamin guys hate men or hate women. Like, dude, I'm always respectful. I'm always polite. usually at the end of the podcast, besides that one with Blaze, usually at the end of the podcast, we're laughing, we're smoking joints, we're taking shots. Well, I'll probably take one shot, but other than that, I'm not drinking. But it's a good time. Like, dude, it is insane the way he's being so condescending with Pearl. I find it highly disrespectful. And like I said, he's like punching down, like he's trying to little boy her, but she's about to pass you in subs, bro. And I'm not trying to say, oh, you know how niggas say, oh, well, if you can't really Joan, if you got to bring in your clout, you can't really Joan if you got to bring in your money. I'm not even trying to do that, but I think that he's a little pressed by that. No cap. Because it's like, look how hard I had to work to get to where I did. And you just started, 2 years ago, and you're about to be a fucking millionaire. I mean, it does sting. I'm not going to lie. It fucking stings. It stings for all male content creators. I'm not going to lie, Hafeez. Fucking stings, bro. But to be this condescending, to be this patronizing, like, go watch this back and tell me that you stand on the way that you're acting 100%. And this is man to man. This is man to man. And there's nobody else is going to do this because, they don't want to break relationships and all this kind of stuff. And I like what Hafeez is doing. Don't get me wrong. I like that he's pushing family. I like that he's pushing the purple pill so hard. But at the same time, you don't have to disrespect somebody else. And I think he was, being very disrespectful in his tone, at least. If not anything, his tone was disrespectful. Okay? His tone was disrespectful. And we're all for talking shit, and shooting the shit and whatnot. But like, when you're in the presence of a woman in person, even if you're on a phone call or whatnot, I think it could have just gone down a lot different. Like, I've never seen Kevin Samuels spaz on a woman like this at this level. I've never even seen Kendra G do that. Wolf says, honestly, as a man, you should be tucking your girl into bed every night. If not, it's OV. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. He says, you stand your ground on there respectfully. Yeah, I do, on the Red Vitamin Overdose podcast. The only time you've got greasy is when Blaze said that goofy stuff to you. And I didn't even get greasy. I called her what she called me. She said I was ugly. I said, you're ugly inside and out, baby. So that's it. Wolf said, how was the end of the podcast at night with Blaze? Was there animosity? Yeah, on her end, not on my end. I was trying to continue the conversation. She couldn't talk. She didn't want to talk. R. Barry says, how is Hafeez concretely helping men? A lot of this RP stuff is common sense. I wouldn't say it's common sense, but go off. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, you've been making content for years now on QDG, at least since early 2020. Yeah. So I 100% get him. It fucking stings when your content isn't growing. It fucking stings when you have a chick who just came on the scene 2 years ago using the same talking points that you came up off of, and now she's almost surpassing you in subscribers. It stings when he sees a fresh and fit, surpassing him in the subscribers. So much so that, oh yeah, we should bring girls on our podcast. It stings. But what did he have to do? He had to find other ways to make money. He started the suit line. He had to find other ways to make money. He started the mastermind. He's charging niggas $10,000 to be in his presence. He had to find other ways to make money. It fucking stings. And nobody wants to be in the YouTube grind and not really getting much out of it. For sure. For sure. I 100% get that. I 100% agree with that. The YouTube algorithm should be more kind to men. They have a switch, bro. They have a switch, and they turn it on and off. On and off. They have a switch. So I get it, bro. I really understand your frustration, and I think he was still riled up from the Coach Greg Adams thing. He might even watch my stream of me breaking his shit down. He might have. Because I think he watches everything. Oh God, I think he watches everything, or at least he used to.
I'm making money is hurting men.
But I'm not hurting men. You don't.
Who
you
said you? I didn't say you, girl. Why are you taking this personally?
No, but I'm
Why are you
like,
taking this
I'm
personally?
not.
Am I hitting a sore spot? Is this how you? Is this what bothers you at night?
No, you're not hitting anything.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You're having
Chill
a good
out.
time.
Chill
Yeah.
out.
Oh, we're having a good time. We're having a good time. What a fucking dick. I mean, I like Hafeez. I really do. I love him. I love his content. I still love his content. But did he have to be like this? Like, are you doing this because she's a white woman? I've never seen him talk to black women like that. For sure. For sure. 100%. I've never seen him speak to black women like that. But she's still a woman, Hafeez. Come on, guy. Come on, man. Shout out to Lex Core. He says, yo, what's up? R. Jerry says that Bitmoji on QDG was hilarious. Yeah, it was. But it was difficult to sustain. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, did you just start posting vids on QDG and then start growing? I started posting on QDG and I was growing. I gained 1,000 subs in like a month. And then my views just stopped. My subs just stopped. Everything just stopped. AlphaZo says, hardest working underdog in the sphere, man. Thanks, bro. LexCore Corp says, can you see my message? Yes, I can. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, Tino, they always say the underdogs win. Do you think you will end up winning in this censor stuff? You know, I'm an optimistic person, but no. AlphaZo says, it's the masculine burden of performance, but we win in the long run. Stay grinding and dedicated, even if we save 100, 1,000, or 1 million lives. You made a difference. Yeah, appreciate that, man. I mean, I'm going to keep grinding because that's what I do. But honestly, you know, it's a difficult thing to say. You can't really call it. But I definitely think that I'm, you know, one of the best content creators as far as my creativity, my breadth and knowledge, and, you know, just the different topics that I touch on. Comfortable, uncomfortable, it doesn't matter. And then, you know, my physical fitness, whatnot. But anyways, it's fine. We're going to keep grinding. AlphaZo says, how many people got a chance to be recognized and collab with Kevin Samuels, lead attorney? Yeah, that's true. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing say, yeah, for sure. At the end of the day, Tino, you've helped me so much. Hey, appreciate it, man.
Having a good time, guys. We're having a good time.
But it's like I don't know. I think you can do both.
Of course.
Yeah.
But my thing is that as you grow, you realize that some of the stuff I was doing yesterday which I thought was good is not beneficial today. It's not moving people forward today. It's not helping men and women today. Once you understand those things, then you as an individual can adjust, can improve, and you will. You definitely will. You're 25. You're new to the space. You're gonna get so much better. And so what I'm communicating is that if there was a health
there, I told you right there, a little bro in her. Oh, you're 25. You're new to this space. Like, bro, 25 ain't that different from 32. It really isn't. It really isn't. I mean, I get it, but at the end of the day, bruh, what she's doing now, she's going to be doing when she's 32. That's a 7-year trajectory.
Be balanced, right? We've got on too far on the entertainment side, and we're not into the true life transformation side. And in regards, not saying you, not saying you, but I'm saying the content in general. And that's what I've seen, because I've been watching this content for a long time. You're new here. I've been watching this for a very, very long time. The people that you mentioned, I've been watching them for a
Key says, bro, reclaim. I've wanted the same mask as you since last year when you started wearing it. Where can I find it? I can't find it online. Just go to Alibaba.
Very, very long time. And to me, there is an evolution and there's a growth, which I love what I was seeing out of Kevin. I love what I'm seeing out of Andrew Tate. And that's what we need to make the society a better place. And that's all I'm advocating for.
I feel like you think Rollo Tomasi, I feel like I feel like he's the most like, these are the solutions, these are the tools you need.
Solutions. I thought it was a praxeology, not ideology.
Well,
define for me a praxeology. Let's stop right there. Define. You want me to look it up, or do you want to look it up?
You can look it up.
I'm curious. I think
it's like based on.
Okay, so he's going at Rollo Tomasi. He really doesn't like Rollo because Rollo made a video about him, which he saw, and that's why he's taking shots. Let's see. It's a lot of niggas who got beef with Rollo. Let's see. So praxeology is the study of human action and conduct, okay? Which makes sense. It really does. It makes sense. Hold on, I gotta let my girl in. Shit. Give me 1 second, guys. If you want to see exclusive raw and uncut videos of Quarantino the God exposing and explaining how to bang OnlyFans chicks, cam girls, and other adult content creators and then toss them to the wayside, look no further. For only $9.99 a month, you too can become the Slore Slayer you were always meant to be. All you have to do is subscribe to my OnlyFans, and you can unlock the skills that it takes to bang adult models on a consistent and regular basis. Are you scared to talk to that bartender at your local pub? Or afraid to lock eyes with the HBIC in your local titty bar? Want to know how to build up the courage to engage in conversation with that hot Hooters waitress with the tight ass that you always order the 6-piece all flats naked wings with? All you have to do is click the link to my OnlyFans in the description box below. Tino Gang. What's good? All right, we're back. We're gonna go to 1:12:18, and that's at the halfway mark. So, I and I'm not trying to pick on Hafeez, but I would describe this as red vitamin rage. Rage against the red vitamin. How about that? It's definitely rage against the red vitamin for sure. For sure.
I'm not a smart guy. I'm just a guy who likes to read books and share my opinion. I want to know what praxology is. I want to know praxology. I'm not smart, guys. I'm just a guy. A praxology.
See how condescending? I'm not smart, guys. I'm just a guy. Dude, you think he believes he thinks he's the smartest nigga in the room in every room that he walks into. Come on, guys. Listen how patronizing that is. He thinks he's the smartest nigga in the room in every room that he walks in, and he's like, I'm not smart, guys. I'm not that smart. Like, dude, he really thinks that it's crazy.
I want to know praxology. I'm not smart, guys. I'm just a guy. A praxology.
Dude, I like him. I fuck with the confidence and all that, but you don't have to be a dick to her, man. I mean, like I said, guys, we talk shit, we call it how it is, but this ain't it, bro. This ain't it. AlphaZo says, can we finish the debate or keep going? We're gonna get to 1:12:18. He also says, my first time seeing it. Yeah, I'm gonna break down the second half. I'm gonna break down the second half tomorrow.
Is a theory of human action based on the notion that humans engage in purposeful behavior. Is this the right one?
Never looked up the definition. I don't know.
But how would you use a word if you never looked?
So he says, how would you use a word if you never looked up the definition? I mean, come on, guys. People use words that they've never looked up the definition plenty of times. Like, no, you've never looked up the definition of the, but we use the word all the time. Like, I mean, I get it, but at the same time, she just was saying what Rolo said about it. So, I mean, we can get into what a praxology is or a praxeology. It's just a study of human action. It almost sounds like anthropology. So I would like to know the difference between those, because anthropology is a study of human behavior, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so anthropology is the study of human societies and cultures and their development, the study of human biological and physiological characteristics and their evolution. So that's more like, studying humans over a elongated period of time, whereas a praxology is the study of human action and conduct. And I guess you can say that's over an elongated period of time, but it's different when you're studying the actions and the conduct and studying biological and physiological characteristics in their evolution. So, and their societies and their cultures. Yeah, I mean, would I describe the red vitamin as a praxeology, the study of human action and conduct? Yeah. I mean, it's studying female nature, studying male female nature, intersectional or intersexual dynamics is what he calls it, right? Sheesh. See, I know the way that Hafeez is the type of nigga. He's the type of nigga to like. The way that he argues is he tries to make the other person look stupid. That's the type of nigga that, and I know people like him. I'm friends with guys like him. The way that they argue is they try and like make you look stupid. So, and I hope this isn't how he acts with his wife. But he's the type of guy to mention something that he knows nobody has looked into, like the book that he wrote. And obviously, like the guys around him or the guys on his channel know the guy. The what is it? The Evolution of Desires by what was that guy's name again? David M. Buss, Dr. David M. Buss. So he's gonna mention shit that, I mean, come on, guy. Like, I can mention some books that you ain't read either. You know what I'm saying? So he's that type of nigga to where he'll mention some shit that he knows the other person has no idea with it, and try and make them look stupid by saying, "Oh, you don't know this book. You've never read this book, and you're in the red vitamin. You never read this book. Oh, okay. Well, let me enlighten you. Well, this is what it means." And And it's like, it's a good arguing tactic. You know, obviously, it's like 48 laws of power. But you know, he's that type of nigga. R. Barry says Hafeez isn't really insightful. He seems like the type to say things that he thinks sound smart rather than making a coherent point. Yeah. Alphazo says, I'm at work, so this is making the time go by faster. Q Bubble says, are you a waiter, Zoe? He said, yeah, I love anthropology. Did a lot of studying it in college for sure. R. Barry says, always kind of scoffed at the term mansplaining, but it seems that this is what Hafeez is doing. Yeah, no, for sure. If anybody's mansplaining, it's him for sure. Q Bubbles says, are you familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Yes, absolutely.
Look at the definition.
I said that's what they say.
Oh, so you don't know?
Yeah, I don't know.
You're just going off what they say.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
I told you guys, you got to study these things. You got to study it for yourself. You can't just listen to somebody else and then go what they say. Look it up yourself and just be a blind witness.
Yeah.
See?
Sorry, I don't have the definition.
I told you guys. Like he tries to make the other person look stupid. This is what he was doing with Coach Greg Adams as well. And I think Hafeez is that type of guy. He's that type of debater. And, you know, he met Patrick Bet David, and now, you know, he thinks that, you know, his shit doesn't stink. That's what it seems like to me, honestly.
I have a praxeology memorized.
Yeah. Well, if you're using a word, hopefully you know what it means. I'm not going to throw a word out there. I don't even know what that word means because Jack and Jill tell me what it means.
No, I thought it was like my understanding of
the
it
study
is
of
if it's
human
like,
action and conduct.
Yeah, like
So-
my understanding was it's like based on like reality and it's based on like data. It's not like ideology is like how you view the world, and praxeology is like based on what is. That's my understanding.
Ideology
of it.
is a system of ideas and ideals. If you have a solution to a problem, that is an idea. And so therefore everyone has a unique set of ideas, everyone has a unique set of solutions, and that unique set of ideas and solutions create someone's ideology. So therefore when you use the word praxeology, which you did not know what it meant, you just heard somebody else said it and then you spewed it out. Therefore what I'm trying to communicate is that
Well, I said that's what they say. That's what I said.
you heard what someone else said and you spewed it out.
Yes.
And the initial point, which I was saying initially, is that too many people, when they hear talking points online, they simply regurgitate them. They never analyze them for themselves. Everything that I said, guys, I'm just a man who likes to read books and share my opinion. I'm not Dr. Jordan B. Peterson.
He keeps saying that shit. I'm just a man who, you know, reads books and likes to share my opinion. Like, what the fuck does that mean, bruh? What the fuck does that mean? I feel like he's being so condescending. I'm not Jordan B. Peterson. Like, bro, my nigga Jordan. We talked about this last time. Jordan Peterson is a fucking pill popper. I mean, I love him. I love what he says, but my nigga cried on Pierce Morgan. You think black men? And I'm not saying that you can't take what Jordan Peterson says and take it in and all that, but you think black men are really looking up to Jordan Peterson? Like, when you drop his name, we think of that nigga as a simp. I'm gonna just keep it a buck. And I like Jordan Peterson. I love Jordan Peterson. This is no slight to him. But Jordan Peterson is a pill popping, admitted pill popper. Okay. He's addicted to prescription drugs, just like Michael Jackson was. He might be addicted to painkillers or sleeping pills. You don't know. but he said he was on them pills. Nigga might fuck around, get an itch, and pop a fentanyl pill. His daughter is getting flued out by Andrew Tate. I mean, bro, we're not really niggas rode that Jordan Peterson wave, but it's over, dog. And I'm not saying that, you know, I like Jordan Peterson, I enjoy him, but niggas don't look at Jordan Peterson as no real nigga. Come on, bro. And I'm not saying like real nigga as in a nigga who will shoot somebody, but a nigga that they would look up to. Like back in the day when Will Smith was a guy that we would look up to, now we wouldn't look up to him anymore. You know, back in the day when Michael B. Jordan was a guy that we would look up to, now we wouldn't look up to him anymore because we see their moves. Let's see. Key says, Reclaim, are you still working as a mechanic? I've never worked as a mechanic. You said last year you were trying to work on diesel trucks. I don't know where the fuck y'all be getting this shit from. AlphaZo says, why does he keep trying to get her to fumble the ball? Man, Hafeez upsetting me. He isn't making this a debate. It's like he's trying to school her on his belief and brainwash her and make it seem that her belief and stats are false. Right. Key says, Tino, do you know what the control bus does? The control bus? Like, are you talking about like computer engineering? Not computer engineering, but audio engineering? Because I don't know if you're talking about like a compression application or AlphaZo says, I think he'd be hanging around Steven Speaks too long. Who is that? Let me look into him.
I'm not Dr. David Buss. I'm simply a man who likes to read books and share my opinion. Everything that I say, men and women, study it yourself, investigate it yourself, because that to me is an end destination. And so my biggest point in this conversation was
the
nigga with
everybody
the has a system.
Okay, I remember.
Practices. So you said that individual, whatever that guy's name, has solutions.
Mhm.
Oh, wait, great. I'm curious, what is his solutions?
Oh, so he does money, muscle, game, frame. And so it's like, if you want to get better with women, it's like get your money up, your muscles game, and then.
So they're telling men what to do.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I think he says it's like the tools that he gives men.
I don't want.
This is
let's move on from him.
And you can do what
let's
you
move
want
on from him because I don't want him to.
But this isn't your interview.
Huh?
Okay. This is.
I just know my rule of thumb is I know how certain people act. That you mention their name is like freaking like mention Bloody Mary and pop up in the word. I don't want. I want to focus on you and me conversation, other people, other content creators.
All right, we actually got somebody who just joined the stream. This is what I'm gonna do. Let's see. All right, so you are on the stream.
My name is Malcolm Tate from Memphis, Tennessee. I live at 4832 Craigmont. I'm a student at Craigmont. I'm a student at Northside. I'm a student at Hume. I'm a student at Clarence School. My phone number is 2722117, area code 901.
What?
My name is Malcolm Tate. I'm a soccer and ice hockey player.
I don't know what the fuck that nigga was on, but that was weird. That was weird.
If they're not in the room, let's not talk about them. But you keep them going.
Okay. What is your position on marriage then?
To me, marriage is the greatest blessing you'll ever have in your life, or it can also be the greatest burden you'll ever have in your life. It's a single most important decision.
I thought men don't lose in marriage, bro. What is he talking about? I thought men could never lose in marriage. He said, "Oh, it's the most. It could be the best thing in your life, or it could be the worst thing in your life, bro." What?
This blessing you'll ever have in your life, or it can also be the greatest burden you'll ever have in your life. It's a single most important decision that you'll make in your life, and it's a serious decision that people don't take seriously and have huge ramifications.
You think people don't take? I mean, if I would say the people who don't take marriage seriously is women, not men. When a man really decides to marry a woman, you best believe he's taking that shit seriously. Women are the ones who don't take marriage seriously. Women are the ones who, like, bro, they don't even want to do their role no more, bro. They don't want to cook, they don't want to clean, they want to share housework. Like, bro, that's not how it works. Point blank. They want to share housework, and it's like, bro, that's your job, bro. And they really have a problem if men don't want to share the housework. Now, I'm not saying, like, y'all see my shit. I'm not a slob. I don't have shit all around the fucking house. Like, y'all already know, like, I'm not a fucking slob now. But it's just like, dog, they just don't want to be like, oh, this is my role and I'm gonna stay in it. It's like they're contrarians, like not my girl specifically, but I'm just saying in general, when you see them on these panels, they don't want to follow a man's rule. Like they don't want to do housework. They don't want to cook. They don't want to clean. They want you to pay the bills, work 8 to 10 hours a week, deal with stressful coworkers, deal with a boss who keeps shitting on you, deal with a boss who acts like Hafeez and moves his hands when he talks and is very condescending and patronizing to his female employees and male employees. And he thinks his shit don't stink. I mean, guys, we're working all day and then you want me to come home and share the housework when you've been at the crib the whole fucking day. Bro, this shit is ridiculous, man. This shit is ridiculous. And he's Hafeez, you're gonna be cooking and cleaning and doing dishes. You have that in your future, unless you hire a maid, which I mean, he could definitely hire a maid if y'all niggas are paying him $300 for 30 minutes of his time. I'm not saying he's not worth it. I'm just saying if he's making that money and he's doing 2-3 consults a day, that nigga's up. That nigga's up. I mean, it's not a bad business model, but don't say that you're not about money if you're charging $300 for 30 minutes, bro. Come on, dog. Come on now, dog.
Most important decision that you'll make in your life, and it's a serious decision that people don't take seriously and have huge ramifications. I truly believe marriage and family, the family is a foundation of society. If there is no family, the society is run by the state, and that's what nobody wants. I'm not sure your political views, but most people don't want a society that's run by the state. We don't want communism, we don't want socialism. We need strong, independent families leading strong, independent communities. And so I totally understand that marriage is the foundation of it, but at the same time, choose the wrong woman, worst burden ever. Choose the right woman, greatest blessing ever.
What do you think about prenups? Did you get a prenup?
No.
No.
And that's the dagger right there. It's over. That's the dagger in his heart right there. Look at this nigga's face. No, he answered that shit so quick. That nigga looks scared. He looks scared as fuck. And the thing is, he has to stand on it now. That nigga didn't get a prenup and he's got to stand on it. I'm dead as fuck. Yo, look how quick he answered that shit. Even if we slow it down to like time and a, or half a time, half playback speed, bro.
Worst burden ever. Choose the right woman, greatest blessing ever.
What do you think about prenups? Did you get a prenup?
No.
No prenup?
No. I totally agree. If you're a man, you want prenups. I'm not a money guy. There's other things that we talked about and we've obviously conversed with. Money's not important to me. Everybody's
money's not important to me. That's the cope. That's the cope. That's the cope right there. Oh God. Lord, have mercy on this brother's soul. Now I just feel bad for him. That's the cope right there. Money's not important to me, so I didn't get a prenup. No, money's not important to me. You know, my time is worth $10. Excuse me. My time is worth $10 a minute, but money's not important to me. No, of course not. Money's not important to me. My time is worth $10 a minute, but money's not important to me. Pearl asked the right questions. So I like Pearl, and I'm not even mad at her growth. Honestly, I mean, it stings because you're in this and you've worked longer and you see people propel quicker, and it doesn't mean that they're better content creators than you. She just has an advantage because it's shocking to see a woman speak the way that she speaks, and I love it. I love the way that she goes at women. I love the way that she triggers them, and I love her perspective, and I think she's a sweet girl overall. But like I said, man, Hafeez, dude. That's the cope right there. That's the cope. That is the cope.
No prenup?
No.
Woo! Let's run it back. Did you get a prenup? Nope. He said that shit fast as fuck. He said that shit fast as fuck. Let's run it back.
Choose the right woman, greatest blessing ever.
What do you think about prenups? Did you get a prenup?
No.
No prenup?
No. I totally agree. If you're a man, you want prenups. I'm not a money guy. There's other things
I'm not a money guy. Guys, I just showed you his course, $50 course, which isn't bad. It's not bad. It's not bad, but honestly, really, what is he teaching you in there? Start a LLC, start a business. Like, this is what these niggas be saying, but it's like, bruh, a business of what? Like, I can literally create multiple courses on actual businesses. I can create a course on real estate. I can create a course on how to run Airbnb businesses. I could create a course on how to run a car rental business. I've got 3 cars on my fleet right now. Like, I can create a course on teaching you actually how to make money. What is he really teaching you in that course? And I'm not saying that he shouldn't have the right to sell the course. That's fine. But come on. I'm going to teach you how to dress. I'm going to teach you how to be a high value man. I'm going to make you a 1% man. Are you going to put him on a jug? Are you going to give him a way to be a 1% man financially? Is there a fitness course in your shit? Because I'm about to drop a fitness course. Like, come on, bro. Come on, dog. It's wild out here.
We talked about and we've obviously conversed with. Money's not important to me.
This is what they talked about. And this play is run by every single girl ever in the history of ever. We have Meat on the stream, but I'm gonna address this before we bring Meat on. Honestly, I think it's a troll, but we're not. We'll see. But this is oh my God, this is crazy. This is the play that women run. Let me give you some insight. Oh, he's in the private chat. Let's see what he says. So question mark. Okay. All right, we'll bring you up in a second. This is the this is the play that women run. Babe, I would never put you on child support. I would never divorce you. Oh, divorce? I don't even believe in divorce. I don't come from a family that, and I'm not saying that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's what every woman says. Come on. I mean, and I'm not mad at them for saying that. Okay. I'm really not mad at them for saying that, but that's literally what every woman says. Oh, you know, and then the prenup. Oh, you don't trust me. You don't trust me, Hafeez. You don't trust me. I mean, we saw her Instagram. She didn't even take his last name. Like, I mean, the least you could do, even if you didn't change your name legally, the least you could do is change your last name on Instagram. Yeah. I mean, when the women are keeping their last name, bro, it's over. That's a telltale in itself. Every woman's gonna say she'll never put you on child support. Every woman's gonna say she'll never put you on alimony. Every woman's gonna say she'll never divorce you. Every woman's gonna say that she'll never put you on spousal support. I ain't one of them gold digging hoes. I'm with you for you. Every woman's gonna tell you that, bro. Like, Lord, jeez. I mean, how could you not see that play coming? And I'm not saying that I'm wishing that upon you. I mean, you guys might be fine since you got your bag already, but I mean, let's keep it a buck. She could easily get a bigger bag. No disrespect, but she could easily show what her mama working with, you know, for, you know what I'm saying? Do something strange for a piece of change and be making more money than you monthly just like that. And she's got a peak window to do it. So you never know what these women decide to do with their bodies, because you can't tell them what to do with their bodies, even if you're dating them, even if you're married to them. She doesn't belong to you. You don't own her, and you didn't get a prenup. So she might end up owning you.
Everybody's different. You know what I mean? And so if you're a man, you want a prenup, or you're a woman, you want a prenup, all power to be to it.
I guarantee if his girl had more money than him, she would have made him sign a prenup. Facts.
One of the things me and my friends had a great conversation about prenups, and I said the reality of it is the state has rules if your marriage falls apart. So you should have rules yourself. So this is what I was talking to Adam.
Bro, your rules don't matter if it's not on black and white.
About the marital agreement. People don't realize prenup is like a smaller version of a marriage agreement, because prenup is only a few things, but there's a lot more things that you need to have in your marriage. I.e., what happens if you and I pass away in a car accident? Who do our kids get raised by? There's a lot of things that you need to be able to sit down with your partner.
Bruh, you don't think that people pick their godparents? Dude, come on, dude. Come on, dude. Like, my man is acting like he's the only nigga who ever got married.
Talk about. So to me, a prenup is just the beginning. You need to have a whole agreement where you talk about all these nuanced conversations and topics to be able to benefit your marriage in the long run.
Do you think that men or women are more to blame for the high divorce rate? Or do you
Both.
think do you think it's equal?
Primarily men, because and here's
Yeah, and I agree with him. Men are to blame because we're the leaders and whatnot. Just don't get married at that point. Because you can't really control what the woman is going to do, and you don't want to. You want her to be a willing participant, but you can't control what she's going to do. Let's read the rest of these chats. Then I'll let you on. Randall, I guess your name changed from Meat to Randall. So, Cash God says, "Where's the stream link?" It's up there. Alphazo says, "To be honest, a lot of girls are filthy. House, car, bathroom, closet. First thing I do when I go visit a girl's house is look around, and it's a mess. I don't want her." Facts. A lot of these girls are messy, got clothes piled up on their bed, and it's not clean clothes, it's dirty clothes. Alvazo says, I know these girls ain't cleaning like that if they get married. Yeah, they're not cleaning at all. Alvazo says, finish him. Alvazo says, Pearl is growing on me. Yeah, for sure. I love what she doing, but all she doing is regurgitating red vitamin talking points and using women to show it. Yeah. R. Barry says Hafeez was a teacher before he started the podcast. He's not a businessman. Facts. Alphazo says 3 things all should do. Take the red pill, get a prenup. If you decide to marry, don't listen to Hafeez. No cap. Alphazo says everything you're saying is facts. No cap. He also says, go watch Steven Jackson's story about when he was about to get married. Yeah, I did actually see that. R. Barry says, because she wouldn't sign the prenup and he walked away from her on their wedding day. I remember that. Even though I don't like everything that Steven Jackson says, like with the check-in shit, I'm gonna check in. Like, bruh, you're a grown fucking man. The fuck? But anyways, I get it though. So if he got street ties and beef in the streets and whatnot. R. Barry says, damn, she didn't take his last name. I mean, she didn't take it on Instagram. When you go to her Instagram, she did not take his last name. Alphazo says, pro basketball player. R. Barry says, that's crazy, bruh. Least she could have done is get it hyphenated. Exactly. Alphazo says men get blindsided because of the hope strategy and believe in unconditional love. That's why you get a trust and put a percentage of how much she gets in the prenup. Dummy. Facts. Alphazo says women are whimsical and their feelings change like the weather. Exactly. And you have to understand that. Like, I understand if, like one day your woman just wakes up and she's not in love with you anymore. And that's going to make her unhappy. And you as a man are not responsible for a woman's happiness. You're only responsible for your own happiness. So, okay. So we got a racist in the comments. We are going to block him. All right. Randall, you're on stream.
Oh my
God. Yeah, I see. Okay. We got the trolls. This nigga, that's some gay ass shit. But anyways, he waited that long. These niggas are weird, bro. He waited that long to hop on the stream and do some gay shit. Anyways, that's it for today, guys. We're going to go ahead and hop up out of here. Tell me in the comments immediately after the stream ends, is Hafeez bugging? Do you agree with him? What do you agree with? What do you not agree with? I think that we were pretty fair on, honestly, we were fair on all of the breakdowns of Hafeez, but this nigga has done a whole 180. And his train of thinking is, oh, the millionaires get married and billionaires get married. So in order for me to become a billionaire and millionaire, I got to get married. And I get it. But, I totally understand that line of thinking. You have a woman on your arm. It makes business deals easier and whatnot from people's perspective. And I'm not saying it was a mistake that he got married, because I believe in marriage for sure. But, not signing the prenup is crazy. Not signing the prenup is crazy. So, anyways, we're going to go ahead and get up out of here, guys. I appreciate y'all joining the stream. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Send your relationship questions to the email down below with a screenshot of your cash app so I know you're paying no ties, man. Y'all need to be on your motherfucking with the BS. And you already know, reclaim your throne. Peace, guys. We'll do part 2 tomorrow, hopefully. The BS, you already know. Reclaim your throne.
He seems to hold. Ain't nobody hot as me. Ain't nobody hot as me. I'm the type to fit that cylinder in her isosceles. Shit, she probably fucking, but it's not for free. What's the cash app? Bitch, you'll have a nigga pay your fee. Yeah, I can see just how you want me. Pouring out